Good morning and welcome to all VVIP guests to the G20 Religion Forum. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the organizing committee has provided this interpreting system with the channel as follows. Channel number 2 will be Bahasa Indonesia, channel number 5, English, and channel number 10 will be Arabic. Thank you. Good morning and welcome to all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to G20 Religion Forum. Please take your seats as we will commence our event shortly. Thank you. May we have your attention, please? The organizing committee has provided the interpreting system with channel number 2 is for Bahasa Indonesia, channel number 5 for English, and channel number 10 for Arabic. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we would kindly remind you to switch or to turn off your mobile phone and all gadgets into silent mode. And please do not make and receive phone calls during the program, as well as not taking pictures and videos during this event.
And honorable guests, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we are kindly request you to please be seated according to the seating arrangement, as we will commence our event shortly. Once again, thank you so much for your attention and cooperation. Good morning, once again, excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, welcome to G20 Religion Forum, which will commence shortly. We are kindly request you to please be seated according to the seating arrangement that has been made, and also to please kindly turn or switch your mobile phone to silent or vibrate mode. Once again, thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The organizing committee of this forum has provided the interpreting system, which are channel number 2 for Bahasa Indonesia, channel number 5 for English, and channel number 10 for Arab. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the organizing committee has provided the interpreting system, which are channel number 2 for Bahasa Indonesia, channel number 5 for English, and channel number 10 for Arabics.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, as the committee have prepared interpreting system for all of our delegates. Channel number 2 for Bahasa Indonesia. Channel number 5
for English.
And channel number 10
for
Arabic.
Arabics.
Thank you for your attention.
Arabic.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we commence with our event, once again, we are kindly request you to please be seated according to the seating arrangement that has been made. And we would like, once again, remind you that please switch your mobile phone to silent or vibrate mode as we will commence our event shortly.
Before coming up to the opening ceremony, let us begin the program this morning with a short video on safety induction briefing from Grand Hyatt Hotel, Nusa Dua, Bali.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Grand Ballroom Grand Hyatt Bali Nusa Dua. This is short safety briefing before start the event. Grand Hyatt Bali have assembly point in accordance with the emergency. Fire assembly point, earthquake assembly point, tsunami assembly point. Grand Hyatt Bali equipped with control devices, safety equipment and emergency response team that have been trained to face the emergency. Once you hear the evacuation announcement, please stay calm and do not panic. Immediately go to the nearest exit, and our team
Nahdlatul Ulama yang berdiri tahun 1926 dan menjadi organisasi muslim terbesar di dunia memiliki tujuan memelihara, melestarikan dan mengamalkan ajaran Islam Ahlus Sunnah wal Jamaah An-Nahdiyah, juga mengemban mandat peradaban dalam merintis tata dunia baru yang damai, menjunjung tinggi nilai-nilai budaya dan harkat serta martabat kemanusiaan. Berkolaborasi dengan Liga Muslim Dunia, sebuah organisasi Islam internasional non-pemerintah yang berbasis di Mekah Al-Mukarramah dan bekerja di bidang-bidang kemanusiaan dan perdamaian melalui pendidikan, dialog antar agama dan budaya, serta memperluas jembatan kerjasama dengan berbagai entitas Muslim dunia. Nahdlatul Ulama bersama The Muslim World League menggagas R20, sebuah forum keagamaan global pertama yang mempertemukan berbagai pemimpin agama di dunia untuk berdiskusi, menyuarakan keprihatinan atas isu-isu sosial, politik, agama berdasarkan nilai-nilai kemanusiaan dan moral keagamaan. Dengan mengangkat tema Revealing and Nurturing Religion as a Source of Global Solution and International Movement for Shared Moral and Spiritual Values, forum ini akan menjadi spirit baru untuk menjadikan agama sebagai sumber solusi global, menggerakkan pemimpin-pemimpin agama berperan aktif dan berkontribusi dalam membangun peradaban manusia yang lebih damai dan berkeadilan, serta berkesinambungan untuk kepentingan umat manusia secara menyeluruh.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to our next program, may we kindly extend our gratitude and welcome to Honorable Dr. Shauki Ibrahim Alam, Grand Mufti of Egypt.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we move forward and we would like to once again inform you that we have an interpreter system, Channel 2 for Bahasa Indonesia, Channel 5 for English, and Channel 10 for Arabic. As we will attend to the opening remark that will be delivered by Honorable Kiai Haji Yahya Khalil Stakuf, General Chairman of Nahdlatul Ulama Central Board. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Honorable Kiai Haji Yahya Khalil Stakuf.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wa syukrulillah. Wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. Sayyidina Maulana Muhammadin ibn Abdullah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa mawala. Honorable General Secretary of the Muslim World League, His Excellency Dr. Muhammad bin Abdul Karim Al-Isa, Honorable General Chairman of the Nahdlatul Ulama Supreme Council, His Eminence Kiai Haji Miftahul Akhyar, Honorable Coordinating Minister of Politics, Law and Security Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Dr. Mahfud MD, Honorable Coordinating Minister of Human Development and Culture, His Excellency Dr. Mahajir Effendi, Honorable Grand Mufti of Egypt, His Eminence Sheikh Shauqi Ibrahim Alam, Honorable Chairman of MBZ University of Humanities, His Excellency Dr. Hamdan Musallam, Honorable Vice President of Indonesia, the 8th and the 10th, His Excellency Dr. Yusuf Kala, Honorable President Andres Pastrana Arango of the Republic of Colombia, Honorable Minister of Religious Affairs, His Excellency Yakut Khalil Qaumas, Honorable delegates from Indian Hindu community, His Excellency Ram Madhav, Honorable Minister, State Minister of State-Owned Enterprise, His Excellency Erick Thohir, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers and participants, on behalf of your Indonesian friends, the Nahdlatul Ulama, the Center for Shared Civilizational Values, I welcome you to Bali, Indonesia. Welcome to Bali, the land of Hindu and the largest Muslim majority country. Welcome to Bali, the land of Hindu that allows the most iconic art performance of the most Islamic colored culture of Aceh to perform in this honorable stage. Welcome to Bali, the Hindu land that allows the Nahdlatul Ulama, the largest Muslim organization, and the Muslim World League, the most important organization in the Islamic world, to bring initiative here in this land with all religious leaders from all over the world. Welcome to Indonesia, the largest Muslim majority country that allows Bali to preserve its own unique Hindu culture, the largest Muslim majority country that allows a uniquely Hindu culture to flourish and cheered by all the people of Indonesia. This G20 Religion Forum, or R20, is an initiative, comes from a sincere, good spiritual will of people of religion, from a sincere concern of all believers of religion about the future of humanity. We surely hope that this initiative can further take a place, an honorable and significant place in the global dynamic for the struggle of humanity to pursue solutions for its various kinds of problems in global dynamics. On behalf of the Nahdlatul Ulama, I want to express our utmost gratitude to the Muslim World League and especially to His Excellency General Secretary Dr. Muhammad bin Abdul Karim Al Isa for the willingness to have a collaboration with the Nahdlatul Ulama to co-host this forum for all of you, our distinguished participants. May God's blessings, guidance, and helps always with us during all this event and afterwards, and our joint endeavor to contribute in a positive and constructive way for all humanity. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much to the General Chairman of Nahdlatul Ulama Central Board. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for the next session, it is my pleasure to invite the Honorable Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Karim Al Isa, Secretary General Muslim World League, to deliver his remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause for the Honorable Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Karim Al Isa.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على نبينا الهادي الأمين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. معالي الرئيس العام لنهضة العلماء فضيلة الشيخ حجي مفتاح الأخيار، معالي الرئيس التنفيذي العام للإدارة المركزية لنهضة العلماء فضيلة الشيخ يحيى خليل ثقوف، صاحب المعالي وزير الشؤون الإسلامية معالي السيد يوسف كالا، أصحاب النيافة والفضيلة، أصحاب المعالي الوزراء والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، أسعد هذا اليوم باسم رابطة العالم الإسلامي وباسم هيئاتها ومجاميعها ومجالسها العالمية أن نكون معكم في هذا الجمع التاريخي المهم، والذي يجمع قادة دينيين بارزين لإطلاق مبادرة عالمية في إطار قمة G20، وهي منصة R20، والتي اعتمدتها بحمد الله رئاسة R20 في هذا العام لتصبح مجموعة تواصل لأتباع الأديان هي الأولى من نوعها في تاريخ G20، مقدرين تقديراً عالياً لفخامة رئيس الجمهورية لدعمه ورعايته وتبنيه هذه المبادرة التي ستلقي بالمزيد من المسؤولية على القادة الدينيين، كما أنها ستحملنا في رابطة العالم الإسلامي ونهضة العلماء مسؤولية خاصة بوصفنا المؤسسين لمنصة R20 في إطار دعم رئاسة G20 لهذا العام. نستشعر هذه المسؤولية لنستذكر أن كثيراً من المتاعب والمآسي عبر طول وعرض التاريخ الإنساني كانت نتيجة أسباب محسوبة في ظاهرها على الأديان، وذلك بفعل الافتراء على تعاليم الأديان الداعية في أصلها إلى سلام عالمنا ووئام مجتمعاته الوطنية. بل إن الصدام والصراع بين أتباع الحضارات قديماً وحديثاً يعود في كثير من أسبابه إلى جذور محسوبة في ظاهرها على الأديان، وكذلك التحديات التي تواجه ضرورة التعايش والوئام في مجتمعات التنوع الوطني، نجد عدداً منها يعود إلى مفاهيم دينية خاصة، ولا سيما الاعتقاد الخاطئ بأن الهوية الدينية تتعارض مع الهويات الوطنية، ولا سيما في بلدان التنوع الديني، وعلى الأخص لدى الأقليات الدينية أياً كانت هوياتها الدينية. وهذا كله هو ما حمل بعض النقاد إلى المجازفة بالقول بأن الأديان تظل هي المشكلة الأكبر في الصراع الإنساني قديماً وحديثاً، ولا شك أنها مجازفة خاطئة خرجت عن سياق التحليل السليم لأسباب تلكم المصادمات وتلكم المفاهيم. ونؤكد بأننا نحن المسلمين نؤكد يقيناً وبنصوص دينية واضحة بأن الإسلام يرفض رفضاً قاطعاً صدام وصراع الحضارات، بل هو داع إلى سلوك جادة الحكمة مع الآخرين أياً كانوا، بل هو داع إلى تحالف الحضارات. والشاهد الإسلامي في هذا من النصوص ومن أيضا الامتداد التاريخي ظاهر أمام الجميع بمنطق التحليل السليم. بل إن الإسلام داع وفي نصوص واضحة إلى تأليف قلوب الجميع والإحسان إلى الجميع، بل وتحمل ما قد يصدر عن بعضهم من جهل وأذى. يقول الله جل وعلا: خذ العفو وأمر بالعرف وأعرض عن الجاهلين. آية صريحة: خذ العفو وأمر بالعرف وأعرض عن الجاهلين. سمو أخلاقي وتسامح ديني، بل وسماحة دينية. أعطى الإسلام أمثلة عملية في القيم الإنسانية تجاوزت مجرد التنظير. ومن هذا المنطلق قال نبينا صلى الله عليه وسلم: إنما بعثت لأتمم مكارم الأخلاق، وفي رواية صالح الأخلاق. وقال عليه الصلاة والسلام عن حلف الفضول، وهو حلف لقريش، وهذا الحلف كان يستدعي العدالة، قيم العدالة، مبادئ العدالة، فحفل به الإسلام وقدره الإسلام. بينما كان هذا الحلف قبل مجيء الإسلام، قبل الرسالة النبوية، قال النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم: لو دعيت به في الإسلام لأجبت. إنها القيم المشتركة التي نحفل بها في دين الإسلام. دعا الإسلام إلى الحكمة مع الجميع، وحفز على هذه الصفة الوازنة في تكامل الشخصية الدينية. فقال الله جل وعلا: يؤتي الحكمة من يشاء، ومن يؤت الحكمة فقد أوتي خيرا كثيرا، وما يذكر إلا أولو الألباب. ووصف الحكمة مليء بالمعاني الضافية. ومن الحكمة أن نتجاوز التحدث عن الأماني والنظريات والأطروحات العابرة إلى الأعمال والمبادرات. ولذلك نسعد في منبر هذه المنصة بأن نطلق مبادرة بناء الجسور بين الشرق والغرب من أجل عالم أكثر تفاهماً وسلاماً ومجتمعات أكثر تعايشاً ووئاماً. نحفل بهذه المنصة من أجل محاور عدة، ومن هذه المحاور هذه المبادرة، والتي تجمع التنوع الإنساني، التنوع الديني، التنوع الحضاري، على مائدة الإخاء الإنساني. هذا التنوع هو سنة حتمية أرادها الخالق جل وعلا بحكمته في هذا الكون، ولا يصادم هذه الحكمة بقول أو فعل سلبي إلا من لم يستوعبها أو صادم إرادة الخالق. ولهذا نسعد كثيرا باللقاء بإخواننا من أتباع الأديان والثقافات، من أجل أن نعمل معا على أهدافنا المشتركة المنطلقة من قيمنا المشتركة، وهي كثيرة جدا. بعض هذه القيم المشتركة كاف في إحلال السلام في عالمنا والوئام في مجتمعاتنا الوطنية، وكاف لتعزيز الصداقة والتعاون بل والتحالف بين الأمم والشعوب من أجل صالح الجميع. ونحن في عالمنا اليوم أحوج ما نكون إلى جانب عملي، وهو بناء الجسور من خلال المبادرات والبرامج الفاعلة والمؤثرة التي تتجاوز شتات ومعاد ومكرر الحوارات، والتي لها سنين عددا لا تزال تراوح مكانها، لم تصل إلى أهدافها. ودون أيضا أن تحقق منجزا يمكن أن يوصف بأنه منجز وازن مفيد لعالمنا. وهذه المبادرة تعمل على عقد تحالف حضاري بين الجميع، تركز على قاعدة راسخة وقوية، وهي قاعدة المشتركات الدينية والإنسانية التي أشرنا إليها. الحضور الكريم، أعطتنا عظات التاريخ دروسا مليئة بالتأمل، تحدث أهل العقول عن عبثية الصدام والصراع بين أتباع الأديان وأتباع الحضارات، تحدثنا عن صراعات حسبت زورا وكذبا على الأديان، حسبت على حضارات متميزة أثرت الإنسانية، غير أن ذلك بفعل بعض أتباع تلك الأديان وأتباع تلك الحضارات، لبسوها هوية الأديان وهوية الحضارات غير أنها منها براء. فجاء ما قد يحصل من البعض على امتداد تاريخ الأديان من أجل فرض الأديان أو الأفكار أو حتى السياسات أو افتراس الدول والشعوب. والأول شأن الغلو الديني، التطرف الديني، والثاني والثالث شأن الدول الاستعمارية التي انهزمت في نهاية مطافها، مخلفة سمعة سيئة لتاريخ هذه الدول. وقد مضى ذلكم التاريخ محسوبا على سجل تلك الدول في خانة القيم والأخلاق. وأما الرابع فهو شأن المغالبة، غالب ومغلوب، وذلك لمطامع مادية لا تعرف إلا شريعة الغاب، لا تعرف قيما لا دينية ولا حضارية، لا تعرف قيما إنسانية، ولا تعرف في ذلك إلا سبيل المغالبة، سبيل أخذ ما تريده من مطامع مادية بحتة بالقوة، بسلطة القوة. وقد دلت عبر التاريخ أن من توهم الانتصار من خلال العسف والقوة فهو في نكد من حياته. نعم، عظات التاريخ شاهدة على ذلك، وسوف يلاحق هذا المتعسف، هذا الظالم، سوف يلاحقه عار السطو الشائن على غيره حتى يعاد الحق إلى أهله، كبر أم صغر ذلك الحق. ونحن نؤمن جميعا بأن أصل الخلق البشر جاء من الروح، وهي روح الله جل وعلا، كما أنه سبحانه خلق آدم على صورته دون أن نشبه الخالق بالمخلوق، وآدم هو أبونا. ولكن ماذا يعني هذا؟ هذا يعني أن الإنسان مكرم فله قدسية تتعلق بطبيعة الروح وبخاصية صورة الخلق التي تميز بها الإنسان عن سائر المخلوقات. وهذا التميز له التزام حتمي، له التزام تلقائي، التزام أشبه بالضريبة التي لا بد أن ندفعها، ولكنها ضريبة إيمانية أخلاقية. ومن ذلك أن الإنسان لا بد أن يحترم، فالإنسان عليه أن يحترم أخاه الإنسان، أخاه المكرم بخاصية الروح والخلق، والمكرم بنعمة الله عليه كإنسان. هذا التكريم له قيمة وازنة في الخلق البشري، غير أنها من قبل بعض الخلق مع بالغ الأسف لا تحظى باحترام في ظل غياب الوعي، في ظل همجية حسبت على الإنسانية، غير أن من يتحمل ذلك هي أيضا منصات مهمة كان على عالمنا أن يتنبه لها، وتبدأ بالأسرة ثم التعليم ثم منصات التأثير على تنوعها. وذلك أن صياغة عقل الإنسان نحو التفكير السليم تبدأ من طفولته، وهي تمثل الإجراء الوقائي. أما تصحيح الأخطاء وتصحيح المفاهيم فهي إجراءات علاجية، ولكننا نريد أن نقضي على ذلك في المهد بصياغة عقلية سليمة. فمن أخطأ ومن تعسف بل ومن ظلم عمدا لك أن تسأله سؤالين. السؤال الأول: من علمك هذا؟ ثانيا: ماذا تريد وماذا تهدف لتحصل على أمرين؟ الأمر الأول توصيف هذه الحالة، والأمر الثاني علاج هذه الحالة. الحضور الكريم، يبتعد عالمنا كما ترون عن بعض، وعندما يبتعد عن بعض تتشكل نتيجة ذلك منطقة فراغ تنشأ عنها الأفكار والتأويلات السلبية، لينتج ذلك قناعات وقرارات قد تكون أحيانا في غاية الخطورة والتعقيد. عندما أقول يبتعد عن بعض أتحدث عن تحالفه الأخلاقي والإنساني، وفي سياق ذلك التحالف الديني وفق القيم الدينية والإنسانية والأخلاقية المشتركة. هناك تحالف، هناك تقارب في الظاهر، غير أننا ننشد المحتوى والمضمون والأثر. والحوارات الحكيمة والنيات والوعود الصادقة لا تحول دون نشوب صراعات فقط. هذه الحوارات الفاعلة الملموسة الأثر لا تحول دون نشوب الصراعات والصدامات بين أتباع الأديان والثقافات والحضارات، بل ينشأ عنها وضوح وتفاهم وقناعات ومحبة وعمل مشترك. ومع هذا فلا بد في ذلك كله من قدر لازم من السماحة والتسامح. عندما أفرق بين السماحة والتسامح، السماحة هي العفو والصفح والتغاضي عن الآخرين دون مقابل، دون أن تنتظر مقابلا. ولذلك الترجمة السليمة لها forgiveness، وليس التولرنس. أما التسامح وهو التفاعل، تطلب منه ويطلب منك أن تتنازل، فهو تولرنس لا بأس، ولكن القيمة العليا هي السماحة، ألا تنتظر من الآخر أي مقابل، لأن نفسك عالية سامية، تتغاضى، تتسامح، ترجو الخير للجميع من خلال ذلكم الخلق، لأنك لا تنظر لتلك الحالة بعينها قضية عين فقط، بل تنظر إلى أبعاد ذلك على الجميع، تنظر إلى رسم أفكار، إلى رسم منهج يستفيد منه الآخرون. وغياب السماحة والتسامح، فنحن طبعا نؤيد الجميع السماحة والتسامح، غير أن السمو هو في السماحة. غياب ذلك يعني الشد المتبادل، وربما غذى هذا كله الغرور والتحدي، ويدفعه إلى مزيد من التعنت البعد الحقيقي عن بعض وليس البعد الشكلي. البعض يقول هناك حوارات، هناك لقاءات، لكنها شكلية، ولهذا جاءت مبادرة بناء الجسور بفعاليات وبرامج سيتم إطلاقها حول العالم، وتستهدف على وجه الخصوص الشباب، وأيضا تعتني عناية خاصة بالأسرة وبالتعليم. أعود لأقول، وهذا أمر مهم، مهما تكن الخلافات فما من خلاف إلا وله حل في سجل المراجعة والحكمة والنيات الطيبة والقلوب الصادقة. ومهما تكن الذرائع فإنها لا بد أن تعالج وتصل إلى كلمة سواء تمثل قناعة للجميع بالقدر اللازم للقناعة، مع ما ذكرنا قبل قليل من أهمية السماحة والتسامح. وفي هذا نتساءل، ما هو الدور الذي لا بد أن يقوم به المؤمنون بالأديان في الصراعات المعاصرة، وتحديداً ماذا عن دورهم في صناعة السلام؟ لا شك أن للقادة الدينيين تأثيراً مهماً وكبيراً على أتباعهم بسبب قوتهم الروحية التي تستند على مصدر تلك الأديان التي تعتقدها بحسب كل دين، مصدر خطابهم وهو الدين، إذ يؤمن أتباع الأديان على اختلاف معتقداتهم بأن مصدر الدين هو مصدر مقدس ومعصوم. ومن هنا جاءت أهمية القيادات الدينية وتأثيرهم الروحي على الجميع. ولكن بعض أتباع الأديان بسبب تفسيراتهم المتطرفة أو بسبب مجازفات أخطائهم على حسن الظن أو بسبب قادتهم المتطرفين، كثيرا ما جعلوا هذه القوة الفاعلة بل والقوة الناعمة قوة لا يمكن ضبطها أو لا يمكن الثقة بها لدى تحليل من فسر هذه الأديان تفسيرا مجازفا، بحيث حمل أصل الأديان مسؤولية تلك المجازفات. ولهذا ننشد الحوارات الفاعلة، لا حوارات المجاملات، الحوارات التي تستدعي كل قضية على طاولة البحث والمناظرة دون أن تجامل في ذلك. فكثيرا ما جاءت تلك الحوارات وانتهت إلى إرشيفها دون عودة. ننشد المصارحة والبحث في كل أمر من شأنه أن يقضي على تلك الأخطاء والمفاهيم وينشر الوعي ويعزز الثقة المتبادلة بين الجميع. وقد تكون هناك تفسيرات خاطئة، قد تكون هناك مفاهيم خاطئة، أعراف وثقافات خاطئة توضح، والحكيم الصادق يكون منصفا مع نفسه قبل أن يطلب من غيره أن يكون منصفا. عالمنا كما يعلم الجميع تألم عبر تاريخه الطويل من مرارة الصراع بين أتباع الأديان والثقافات، كما تألم من تعمق الانقسامات التي تجاهلت الكثير من المشتركات الإنسانية والدينية، والتي لا بد أن تكون حاضرة وأن يعيها الجميع. ولهذا في مؤتمر الرياض قبل بضعة أشهر كان هناك لقاء أخوي بين مختلف أتباع الأديان، وكان عنوان هذا المؤتمر الدولي والمهم المشتركات الدينية. ثم انتهى إلى إعلان الرياض والذي أخذ عنوانا أوسع تدخل فيه المشتركات الدينية، وهو المشتركات الإنسانية، وأوصى بأن يصدر عن التجمع والتنوع الديني والثقافي معلمة موسوعة للقيم الإنسانية المشتركة، وإنشاء منتدى الدبلوماسية الدينية من أجل السلام. أقول وقبل أن أختتم بأن الدين، وهذا الخطاب للعموم حول العالم، بأن الدين ليس مشكلة في أصله كما يحاول بعضهم أن يصوره للجميع، وإنما المشكلة في فهم الدين، والمشكلة أيضا في توظيفه وتحريف أهدافه لمصالح غير أخلاقية، على اختلاف هذه المصالح في رغباتها دون أن ندخل في تفصيلاتها. ولهذا وجب علينا كقادة دينيين متضامنين في إطار تلكم المشتركات أن نبرئ مفاهيمنا الدينية الداعية للسلام بحسب قناعاتنا ويقيننا، وأن نبرئ أيضا القيم الإنسانية المشتركة والتي عمومها لها جذور دينية، أن نبرئ ذلك كله من تلك الأفكار الخاطئة ومن المجازفات، ولن يكون ذلك إلا من خلال أفعالنا قبل أقوالنا، ومن خلال أعمال وازنة لها أثر على أرض الواقع. لا أحب أن أطيل، فللمؤتمر محاور، وله علماء كبار، وله مفكرون أيضا كبار سيضفون بإذن الله عز وجل على تلكم المحاور المزيد والمزيد من الطرح الديني والفكري والأخلاقي. أشكر للجميع الحضور، متمنيا للجميع التوفيق والنجاح، والسلام عليكم.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have another big round of applause for Secretary General Muslim World League, the Honorable Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Karim Al Isha, and thank you so much for your remark.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we would kindly invite the Honorable Kiai Haji Miftahul Akhyar, Rais Am Syuriah Nahdlatul Ulama, the Chairman of Supreme Council of Nahdlatul Ulama Center Board, to present his speech followed by prayers. Kami mohon kepada Bapak Al-Mukarram Bapak Kiai Haji Miftahul Akhyar untuk menyampaikan kata sambutannya, dilanjutkan dengan memimpin pembacaan doa.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hamdan liman qala biyadi zimamul umur wa yasrifu ala an-nahwi alladhi yuriduh fa huwa al-fa'alu lima yurid. Idza arada amran fa innama yaqulu lahu kun fayakun. Subhanahu wa ta'ala. Wa kanat af'aluhu uyunul hikmah. Wassalatu wassalamu ala an-nabil arabi al-ummi afsah man nataqa bid-dad Sayyidina Muhammadin wa abduhu wa rasuluh wa ala alihi wa ashabihi masabihul huda wa a'lamun najat wa ala man naha nahwahum waqtada bihudahum amma ba'd. Hadaratil afadil ma'alil amin al-am li rabitatil alam al-islami Raisu Hay'ah Ulama il-Muslimin Al-Syekh Dr. Muhammad bin Abdul Karim Al-Isa, Yang mulia Bapak Yusuf Kalla, tokoh nasional yang cerdas, para pemimpin lembaga negara tinggi yang hadir dari jajaran para Menteri Kabinet Indonesia Maju, ada Profesor Dr. Bapak Mahfud MD, ada juga Bapak Menteri Agama, Bapak Menteri BUMN agak silau, dan beberapa menteri Kabinet Maju yang kami muliakan. Ayyuhal hudur al-kiram, ahlan wa sahlan wa marhaban bikum jami'an. Bi Bali, bi Indonesia, baldah kabirah. Yata'allafu sukkanuha min alafil qabail al-mukhtalifatil a'raq wa yatakallamuna bimi'atin minal lughat al-mutanawwi'al al-lahajat wa ma'a dhalik aishuhum fi salamin wa amanin fi itari hadat tanawwu. Al-Mukarram Mufti Diyar Al-Musriyah Al-Syekh Syauqi Ibrahim Abdul Karim Alam, alhamdulillah nashkurukum bihudurikum. Syukran jazilan lakum ala isti'dadikum lil hudur wal musyarakah fi hadal muntada ad-duwali. Muntada ad-din ishrun asasiyah wa da'al khuluq wal khilqah. Wa adab suluk haitsu yumkinuna ijra'u munaqasatin jaddah. Wa intaju urudil khulul al-qa'imah ala al-qiyam ad-diniyah wal qiyam al-insaniyah li masyakil mukhtalifah alamiyah allati tajtajul alam wa idmanul muntadi hadal muntada sama al-aswad ad-diniyah allati la ghina an dawriha fi juhudil ighatha al-alamiyah. Hayatul Jam'iyah Linahdlatil Ulama wa Rabitatul Alam al-Islami bisifatihim mudhaifan li hadzal muntada ad-duwali. Ladaihim amalun kabirah lakum jami'a kaqadati diniyin alamiyin litaqdimil qiyamid diniyah kahullin alami lisira'ah al-alamiyah walijali hadil qiyam an-nabilah ladal adyan ka'asasin libina'i hadarah alamiyah jadidah hadaratin taqumu ala asasil ihtiramil huquq al-mutasawiyah wal karama bainal akharin kianil hadara an-nabi'ah minal qiyamin nabilah lid-din ad-din rabi'un wa yambu yaski sahibahu wa man hawlah haitsu yanmu kullul bashar niqa ar-ruh wa isyaratan ila amthilah allati kutibat ijabatuha ilal abad fi jamil kutub al-muqaddasah kitabu khululin lil adid minal azmat al-insaniyah al-hadisah azmatun bisababi taqwiyati ananiyah talibir rai ad-diniyin Nahdlatul Ulama ulaika alladziina yu'arifuna an anfusihim ala annahum min a'dha'il hay'ah li jam'iyati Nahdlatul Ulama alladziina yasiluna ila 150 milyun shakhsan yakni akthar min 55% min ijmali sukkani Indonesia. Tamtaliku Nahdlatul Ulama imkanatin hailah li khalqi siyasatin laysat alal waraqi faqat bal quwwah fi'liyah amaliyah. Nahdlatul Ulama ladaiha al-qudrah ala wad'i siyasah yastajibu laha mi'atul malayin minan nas wa yutabi'unaha hadha nuqaddimu bi khalisil imtinan khususan ila al-amin al-am li rabitatil alam al-islami ma'ali syekh Dr. Muhammad bin Abdul Karim al-Isa aktsarallah amsalah hadza wasmahu lana jami'an wal afwa minkum wallahu muwaffiq laqwamit thariq wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Al-Fatihah. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ar-Rahmanir-Rahim. Maliki yaumiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Shiratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin sayyidina maulana Muhammadin khatamin nabiyyin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa ajma'in. Allahumma ya Allah ukhsuna bi annika allati la tanam wa qnufna bika nafika alladhi la yuram warhamna bika fal nuhlak anta waliyuna anta nasiru anta malja'una kam min ni'matin an'amta alaina qalla inda bi syukruna wa kam min baliyatin ibtalaitana qala bida sabruna wa ya man inda ni'mati qala inda syukruna falam yahrumna wa ya man inda baliyati qala inda sabruna falam yahdhulna wa ya man idza ra'ana khati'at wal masi wal munkar walam yafdhahna antu salli ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wasallam. Allahumma ya Allah inna nas'aluka imanan la yartad wa na'iman la yanfad wa qurratan la tanqati wa umrata Muhammadin sallallahu alaihi wasallam fi ala jinanil khud. Allahumma la takilna ila nafsina tarfatain wa la tanzi' minna salihan ma utaitana Ya Karim, Ya Karim, Ya Karim, Antal Hadi, la tirku zuhdir, warashad sambil adadku. Allahumma jal istima'an hadaya, istima'an muntada ad-dini, al-akhlaqi, ya Allah, lihali muskilatil ummah. Akrim bihim, ya Allah, birahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Waj'al istima'ana hada istima'an kathiran binikmatik, istima'an fihi afuka, ya Allah, wa ata'uk birahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Waj'al tafakkurana min ba'di tafarruqan maksuna birahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzaban nar. Wa sallallahu alaihi Muhammad wa ala alihi wasallam. Walhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much indeed for Al-Mukarram Bapak Kiai Haji Miftahul Akhyar for the speech and the prayers.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, with the greatest pleasure and honor, we would have a keynote speech video presentation from His Excellencies Joko Widodo, the President of the Republic of Indonesia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Yang saya hormati, yang mulia Sekretaris Jenderal Liga Muslim Dunia, Syekh Dr. Muhammad bin Abdul Karim Al-Isa, yang mulia Grand Mufti Mesir, Syekh Sauki Ibrahim Alam, yang mulia Presiden Sentris Demokrat Internasional dan mantan Presiden Kolombia, Bapak Andres Pastrana Arango, yang mulia Rais Am PBNU, Kiai Haji Miftahul Akhyar, yang saya hormati Ketua Umum PBNU, Bapak Kiai Haji Yahya Khalil Stakuf, para Menteri Kabinet Indonesia Maju, hadirin dan undangan yang berbahagia. Pertama-tama atas nama pemerintah dan masyarakat Indonesia, saya menyampaikan selamat datang di Indonesia. Selamat datang di negara yang terdiri dari 17.000 pulau, dengan 3 zona waktu yang berbeda, berpenduduk lebih dari 275 juta jiwa, terdiri dari atas 714 suku dan lebih dari 1.100 bahasa lokal, yang memeluk 6 agama yang berbeda. Indonesia adalah negara yang sangat majemuk dalam suku, bahasa, dan agama, tetapi kami dipersatukan oleh ideologi negara, yaitu Pancasila. Kami dipersatukan oleh toleransi dan persatuan, yaitu Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, Unity in Diversity. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, tokoh-tokoh agama yang berbeda telah menjadi bagian utama dari perjuangan kemerdekaan Indonesia yang diraih di tahun 1945. Tokoh-tokoh agama yang berbeda juga menjadi bagian utama untuk mempersatukan Indonesia. Bahkan tokoh-tokoh agama yang berbeda juga menjadi bagian penting untuk mensukseskan program-program pembangunan pemerintah. Keberhasilan yang dicapai Indonesia saat ini termasuk dalam menangani pandemi COVID-19 juga berkat kontribusi tokoh-tokoh agama. Masjid, gereja, pura, vihara, dan kelenteng telah menjadi pusat literasi masyarakat di berbagai bidang. Gotong royong lintas pemeluk agama juga menjadi kebanggaan Indonesia. Kehadiran Bapak dan Ibu di forum Religion 20 ini sangat membanggakan kami. Indonesia ingin belajar dari Bapak Ibu sekalian yang hadir dari berbagai negara. Kami rakyat Indonesia juga siap berbagi pengetahuan dan pengalaman. Yang juga sangat penting adalah kita, tokoh agama dari berbagai agama dan dari berbagai negara harus bekerja sama. Bekerja sama untuk meningkatkan kontribusi agama dalam menyelesaikan masalah-masalah dunia, untuk mengurangi rivalitas dan menghentikan perang, demi dunia yang damai, dunia yang bersatu, dunia yang bekerja sama, untuk mewariskan kebaikan bagi generasi mendatang. Sekali lagi, terima kasih atas kehadiran Bapak Ibu di Indonesia. Selamat mengikuti konferensi R20. Semoga berhasil membangun kesepahaman dan kesepakatan serta menyepakati langkah-langkah konkret agar agama berkontribusi lebih besar untuk peradaban dan untuk kemanusiaan serta demi dunia yang lebih membahagiakan untuk semuanya. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi 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 Om. Namo Buddhaya.
Thank you, and Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Now we move forward to remark the official opening of this event. Therefore, we would like to invite several prominent figures to come up on the stage to beat the tambourine or rebana. The first one is His Excellency Professor Haji Muhammad Yusuf Kala, Honorable Kiai Haji Miftahul Akhyar, Honorable Kiai Haji Yahya Khalil Stakuf, Honorable Sheikh Muhammad bin Abdul Karim Al-Isa, His Excellency Professor Mahmud MD, His Excellency Muhajir Effendi, His Excellency Erick Thohir, His Excellency Yakut Khalil Qaumas, and Honorable Bapak Iwayan Koster. And also we would like to invite Sri Ramadaf, Honorable Sri Ramadaf and Honorable Andres Prastana Arano.
So, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Rebana or tambourine is a typical music instrument which is round and flat, and it's played by beating it. The size of the tambourine is various kinds, whereas the circular frame is made by leather wood and the other side is padded by goat skin. So we also would like to invite Grand Mufti of Egypt to please join the Excellencies on stage. So let us do the inaugural opening ceremony together by counting from 1, 2, 3. So all of the Excellencies and the Honorable on stage, in the count of 3, let's beat or striking the rebana or tambourine together. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, distinguished guests, let's count together from 1 to 3 to mark the opening of G20 Religion Forum. 1, 2, 3! Can we have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, and congratulations for the opening ceremony of G20 Religion Forum in Bali, Indonesia, 2022. So, Excellencies, please remain on stage. We are gonna do a photo session we will invite another delegates to join on stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we have your attention, please? We would name the names of the delegates. Please remain on the stage.
So we will have two photo sessions. We will have the first photo session right now, and then we will be followed by another photo session who will invite another delegates to please join on stage.
Now we would have the first photo session on the stage with 12. Yeah, please. One step forward to have a group photo of this first session. And now we would like to invite the 29 delegates from Argentina, Rabbi Silvina Chamet, Reverend Professor Michael Trainer from Australia, Professor Alexander Brazil Fonseca from Brazil, next Professor Janet Buckingham from Canada, Dr. Xiaowan Li from China, Reverend Christian Krieger from France to come up on the stage to have photo session, to have the second photo session. Bishop Thomas Kriemaker from Germany, Swami Govinda Dev from India, Dr. Valeria Martano from Italy, Imam Yahya Palafacini, also from Italy, retired Reverend Yoshinobu Miyake from Japan, Dr. Marcela C. Mariski from Mexico, Bishop Pitirim from Russia, His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Karim Al Isa from Saudi Arabia, Reverend Hermie Damans from South Africa, Your Eminence Professor Ahmed Guru from Turkey, Archbishop Arba Angeleos from United Kingdom, Rabbi Professor Alan Brill from United States, Dr. Jacqueline Rivers from United States, Albert Sabir, also from United States, Han Fichel from European Union, Jan Fichel from European Union, His Holiness Samdech Priya Mahasangharaja Kri. I should say, His Holiness Samdech Priya Mahasangharaja Bur Kri from Cambodia, His Excellency Mr. Kouadia Bene Badela from Morocco, Sheikh Aliyah Syukur Pasahazada Azerbaijan, Sheikh Abdullah bin Al Mahfud bin Bayah from UEA, Sheikh Al Mahfud bin Bayah from UEA, Dr. Hamdan Al-Mashkuri from UEA, Dr. Ibrahim Mahmoud Negm from Egypt, Dr. Shauki Ibrahim Alam from Egypt, and Archbishop Henry Ndukuba from Nigeria. Please have a formation on the stage to have photo session, photo groups on the stage. Honorable Apostolic Papal Nuncio from Rome. Yeah, please join on the stage with all delegates to have photo session.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, so this is the second group photo, and
Yeah.
can we also have a big round of applause for the G20 Religion Forum is officially open. We are kindly request all of the honorable guests on stage to hold your hand together, and please raise your hand together on behalf of the G20 Religion Forum, and rise your hand together. Another big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Religion Forum, revealing and nurturing religion as a source of global solutions in Grand Hyatt Bali 2022. Thank you so much to our honorable guests, excellencies, and also head of delegates from R20. You may return to your seats. Thank you so much. Can we have another big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to conduct the whole series of inauguration events for this opening or inauguration of Religion 20, with the theme of international movement for shared moral and spiritual values, and the theme of revealing and nurturing religion as a source of global solutions, which was just recently inaugurated. Moreover, we still have the series of events and also the next session of events. We hope that all of our invitees will be taking part for the special session, will be guided by Munyati Sulam. We will commence the session at 11 a.m. So we are hoping to see you again at 11 a.m. in the same ballroom. Once again, thank you so much. My name is Ferdi Hassan.
And Munyati Sulam.
Congratulations for the opening inauguration of R20. Hope to have a really good session for the next 2 days. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Wabil taufiq wal hidayah. Selamat siang dan sampai jumpa.
Ya, wallahu muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Kindly extend our gratitude for your presence and attention.
Terima kasih, Mas.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite you all to have a coffee break taking place at Karangasem Ballroom, just next to this ballroom, and we will commence our first session of plenary discussion at 11 a.m. this morning. Once again, we would like to inform you that we would have a coffee break taking place at Karangasem Ballroom, just next to this ballroom. And we would like to remind you to return to this ballroom at 11 a.m. to commence the first session of our discussion. Thank you. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, kami mohon Bapak Ibu untuk menuju ke Karangasem Ballroom yang berada di sebelah ruangan ini untuk bersama-sama menikmati sajian coffee break di sesi pertama ini, dan kami harapkan hadirin sekalian untuk kembali ke dalam ruangan melanjutkan acara dengan memulai sesi pertama plenary discussion, plenary session pada pukul 11 waktu Indonesia Barat. Untuk itu kami mohon sekali lagi Bapak Ibu untuk segera menuju ke Karangasem Ballroom. Terima kasih. Tolong ditambahin bassnya dong, Mas. May I have your attention, please? Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We would like to invite you to proceed to Karangasem Ballroom to have coffee break for approximately 15 minutes, and would like to invite you to return to this area, to this ballroom, to continue our program with plenary session at 11 a.m. this morning. Thank you. Bapak Ibu, mengingat waktunya sangat singkat, kami mohon dapat menikmati coffee break bertempat di Karangasem Ballroom, di sebelah dari ruangan ballroom ini, untuk bersama-sama menikmati coffee break selama kurang lebih 10 menit. Setelah itu Bapak Ibu kami harap untuk kembali ke ruangan ini melanjutkan acara dengan mengikuti plenary session yang akan dimulai pada pukul 11 waktu Indonesia bagian tengah. Terima kasih. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, mohon perhatian. Waktu kita sangat singkat, untuk itu Bapak Ibu mohon memberikan kesempatan kepada our distinguished guests, tamu-tamu terhormat kita untuk beristirahat sejenak menikmati sajian minuman hangat dan hidangan ringan yang tersaji dalam kesempatan coffee break bertempat di Karangasem Ballroom. Dan kami harap Bapak Ibu kembali lagi ke ruangan ini pukul 11 pagi ini untuk melanjutkan acara dengan plenary session yang akan diselenggarakan di ballroom ini juga dan menampilkan beberapa pembicara yaitu Bapak Kiai Haji Yahya Khalil Stakuf, General Chairman Nahdlatul Ulama Center Board, dan juga His Holiness Swami Sri Govind Dev Giri Maharaj, serta His Excellency Sheikh Dr. Sauki Ibrahim Abdul Karim Alam, Grand Mufti of Egypt, dan juga Retired Reverend Yoshinobu Miyake, Chair of the Board, International Shinto Studies Association. Dan juga akan menampilkan His Excellency Sheikh Abdullah bin Al-Mahfud bin Bayah, Chairman of the Emirates Council for Fatwa. Sebagai pemateri berikutnya adalah Archbishop Henry Ndukuba, Primate of the Anglican Church of Nigeria.
listrik.
May I have your attention, please? Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may we invite you to return to this ballroom. We would like to start our plenary session shortly. Therefore, we would like to remind you to return to this ballroom. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite you to proceed to this ballroom to continue our program with the first session, the plenary session that will be started by Honorable Kiai Haji Yahya Khalil Stakuf, General Chairman Nahdlatul Ulama Center Board, to have remarks, welcoming remarks. Gentlemen, may we have your attention, please? We would like to invite you all to return to this ballroom to proceed our program with the welcome remarks that will be delivered by Honorable Kiai Haji Yahya Khalil Stakuf, General Chairman of Nahdlatul Ulama Central Board. Once again, we would like to request all delegates, all participants, and distinguished guests to proceed to this ballroom. We should begin our plenary session shortly, so please take seats to continue our program. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, baik Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati yang masih berada di foyer atau di luar arena dari ballroom ini, mohon segera masuk kembali ke dalam ballroom Grand Hyatt Hotel Nusa Dua Bali, Indonesia, untuk memulai kembali acara, melanjutkan dengan plenary session yang akan diawali dengan sambutan selamat datang yang akan disampaikan oleh Bapak Kiai Haji Yahya Khalil Stakuf. Beliau adalah Ketua Umum Pengurus Besar Nahdlatul Ulama. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, We would kindly extend our warmest welcome. Welcome back to the G20 Religion Forum, revealing and nurturing religion as a source of global solution. And would like to invite Bapak Kiai Haji Yahya Khalil Stakuf, General Chairman Nahdlatul Ulama Center Board, to deliver his welcoming remarks. Baik Bapak Ibu, kami persilahkan untuk menempati tempat duduk yang disediakan, yang telah disediakan. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. Please be seated. Since our program will be commenced shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, we would kindly invite you to proceed to this ballroom and please be seated. Take your seats because our program will be started shortly. And we would also inform you that the organizing committee have provided the interpreting system with Channel 1 for Bahasa Indonesia, Channel 5 for English, and Channel 10 for Arabic. Ladies and gentlemen, the interpreting system will be Channel 1 for Indonesia, Bahasa Indonesia, Channel 5 for English, and Channel 10 for Arabic. Thank you. We have changed the channel for Bahasa Indonesia from Channel 2 to Channel 1. Please be noted. Baik Bapak Ibu, kami telah merubah channel untuk interpreting system untuk Bahasa Indonesia dari channel nomor 2 menjadi channel nomor 1. Mohon menjadi perhatian bersama. Terima kasih. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have queries or a question to be about the interpreting system devices or any other cases, please do not hesitate to contact the organizing committee. We are pleased to help you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Since our program will be commenced shortly, thank you for your attention. Please be seated. Thank you. Silakan duduk Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back and please take a seat. Please be seated for all of you. Thank you for joining us for this plenary session. It is our pleasure to welcome you back, and our program will be started by a welcoming remarks delivered by Bapak Kiai Haji Yahya Khalil Stakuf, General Chairman of Nahdlatul Ulama Center Board. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Thank you. Silakan kepada Bapak Yahya Khalil Stakuf untuk menyampaikan welcoming remarks.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah wa salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah Sayyidina Maulana Muhammadin ibn Abdullah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa mawalah. Para hadirin, para pembicara dan para partisipan yang saya hormati, saya akan menyampaikan pidato dalam bahasa Indonesia. Setelah berabad-abad sejarah peradaban umat manusia, setelah sekian lama sejarah yang diwarnai dengan kesulitan-kesulitan, keadaan-keadaan yang sulit di dalam hubungan antar umat beragama. Hari ini kita masih mewarisi realitas, kenyataan bahwa berbagai macam kelompok dari latar belakang agama dan keyakinan yang berbeda-beda masih terlibat dalam pertentangan, antagonisme, konflik yang didasarkan pada motivasi keagamaan. Sampai hari ini kita masih melihat kenyataan-kenyataan yang memprihatinkan di berbagai belahan dunia, di Afrika Barat, di Asia Selatan, di Asia Tenggara, di Eropa bahkan, dan Amerika dan seluruh belahan dunia. Kita seolah-olah mewarisi suatu keadaan saling kunci, gridlocks, karena pengalaman-pengalaman yang bermasalah di masa lalu di dalam hubungan antar komunitas beragama. Pengalaman yang sulit terkait dengan pertentangan, antagonisme dan konflik itu berlangsung begitu lamanya, sehingga seolah-olah mengendap menjadi kemapanan dari pola hubungan di antara umat beragama dalam waktu yang begitu panjang. Dan di dalam kemapanan itu, konflik, antagonisme, bahkan kemudian merembes ke dalam persepsi umat beragama tentang ajaran agamanya masing-masing. Kita tidak perlu mengingkari bahwa bagi sementara kelompok umat beragama, wawasan keagamaan berdasarkan pemahaman tentang ajaran agama masing-masing masih juga mengandung elemen-elemen, mengandung unsur-unsur yang dapat dijadikan pembenaran bagi konflik, pembenaran bagi pertentangan berhadapan dengan kelompok yang dianggap berbeda. Kita semua, para pemimpin dari umat beragama di seluruh dunia, perlu mengambil tanggung jawab untuk mencari jalan keluar dari keadaan ini. Kita perlu melakukan upaya-upaya untuk mengurai keadaan saling kunci, mengurai gridlock ini. Karena gridlock inilah yang terus-menerus menjadi api dalam sekam. Sehingga dimanapun dan kapanpun muncul suatu dorongan untuk munculnya pertentangan di antara kelompok agama yang berbeda. Unsur-unsur di dalam wawasan keagamaan masih dengan mudah bisa dipergunakan untuk mendorong hubungan yang semakin memburuk di antara kelompok agama yang berbeda-beda. Maka kita perlu bersama-sama berupaya agar potensi konflik yang dirujukkan kepada pemahaman dan wawasan keagamaan ini segera berakhir. Kita perlu membangun upaya bersama dengan pertama-tama mengidentifikasi dan menyepakati nilai-nilai apa saja yang kita semua sudah saling berbagi. Kita semua sama-sama memegangi sebagai nilai bersama di antara agama-agama yang berbeda. Ini akan menjadi rujukan dasar bagi kita semua untuk berjuang bersama. Menjadi alasan bagi kita semua untuk bekerja sama. Karena kita memiliki nilai-nilai bersama yang kita sepakati bersama. Tapi kita tahu dan tidak perlu mengingkari bahwa masih ada, karena kita memang berangkat dari sistem nilai yang berbeda-beda. Masih ada unsur-unsur di dalam sistem nilai masing-masing agama yang mungkin bisa digunakan sebagai pembenar untuk hubungan yang antagonis di antara umat yang berbeda agama. Maka kita perlu berpikir tentang nilai-nilai apa saja yang perlu kita pegangi bersama, yang kita butuh berbagi di antara kita, supaya kita bisa meneruskan hidup saling berdampingan secara damai, tanpa terus-menerus dibayang-bayangi oleh potensi konflik hanya karena ada rujukan-rujukan di dalam unsur-unsur wawasan keagamaan kita yang bisa digunakan untuk mendorong antagonisme dan konflik. Maka bila mana perlu, masing-masing komunitas beragama perlu mengupayakan suatu peninjauan ulang terhadap wawasan keagamaan di lingkungan agama masing-masing. Dan apabila di dalam wawasan keagamaan itu masih terdapat unsur-unsur yang bisa menghalangi koeksistensi damai di antara kelompok agama yang berbeda, kita harus memiliki keberanian untuk memikirkan interpretasi baru terhadap wawasan keagamaan ini agar hidup berdampingan secara damai lebih memungkinkan bagi kita semua. Gereja Katolik sudah pernah melakukan itu. Di dalam Vatikan kedua dihasilkan keputusan-keputusan keagamaan yang mendorong umat Katolik untuk bisa lebih menghargai kelompok dari agama yang berbeda dan lebih mampu untuk menerima kehidupan bersama tanpa pertentangan. Kita juga mengetahui bahwa belum lama ini pada tahun 2016 satu komunitas Yahudi, yaitu Yahudi Masorti, telah menyelenggarakan satu forum di antara para rabi dan menghasilkan satu dokumen yang sangat inspiratif bagi kita semua dalam hal menjamin hubungan yang lebih baik dan lebih harmonis di antara umat beragama, yaitu keputusan yang kemudian disebut sebagai dokumen Tetsufa, yang dengan jujur dan berani melihat ke dalam wawasan keagamaan Judaisme atau Yahudi untuk mendorong agar faham Judaisme ini dikembangkan dengan wawasan yang lebih menerima penghargaan atas kesetaraan umat manusia dan harmoni di antara kelompok-kelompok yang berbeda. Demikian juga Nahdlatul Ulama. Pada tahun 2019 yang lalu, kami menyelenggarakan satu konferensi nasional ulama-ulama Nahdlatul Ulama di Jawa Barat, Indonesia. Dan sebagai hasil dari konferensi nasional ulama tersebut, disepakati suatu wawasan yang merupakan rekontekstualisasi dari pemahaman tentang ajaran-ajaran Islam dengan menyatakan bahwa kategori non-muslim, kategori kafir, kategori infidel tidak lagi relevan dalam konteks negara bangsa modern. Karena setiap warga negara harus setara di depan hukum. Perbedaan latar belakang apapun, termasuk perbedaan latar belakang agama, tidak boleh dijadikan alasan untuk diskriminasi dalam bentuk apapun juga. Ini semua adalah upaya-upaya yang sudah dilakukan di antara berbagai komunitas agama yang berbeda-beda. Kita ingin membawa semangat ini untuk menjadi semangat yang lebih luas secara universal, mengajak seluruh komunitas beragama secara global untuk ikut di dalam semangat ini membangun gerakan bersama untuk mengakhiri potensi antagonisme dan konflik di antara komunitas-komunitas beragama. Apabila kita berhasil mencapai ini, maka agama-agama akan meraih posisi moral yang kuat untuk menyeru kepada seluruh dunia, menyeru kepada kemanusiaan untuk menerima rujukan-rujukan nilai-nilai spiritual, nilai-nilai moral, nilai-nilai mulia dari agama-agama agar dimasukkan, agar dirembeskan, agar adopsi di dalam dinamika pergulatan bangsa-bangsa, dinamika global, baik dalam struktur ekonomi global maupun dalam struktur politik global. Agar kita semua, seluruh kemanusiaan, kemudian bergerak bersama-sama menuju masa depan yang mulia bagi semua orang. Apakah ini mungkin? Bapak Ibu sekalian yang saya hormati, lebih 77 tahun yang lalu di Jakarta, tokoh-tokoh pemimpin-pemimpin dari berbagai kelompok dengan spektrum perbedaan yang sangat luas. Pemimpin-pemimpin dari berbagai kelompok, mulai dari pemimpin dari kelompok Islamis sampai pemimpin-pemimpin komunis. Pemimpin-pemimpin dari kelompok yang mengikuti liberalisme barat sampai yang menuntut kepada rujukan kepada tradisionalisme Indonesia. Semua pemimpin-pemimpin dari semua agama besar yang ada di dunia berkumpul dan harus berembuk di antara mereka untuk mencapai satu kesepakatan yang bisa menjadi dasar bagi semua orang yang berbeda-beda di Indonesia ini untuk hidup bersama sebagai satu bangsa. Dan para pemimpin itu berhasil mengunduh nilai-nilai yang paling mulia dari setiap latar belakang agama, kepercayaan, dan keyakinan mereka, termasuk latar belakang ideologi mereka. Nilai-nilai yang paling mulia untuk bisa diterima bersama. Sehingga lahirlah Pancasila. Sehingga lahirlah Undang-Undang Dasar 1945 dengan pembukaannya yang mencita-citakan peradaban yang lebih mulia bagi masa depan seluruh umat manusia. Ini adalah contoh bahwa sebesar apapun perbedaan di antara kita, kesepakatan bersama selalu mungkin. Marilah dengan semangat yang kita lihat dan kita rasakan, sudah merupakan semangat bersama di antara kita semua ini. Kita lanjutkan dengan diskusi yang jujur, diskusi yang terus terang. Tidak perlu ada yang kita khawatirkan, karena kita ada di sini untuk menerima dan memaklumi perbedaan. Kita tidak akan saling menyalahkan, tidak perlu saling merendahkan. Kita tahu sejak awal bahwa kita datang dalam keadaan berbeda-beda. Mari kita akui perbedaan-perbedaan kita. Mari kita akui masalah-masalah yang selama ini telah menimpa kita bersama, agar kita mampu melihat jalan keluar yang tepat, jalan keluar yang valid, yang dapat menolong kita semua, dan insya Allah akan menolong seluruh umat manusia. Bapak Ibu sekalian yang saya hormati, sekali lagi selamat datang, selamat berdiskusi. Kita adalah umat yang beriman, kita percaya kepada Tuhan, kita percaya kepada rahmat dan berkat dari Tuhan. Semoga Tuhan senantiasa membimbing kita, melindungi kita, dan mengarahkan kita kepada upaya-upaya yang bermanfaat untuk umat manusia. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Kiai Haji Yahya Khalil Stakuf, for your welcoming remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to our next presentation, we would have video greetings from His Excellency Prabowo Subianto, Ministry of Defense of the Republic of Indonesia.
I would like to congratulate the organizers and the sponsors of the R20 activities, which is part of the G20 events in Bali and in Indonesia, November 2022. With harmony, with understanding, and with interfaith cooperation, we could achieve great strides in maintaining global peace and global harmony, which is essential for prosperity and the well-being of mankind. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we would have a speech by His Holiness Pope Francis, Supreme Pontiff of the Roman Catholic Church, Vatican, will be represented by Apostolic Nuncio, Archbishop Piero Piopo, for a 15-minute speech. Please welcome Apostolic Nuncio, Archbishop Piero Piopo.
Your Excellencies, distinguished authorities, para saudara dan saudari, dear friends, I have the honor to read the message that His Holiness, our beloved Pope Francis, wrote personally to this R20 Religious Forum. To the participants in the G20 Religious Forum, R20, Bali, Indonesia. Dear brothers and sisters, I offer my cordial greetings to all taking part in the G20 Religious Forum, and I express my gratitude to those who have organized this event. Your meeting in Bali, which precedes the G20 summit, provides a fitting opportunity to reflect together as religious leaders and representatives on certain pressing issues and needs of our time. Prominent among these is the question of the role religions can play in finding solutions to the crises that nowadays affect not only individuals, but also entire peoples, countries, and the international community. For amid a globalized society, the great religious and wisdom tradition are called to testify to the existence of a shared spiritual and moral patrimony based on two principles, transcendence and fraternity. To speak of transcendence reminds us that the highest human aspiration cannot be excluded from the public life and relegated merely to the private sphere. Men and women everywhere, though belonging to different cultures, languages, religious tradition, ask the same and fundamental questions. Who am I? Where did I come? Why is there injustice, evil, death in the world? What is there after this life? Faced with these questions, the world's religions call us to look beyond the illusion of our own self-sufficiency and raise our vision to what is above, to God who created us to be one human family and also offers life and hope to all. Sadly,
The world is increasingly marked by the neglect of God and by abuses committed in His name. We must affirm that extremism, radicalism, terrorism, and other incentives to hatred, hostility, violence, and war, whatever their motivation or goals, have nothing to do with the authentic spirit of religion and must be rejected in the most decisive terms possible. Instead, it is our responsibility as individual believers and all leaders of our respective communities to foster the path of mutual dialogue, love, reconciliation that lead to peace in conformity with the plan of the Almighty. In this regard, religion, far from being a cause of the various crises we face today, is instead part of their solution. Let us then strive away to bear witness in daily life and concrete actions to the greatness of faith in God that unites divided hearts and elevated the human soul. At the same time, however, we cannot profess genuine fidelity to God if we do not also show love to our neighbor, in particular for the poor and the most vulnerable. Strengthening the bonds of fraternity, it is an essential contribution of religion to a healthy social fabric. In this regard, I encourage your effort to promote the integral human development of every man and woman, defend their fundamental rights and dignity, especially the sacred and inviolable character of human life at all its stages, and contribute to the harmonious coexistence of all in the society. Likewise, all of us, apart from the particular religion we profess, have a moral obligation to care for the earth, which is our common home, preserving for both present and future generations the beauty of the divine gift of creation. In carrying out these responsibilities, religious believers and leaders will greatly contribute to the building of a more fraternal, just, and peaceful world. These two specific contributions that religion makes highlight all the more the indispensable role of interreligious dialogue in healing a wounded humanity, shaping an ethic of concern for the earth, and sowing seed of hope for a better future. I trust, therefore, that your deliberations during the religious forum will, in a spirit of mutual dialogue, benefit the common good by recalling to men and women everywhere God's providential care for all that He has made, and the need to enhance the bonds of fraternal solidarity. In this way, your work can contribute to resolving the various crises that confront the human family, and thus truly serve the good of our brothers and sisters. With these sentiments, I express once again my heartfelt gratitude and accompany you with my prayers. Upon each of you and your loved ones, I invoke the abundant blessing of the Most High. Given in Rome from St. John Lateran, the 2nd of November, 2022, signed Francis, Pope.
Thank you very much indeed for our Apostolic Nuncio, Archbishop Piero Piubo, represent His Holiness Pope Francis. And now we would like to proceed to our next speaker. We would like to invite His Holiness Swami Sri Govinda Devgiri Maharaj, Treasurer, Sri Ram Janmabhoomi Trust from India. Please welcome.
Namaste to all. All honorable, respected messengers of the immortal faith. I'm excited that we are meeting at a very proper moment of the age when the world is expecting much from all the religious leaders. I'm coming from Bharat, that is India, and our rishis have told that God sent His messengers to every country, to every part of the world. And the messengers of one God, they have taught the same values, very noble, and they have given light in those dark days to helping hand for the humanity for better future. For last some time, we see that religion, which had been really expected to give solutions for human problems, some problems have been created in name of religions, not by religion, but in name of religions. And if we are to give the proper answer, the replies for these questions, the events like R20 are expected more and more in future. I congratulate the people who have arranged this, and really they have paved a very good way for better future of whole humanity. Really speaking, all religions have got essential similarities, and therefore it's expected that the core of all religious faiths should be equal. There may be some differences which have got some cultural, some geographical reasons, but yet religions are meant for the brotherhood of man. If brotherhood of man is to be stemmed, it can be only dreamt of by believing in the fatherhood of one God, one God. Since there is one God, we are naturally brothers and sisters, though the geographical changes, some cultural, some historical problems might have shadowed the real message, yet the message is true. And the message of religion is the message of brotherhood, fraternity, and mutual love. Really speaking, religious people, the religions, they are not expected to have enmity, any kind of enmity between us, amongst us. If we are all facing one problem, all together, all faiths together are facing the problem of materialism today. The scientific development and the technological growth has led our young people to life of materialism, the carnal pleasures, and that have made them self-centered. And because of that, many noble thoughts are being disappeared from the minds of the coming generations. All of us are should have the mission to implant the ethical values which all religions have got, the conscience, the way of self-restraint. This we must give to next generation. That is the mission of us all together. We also have got one task, that the scientific development has polluted the whole environment. We must come together and give shoulder to the mission for the protection of Mother Earth, because today the water, the earth, the air, all the elements are polluted. And it is the religious people, religious leaders, whose voice can be heard by the whole humanity in different areas, in different languages. And therefore, it is we people, not only the religious leaders, who can save Mother Earth from all this pollution. We must take it as our mission. And for that, we must have mutual dialogues. I am coming from the land of Vedas and Bhagavan Adi Shankaracharya. They talk of not only one family, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, you must have heard. The world is one family. It is from Vedas, it is from Yoga Vasishtha, it is from all of our saints. But they don't only say that the world is one family, they proclaim that the whole universe is one entity. We are inwardly one and one alone. And therefore, there is nothing like they and we. There is only us. And therefore, anything wrong done to anybody, by anybody, ultimately, it is done wrong to the doer only. And therefore, we must have this consciousness. If this consciousness comes, there shall be no disharmony at all. For the peace, for the harmony, and for the brotherhood of humanity, we must imbibe each other's thoughts also. All the scriptures have given noble thoughts, but we have closed our eyes, closed our ears to study each other's. In Vedas, they say, let all noble thoughts come to me from every corner of the world. Ano bhadraha katabo yantu vishwataha. Yantu vishwataha. Let all noble thoughts from all messengers in all faiths, let them come to me. Let me imbibe them. Let me practice them. Nobility coming from anybody, the thought of brotherhood coming from anybody, it must be welcome. And we are welcoming it. Brothers, really speaking, I think the meets like R20, what for they are, I think this meet should prove for the betterment of humanity, it should prove that R20 meet is a melting pot of all religious faiths. A melting pot. All religious faiths must come together, and with different languages, we should give the same message. The languages may be different, the words may be different, but the message must be one. And the message should be, as we say in Sanskrit, Sarve bhavantu sukhinah, Sarve santu niramayaha, Sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschid dukkha bhag bhave. Sarve bhadrani pashyantu. Let all see good only in his future. Let all be happy. Let all be healthy. And let all be totally devotional to the Almighty. The Vedic thought believes in the equilibrium, in the balance of the person, the society, the nature, and the ultimate God. This balance is called yoga. And today, when we come together, it is also called yoga. We are here to balance the religious thought of the world. We are here to balance the whole emotional world with our own cooperation. And for that, we should shake hands together. We should come together. Not only in the meets like R20, but also in our personal and social life, wherever we are. If we come together in our own places, if we come together and discuss all these things in our own places, these meets shall be fruitful, and they will create a new world which must be as our Saint Naneshwar Maharaj desired and prayed for the Lord. He said, "Oh Lord, give me a world in which everybody is basked in the total enlightenment and mutual love, the world of love, the world of enlightenment, and the world of total fraternity, the world of oneness." This we can create. It is not only our prayer, it is not only our expectation, it is a mission for us all, and let us take it upon our shoulders and be prepared for that. Thank you. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Thank you very much for His Holiness Swami Sri Govinda Devgiri Maharaj, Treasurer, Sri Ram Jamabhoomi Trust from India. Our next speaker will be His Excellency Sheikh Dr. Saukli Ibrahim Abdel Karim Alam, Grand Mufti of Egypt. We would like to invite Dr. Shauki Ibrahim to present his speech.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا ومولانا رسول الله وعلى رسل الله أجمعين. أما بعد، أيها السيدات والسادة، اسمحوا لي في بداية هذه الكلمة أن أتوجه بخالص شكري وتقديري إلى دولة إندونيسيا رئيساً وحكومة وشعباً على دعوتهم الكريمة لحضور هذا اللقاء، وأخص بالشكر أصحاب المعالي الشيخ مفتاح الأخيار والشيخ يحيى خليل، رؤساء كبار نهضة علماء إندونيسيا. نشكرهم على جهودهم المشكورة المأجورة في الإعداد والترتيب لهذا المحفل الكبير. وأخص بالشكر كذلك أخي معالي الشيخ عبد الكريم محمد بن عبد الكريم العيسى، الأمين العام لرابطة العالم الإسلامي، لنجتمع معا على كلمة سواء وأجندة مشتركة لما فيه صالح البلاد والعباد. كما أثمن كذلك رؤية مجموعة R20 لتعزيز السلام العالمي وتطوير الحوار بين الحضارات. وقد أضحى هذا المنتدى بفضل هذه الجهود نموذجاً بارزاً لرفع مستوى التعاون بين أتباع الأديان لصالح الإنسانية جميعاً. أيها الإخوة الكرام، إن المسؤولية الأخلاقية والدينية الملقاة على عاتق القادة الدينيين في العالم كله تجاه قضية دعم قيم التعايش المشتركة بين الأديان هي مسؤولية كبيرة، وهي ثقيلة في الوقت نفسه، لأن القادة الدينيين على اختلاف أديانهم هم محل احترام وتقدير من جميع الناس بلا استثناء، وذلك نظراً لما تخلقوا به من سمو الهدف ورفعة الرسالة، وتنزهوا كذلك عن الأطماع السياسية والدنيوية، ولما أقامهم الله سبحانه وتعالى فيه من مقام رفيع لنشر القيم والأخلاق السامية بين الناس جميعاً. لذلك كان لزاماً عليهم أن يقودوا مسيرة إصلاح الخطاب الديني والابتعاد به عن دائرة العداء والصدام التي تبنتها بعض العقول المتطرفة التي نزعت إلى نشر القيم الشاذة المتشددة التي تتنزه عنها جميع الأديان. ومن أجل تحقيق هذه الغاية الكريمة السامية لا بد من التعاون بين هؤلاء القادة في العالم كله من أجل توحيد الرؤية وتحديد الوسائل المناسبة، وكذلك عمل برامج مدروسة ومنظمة من أجل جمع قلوب الجماهير الغفيرة على نبذ التعصب ونبذ العنصرية، وكذلك البعد عن التمييز على أساس الدين. وقبل ذلك كله وبعده لا بد من ترسيخ ثقافة قبول الآخر واحترام رأيه واعتقاده، وأيضاً لا بد من التعاون على المستوى العلمي والأكاديمي من أجل عمل مشروع علمي وكذلك أبحاث علمية رصينة تعمل على برولة هذه القيم في صورة علمية صادقة وجادة تدعم بالمنهج العلمي قيم التعايش المشترك التي دعت إليها جميع الأديان. أيها الإخوة الحضور، إن ثبات القيم الأخلاقية كفيل بحفظ الأمن والأمان في المجتمع مهما اختلفت العقائد ومهما اختلفت الأديان. وأي عبث بالمنظومة الأخلاقية التي تعارف الناس عليها سوف يؤدي إلى عواقب كارثية وخيمة. ومن هنا فنحن حقاً في حاجة لتفعيل تلك القيم وتحويلها إلى واقع ملموس في عصرنا الحاضر، بعدما تفاقمت مخاطر قوى شريرة تزكي نيران الكراهية والتعصب والشقاق والطائفية والتطرف والإرهاب وتعتدي على الكرامة الإنسانية. ومن هنا فإننا أحوج ما نكون إلى جهد كبير لترسيخ القيم والأخلاق وقواعد الذوق العام في المجتمعات من خلال المؤسسات الدينية والإعلامية والتعليمية والفنية بواسطة إجراء مبادرات تفعل هذه القيم الراقية حتى نئد الكراهية ونحيي المحبة والسلام. إننا في حاجة لأن يتعاون إعلامنا المعاصر على الحب والإخاء، وألا يتعاون على نشر الكراهية وإذكاء نار الفرقة. نحن في حاجة إلى أن يدرب تعليمنا المعاصر الطلاب صغارا وكبارا على أن يتكافلوا ويتكاملوا في اتفاقهم واختلافهم أيضا. في حاجة إلى أن يكون منطق ومنطلق دعاة حقوق الإنسان في العالم دعوتهم إلى العناية بالإنسان ومساندته بصرف النظر عن اعتبارات الجنس واللون والدين. نحن في حاجة إلى النظر بعين الاعتبار إلى المشترك الإنساني من ناحية، وإلى احترام الخصوصيات والتنوعات من ناحية أخرى. نحن في حاجة إلى أن تنشر مؤسساتنا السلام والمحبة والحوار قولا وفعلا بينها. وفي هذا الإطار قد أخذ علماء الدين الإسلامي على عاتقهم نشر الصورة الصحيحة عن الإسلام، والتي نأمل أن تعطي العالم فهما أفضل عن مبادئ هذا الدين وقيمه الأخلاقية السامية. وإن هذه المشاركة لتأتي في هذا السياق. واسمحوا لي أيها الإخوة الكرام، اسمحوا لي أن أقول إن دار الإفتاء المصرية في الفترات السابقة قد سعت بخطى حسيسة لجمع الشمل وتوطيد الأخوة ونبذ الكراهية في مجال الإفتاء. فأنشأنا الأمانة العامة لدور وهيئات الإفتاء في العالم لنتحاور ونتعاون على البر والتقوى، ونجمع شمل المفتين على المحبة والسلام ونبذ الكراهية محليا وعالميا. وقد حرصت دار الإفتاء أيضا والأمانة العامة لهيئات ودور الإفتاء في العالم على ترجمة هذه القيم في فعالياتها وفتاويها وبياناتها ومبادراتها ومؤتمراتها العالمية المختلفة. وأنشأت الدار مراصدها المختلفة وأطلقت مبادراتها لخدمة هذا المقصد النبيل. فأنشأنا على سبيل المثال مرصداً لفتاوى الكراهية التي يحاول المتطرفون بثها في العالم وينسبونها زوراً وبهتاناً لدين الإسلام. وقد أطلق هذا المرصد أطلقناه باسم مرصد الفتاوى التكفيرية والشاذة، وذلك بالموازاة مع مرصد آخر يرصد ممارسات الكراهية في ثوبها الآخر، في ثوب الكراهية للدين الإسلامي والخوف منه. وأطلقنا عليه مرصد الإسلاموفوبيا، وهو يعنى بما يسمى بالكراهية ضد الإسلام والمسلمين في العالم. كما أطلقنا المؤشر العالمي للفتوى لقياس ثمار الوسطية والكراهية في مجال الإفتاء. ولقد أتى كل من المرصدين والمؤشر أكله طيبا خلال فترة العمل السابقة. وتوجت هذه الجهود بإنشاء مركز سلام لدراسات التطرف الذي يسعى أن يكون مظلة جامعة لكل مراكز الأبحاث المعنية بمكافحة التطرف وقاية وعلاجا. لا شك أننا في هذه المبادرات وبالإضافة إلى النيات الطيبة من هنا وهناك نحن نحتاج إلى مناهج تعليم إلى مناهج تعليم مساندة ومنابر إعلام معينة، وأن تتبنى كل ذلك، أن تتبنى العمل بنتاج هذه المبادرات، بل يتبناها المجتمع بكل مؤسساته الحكومية والمدنية لكي تثمر الثمرة المرجوة. السادة الكرام، إنه مما يطيب لي في نهاية كلمتي أن أشكركم جميعا على هذه الدعوة الطيبة، ولا يسعني في هذا المكان إلا أن أرجو الله سبحانه وتعالى وأتوجه ضارعا إليه أن يعيننا على أن ننشر ثقافة التعايش والأمن والسلام بين أبناء الإنسانية جميعا، وأن يقوي الله سبحانه وتعالى عزمنا في اقتلاع جذور التعصب والتشدد والعنف من عقول أبنائنا جميعا من كل دين وطائفة، فالإنسانية بحاجة إلى العيش في أمن وسلام وتعاون لكي يعم الخير على الجميع، والله سبحانه وتعالى الموفق وهو الهادي إلى سواء السبيل. وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين، وشكرا لكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for His Excellency Sheikh Dr. Shauki Ibrahim Abdel Karim Alam, Grand Mufti of Egypt. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we will have a video speech presented by His Excellency Sheikh Abdullah bin Al-Mahfud bin Bayyah, Chairman of the Emirates Council for Fatwa from Mauritania, United Arab Emirates.
Excuse me, the program was not updated. Sheikh bin Bayyah was unable to make it to join us, and so we will be followed by Reverend Miyake from Japan.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد النبي الخاتم وعلى إخوانه من الأنبياء والمرسلين، صاحب المعالي والفضيلة الشيخ الدكتور محمد بن عبد الكريم العيسى، الأمين العام لرابطة العالم الإسلامي، رئيس هيئة العلماء المسلمين المملكة العربية السعودية، فضيلة الشيخ الدكتور يحيى خليل استاقوف، الرئيس المؤسس لملتقى الأديان قمة العشرين، رئيس جمعية نهضة العلماء شؤونية أندونيسيا، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، أصحاب السماحة والفضيلة، أصحاب الغبطة والنجابة، والمشاركون كل باسمه وجميل واسمه، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يطيب لي أن أتوجه إلى منظمي هذا الملتقى الجليل بجزيل الشكر على الدعوة لهذا اللقاء الهام، مع الاعتذار لعدم التمكن من الحضور معكم مباشرة لظروف صحية، لكن ما لا يدرك كله لا يترك كله. اسمحوا لي بين يدي هذه الجلسة أن أقدم بعض الأفكار السريعة التي أرجو أن تكون إسهاما بالتفكير في هذا الموضوع الملح المؤتمر ومنطلق الحوار حوله. كما لا يفوتني في مطلع هذه الكلمة أن أنوه بالجهود الجليلة التي تقوم بها وعليها رابطة العالم الإسلامي بقيادة معالي صاحب الفضيلة الشيخ الدكتور محمد بن عبد الكريم العيسى في نشر قيم التسامح والتعايش في أرجاء العالم وانطلاقا من مبادئ وثيقة مكة المكرمة التاريخية. وأيضا أثني كذلك على جهود جمعية نهضة العلماء برئاسة فضيلة الشيخ يحيى خليل استاقوف هذه الجمعية الرائدة بتعزيز السلم الأهلي وقيم الاعتدال والمحبة داخل أندونيسيا وخارجها. أيها الإخوة والأخوات، يأتي هذا المؤتمر في وضع دوري مضطرب يزيد مستوى التحديات التي تواجه البشرية، من تحديات الأزمة الصحية التي لا تزال تلقي بظلالها على أجزاء من العالم، إلى تحديات الاقتصاد والتضخم الذي تشهده الأسواق العالمية، إلى تحدي الأمن وخطر الحروب والتوترات الحاصلة في مناطق من العالم. لقد أكدت الأزمات الراهنة والتوترات الحاصلة أن السلم كل لا يتجزأ، وأن أي إخلال به في منطقة من العالم تنعكس آثاره على البشرية في كل مكان. الحروب في هذا الزمان لا تقف آثارها عند الحدود الجغرافية لميدان المعركة، بل تتعداها إلى باقي أقطاع العالم، كما بيّنت الحرب الدائرة الحالية في أجزاء من العالم أن شياطين الحروب ما تزال كامنة في النفوس، ولذا فإن مسؤولية القيادات الدينية كما رجال السياسة معالجة هذه الأفكار في النفوس والأذهان قبل أن تخرج إلى العيان. إن الوعي بهذه الضرورة هو الذي يوجه هذا المؤتمر، حيث نستشعر جميعا الحاجة إلى أن تتكامل أدوارنا انطلاقا من مواقعنا ودوائر تأثيرنا، لنسهم في استعادة الضمير الأخلاقي الإنساني الذي يعيد الفاعلية لقيم الرحمة والغوث ومعاني التعاون والإحسان. لا شك أن درجة التشابك بين مصائر الشعوب وأوضاعها في سياق العولمة المعاصرة فرضت الشعور الواعي بحقيقة الانتماء للبشرية كعائلة كبرى وللأرض كوطن أشمل، وهو ما يسميه البعض مواطنة كونية مطلوب التحقق بها من خلال تجسيد روح ركاب السفينة التي ضرب بها النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم مثل في الحديث الصحيح: روح ركاب السفينة الذين يؤمنون بالمسؤولية المشتركة وبالحرية المسؤولة المرشدة وبواجب التضامن والتعاون. بروح ركاب السفينة نشيد عالما تتضافر فيه ثمرات العقول لفائدة الجميع، فلا يستأثر بها القوي ويحتكرها الغني، عالما تتنافس فيه الأمم في الخير ولكل وجهة هو موليها، فاستبقوا الخيرات إلى الله مرجعكم جميعا، كما قال ربنا عز وجل في كتابه العزيز. عالما تستبق فيه الدول في تقديم الضيافة التي تستند إلى الكرامة الإنسانية، والتي تجعلك ترى الغريب قريبا تراه أخا وصديقا، تقابله بحسن الظن، تؤويه إلى بيتك وتبذل له البر والإحسان من غير سابق معرفة بينكم. أيها الحضور الكريم، لقد برز دور القيادات الدينية في العقود الأخيرة من خلال عملها الدؤوب لإيجاد فرص للسلام، وذلك من خلال جهود نظرية وعملية. أما النظري منها فيتعلق بتأكيد دعوة الدين إلى السلام، وأن الدين في أصله دعوة للسلم، وهذا يستبطن الرد على النظريات التي تعتبر أن السلام لا يمكن أن يكون دائما ومستمرا إلا باستبعاد الدين من الحياة العامة وتربطه بشكل تلقائي بين الدين والعمر، ليكون ذلك أساسا للدعوة إلى المفاصلة بين الدين والدنيا كحل وحيد لإرساء أسباب التسامح والتعايش في المجتمع. لكن الحروب في القرن الأخير على الأقل، وبخاصة الحربين العالمية الأولى والثانية، لم تكن دينية ومنطلق ديني، كما أن الحروب الدائرة الآن ليست حروبا دينية، بل كانت حروبا استراتيجية، حروب نفوذ تعيد توزيع المجالات والفضاءات وترسم خرائط الموارد، تقسم الأسواق وتحدد طرائق المبادلات والمواصلات. هكذا قامت القيادات الدينية في مختلف الأديان بجهود لتبرهن على أن الدين قوة سلام من خلال العودة إلى نصوصهم المقدسة ليستثيروها، وإلى تراثهم الماضي ليستبدوا منه الأسس المتينة للتسامح والتعايش، ويستلهموا النماذج المضيئة التي يسهم إحياؤها في إرساء قيم الخير والسلام في نفوس معتنق الديانات، لأنه بالرجوع إلى النصوص وإلى التأويل المناسب والمقارب يمكننا التصدي لمروج الكراهية والعنف. كما انتهضت هذه القيادات في الآن نفسه للكشف عن المشتركات بينها لتستبعد الحروب والصدام فيما بينها، تلك المشتركات التي تصون كرامة الإنسان وترفع من شأنه من خلال العناية بما نسميه في الإسلام بالكليات الخمس، وهي الدين والحياة والعقل والملكية والعائلة، والتي نعتبر أنها هي أساس المشترك الديني بين كل الشرائع والملل، فجميعها جاءت بحفظها ورعايتها. كما نشترك على مستوى أشمل مع سائر البشرية في المشترك الإنساني الذي هو القيم الكونية التي لا تختلف فيها العقول ولا تتأثر بتغير الزمان أو محددات المكان أو نوازع الإنسان، إنها الحقوق الطبيعية الفطرية التي يرثها كل إنسان بفضل وجوده، وهي حقوق إلهية المصدر ممنوحة للمؤمن وغير المؤمن. قال تعالى: ولقد كرمنا بني آدم وحملناهم في البر والبحر. وفي هذا السياق أصدرت وثائق لها وزنها، وهي مواثيق ووثائق تقوم على تشريع مبادئ الكرامة الإنسانية، كما تدعو في الوقت نفسه إلى مبادئ التسامح والسلم والرحمة والتضامن، تؤسس بذلك لنموذج متوازن من التسامح المهذب والحرية المسؤولة والمواطنة الإيجابية والاقتصاد الإيجابي المتضامن. ومن ذلك على سبيل المثال وثيقة مكة المكرمة التاريخية، ووثيقة الأخوة الإنسانية، ووثيقة كلمة السواء، وكذلك الوثائق التي أصدرناها في منتدى أبو ظبي للسلم كوثيقة حلف الفضول وإعلانات مراكش وواشنطن وأبو ظبي. أيها السادة الأجلاء، إن الانتقال بهذه المبادئ من حيز التنظير إلى واقع التجسيد أمر ممكن ومطلوب، بحيث لا تكون هذه الوثائق مجرد مبادئ نظرية مبتوتة الصلة بالواقع لا فاعلية لها، بل يجب العمل على ترجمتها وبلورتها لمناهج عملية وبرامج تطبيقية تنزل في المدارس تعليما للناس، وفي المعابد تعاليم للمؤمنين، وفي ساحة الصراع ومآذن النزاع طمأنينة تحل في النفوس وأمل يعمر القلوب. إن مؤتمركم اليوم مدعو لمتابعة النضال في أفضل السبل لتفعيل جهود القيادات الدينية والخروج بخطوات عملية لتحقيق ذلك، كما أن انعقادها الملتقى وبين اجتماع قمة العشرين الذي تستضيفه جمهورية أندونيسيا فرصة لإيصال رسالة القيادات الدينية في الحاجة الماسة إلى تعزيز السلم، وأهم مخرجات المؤتمر إلى قادة الدول الكبرى مشاركين في تلك القمة الهامة. وفي سياق السلم أصبحت دولتنا الإمارات العربية المتحدة بقيادة صاحب السمو رئيس الدولة الشيخ محمد بن زايد حفظه الله مثابة للسلم ومأوى لمورد الخير، حيث احتضنت وثائق ومبادرات الحوار والسلام، وكانت أول دولة تنشئ وزارة خاصة بالتسامح والتعايش، بل جعلت قمة السلم إحدى المبادئ العشرة الرئيسية لاستراتيجية الدولة في 50 سنة القادمة. وختاما أرجو أن يكون هذا الاجتماع بالقيادات الدينية على هذا المستوى الرفيع إسهاما في نشر السلام والوئام في العالم أجمع، متمنيا لهذا المؤتمر النجاح والتوفيق. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite His Grace Archbishop Henry Ndukuba, Primate of the Anglican Church of Nigeria.
His Excellency, President of the Republic of Indonesia, Your Royal Highnesses, revered religious leaders, and leaders of thoughts in our communities and countries all over the world. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. We give thanks to God for such an opportunity to gather as religious leaders to consider the important place of religion in improving our human existence. I am speaking from Nigeria, and I bring you greetings from brothers and sisters and the good citizens of Nigeria. I'm also speaking from the Anglican Church, in which the Church of Nigeria Anglican Communion is one of the largest Anglican Communion provinces in the world, as we serve more than 25 million regular worshippers and members. I'm also speaking from the Global South, which is the epicenter of the growth of Christianity in our world today. And as we are here, in spite of all the challenges that are confronting us, many are turning to Christ Jesus. And yet, we are in the part of the world where we face much persecution, oppression, and afflictions. And in fact, Nigeria will be a test case for whatever we may decide in this conference. But let me start by bringing out two important foundational points. For us in Nigeria and in Africa, we take spiritual reality, especially in our materialistic world, very seriously. Africans are said to be very spiritually oriented and religious, and so we are. And across the religions in our continent, we share deep awareness that we live our lives in a world that we did not create, and with spiritual realities. We must take this into account. Secondly, it is our hope that as the leaders of nations, that we have this moment and the privilege of political, economic, and other social influential powers to be able to change the narrative of humanity for good. And we want to thank God for this opportunity given to us. Another thing we want to stress is that service is at the core of life and leadership. Jesus Christ said that he came not to be served, but to serve and to give his life as a ransom for many. This also was emphasized by the Archbishop of Canterbury during his message at the funeral of the late Queen Elizabeth of England. People of love, of loving service are rare in any walk of life, but leaders of loving service are still rarer. But in all cases, those who serve will be loved and remembered when those who cling to power and privileges are long forgotten. And loving and selfless service is at the core of who we are as Christians, which is also common in our religious traditions. And as we may see, Even as Christians in Nigeria, we are constrained by the love of God to serve and to help those that are in need. That even in the face of hardship, persecution, marginalization, and suffering, we continue to commit ourselves to dialogue, to loving, and to serving humanity and God. Service to God and humanity may be impeded by religious extremism, by any one religious community against others. And the challenge we have in Nigeria, mostly as religious communities, is the problem of religious extremism. You are not unaware of the challenges we face in our communities from religious extremism, both now and as a result of such extremism in the past. We are speaking from the context of affliction faced by our Christian communities in Nigeria from terrorism and attacks. These attacks happen both in the northern, central, and other parts of Nigeria. And such attacks have ended up in terrorizing our communities, displacing local populations of Christians and communities so that they flee and leave their land and property. Christians in Nigeria, since the beginning of our nation, have persistently faced persecution, especially in northern part of Nigeria, and have learned to live with it. What has been of great concern in the past decade or more is the increasing attack, an all-out attack and violence against Christians and their communities since the year 2000, especially as we see in the attacks of Boko Haram, the radical Islamic sect in the Northeast, and also the Al-Qaeda sect and ISIL affiliates since the year 2009, and subsequently the recent Islamic Hasm militia. Nigeria is now one of the most dangerous countries to be a Christian. Thousands of people have been killed by these well-organized, well-equipped, and well-funded extremists. And over 150 towns and villages have been sacked. There are over 2 million internally displaced people, and thousands more have been kidnapped for sex and ransom. Churches and poor families are now forced to pay millions of naira for ransom for their kidnapped relatives. And over a dozen citizens and pastors have been martyred. It's more than a dozen, in their hundreds. They have been martyred by these extremists. This is a cause, in addition to the hundreds of churches that have been attacked, bombed, and destroyed. We live daily in great fear. But the most important issue is the way this has been interpreted. The real issue in this violence is not clash of tribes or issue of climate change as it is officially presented. This is genocide. It must be called by its name. What is most problematic in the current situation is that very few world leaders are willing to listen to the victims. Even when the United Kingdom All-Party Parliamentary Group on Religious Freedom reported that Nigerian Christians are facing genocide in increasing way, the Western nations and other governments insist that this is just a matter of tribal clashes between the pastoralists and the farmers, both fighting for scarce economic resources caused by climate change. Politically, this may sound politically correct, but this is a disinformation which aims to be a strategic way of pushing the real issues aside. And this may have been promoted by some of our Nigerian politicians and other groups who benefit from these undeclared massacres through various corrupt monetary and security and sales of arms and ammunition with which these heinous crimes are being committed. There is need for a change in our understanding of what we are suffering. Islamic groups have also carried out targeted killings in areas that have nothing to do with climate change factors. And people have suffered and families have been decimated. What do Christians in Nigeria want? Christians in Nigeria simply want the killings to stop and for the victims of this violence to get justice. We have been working on rebuilding communities, developing educational institutions destroyed by these extremists, and providing food and medical assistance to the victims. We need you to join hands with us to rebuild our nation. We need you to help us to tell our stories. We have testimonies, facts, and truths about these events and happenings. We want to rebuild our communities and a global religious family. And as a religious global family, we need your prayers and also your support in helping us deal with these problems. As a result of religious extremism and an ever-increasing number of orphans, widows, homeless people who have been driven out of their homes and farms and means of livelihood, we create more social and economic problems. Therefore, we ask, at such a time as this, that you come to our aid. The impact of these terrorist attacks. Number one, words and concepts are powerful. We have continuously seen that even children from childhood are taught and given words that are derogatory, name-calling to those who do not belong to their communities, including attacks even on moderate Islamic groups. Even in our dialogues, in seeking for good relationship, peaceful coexistence, we use words and concepts which do not hold the same meaning for all of us. Therefore, there is need for us to have words that are acceptable, concepts that can convey our meanings and actually what we want to discuss with each other. Secondly, the impact of what we are seeing is that we have much insecurity in our communities. Traveling in Nigeria is very dangerous with the ever-increasing risk of kidnapping and violent attacks. Thirdly, we have economic impact. Nigeria is a country with great natural resources that will be able to benefit not only our population, but other countries. But it is held back from developing and sharing these wonderful gifts of God for the good of all by insecurity, uncertainty, fear, and distrust, which is generated by religious conflict. What can this conference do for us or help us to achieve? Number one of the key aims of our gathering is to address and, where possible, stop such outrages. We in Nigeria need the help of people of goodwill from all religious communities to stop the flow of arms and blood, stop the funding and other resources that empower the extremists. Secondly, here in Indonesia, you are committed to and practice religious pluralism and tolerance. Such an approach would be very beneficial to the global community, especially where religious extremism abounds. Living with and managing our religious and cultural diversities as a source of strength rather than a way that threatens our lives together in the society must be exploited and be made good use of. Therefore, we are looking forward to the outcome of this conference, hoping that it will help us in living together and managing our religious and cultural diversities in Nigeria in such a way that these will be a blessing to our society rather than a cause. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, His Grace Archbishop Henry Njukuba, Primate of the Anglican Church of Nigeria. And now we move forward to our next speaker. That will be retired Reverend Yoshinobu Miyake, Chair of the Board, International Shinto Studies Association from Japan. Please welcome Honorable Yoshinobu Miyake.
Your Holinesses, Your Excellencies, Venerables, Eminence, Reverends, and ladies and gentlemen. Selamat pagi and Assalamu alaikum. Let me express my great joy and the honor to have an opportunity to be here with you, gathering from all over the world. It is my privilege to give my greetings at the opening plenary session of the first annual R20 summit. My name is Yoshinobu Miyake, a Shinto priest coming from Osaka, Japan. Shinto is the original indigenous religion of Japan. It is closely concerned to the traditional Japanese value system and the world view and the behavior of most Japanese. Some might refer to Shinto as a natural religion because it is intimately linked to the respect for every aspect of our natural environment. Those who have visited Japan will know that our culture places a great emphasis upon respecting and preserving the nature environment and maintaining the harmony between human and nature. As may be seen in the more than 100,000 Shinto shrines and 80,000 Buddhist temples scattered throughout the Japanese archipelago. Personally, I am a descendant of long-line Shinto priests going back my generations. My grandfather, the late Reverend Toshio Miyake, was a pioneer of interfaith dialogue, which he initiated during World War II. In 1970, he established the organization such as Non-Religion for Peace. I am sure he would be pleased were he to witness the global initiative we are launching today under the auspicious Nahdlatul Ulama, the government of Indonesia, and Muslim World League. 1/4 of all human beings is Muslim. Of all world Muslim majority nations, Indonesia is largest. I have high expectation of Indonesia's leadership in the Muslim world. For Indonesia, despite its Muslim majority, is not self-righteousness. Rather, it is tolerant of Hinduism, Buddhism, indigenous religions, as can be seen here in Bali, and provide a model case for human society in the 21st century. I know this from my personal experience, having been a friend of Nahdlatul Ulama's former chairman and Indonesia's late president, Abdul Rahman Wahid, who was a living example of the remarkable depths of the wisdom of Indonesian Islam. For several years, I served as the General Secretary of the G8, G7 Religious Leaders Summit. Hence, I have thought long and hard about the challenges facing humanity and the role of the organizations such as the G20, which represent 60% of world population and 90% of world GDP. To date, however, intergovernmental bodies such as G20 have proven incapable of preventing the economic crisis and resolving the deep-seated conflict between East and West, and between North and South, that means between developed and developing countries. Now is the time for world religious leaders to step forward, address these issues, and resolve these conflicts. Terima kasih, syukran, thank you.
Arigato gozaimashita. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, now we proceed to our next speaker. That will be Dr. Valeria Martano, San Egidio community from Italy. Please welcome Dr. Valeria Martano.
Excellencies, Ladies and gentlemen, sahabat terkasih. It's an honor to take the floor at this summit that gathers in the frame of the G20 representatives of world religions, scholars, activists, to give voice to the concerns and the hopes of many, each one of us according with our own traditions. And it's particularly meaningful that this summit is hosted by Indonesia, a nation that has placed Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, unity in diversity of faiths and cultures, as the core of its identity, a model of the civil coexistence. We stand in a dramatic historical passage in the midst of what has been defined as a polycrisis, synthesized by 3C: COVID, conflicts, climate. We are facing great challenges: the multiplication of conflicts in various regions of the world, and recently in the heart of Europe, in Ukraine, with the threat of a nuclear escalation, the disruption of ecosystems, a result of the reckless exploitation of the resources of the Mother Earth, which generates not only poverty, but also migrations, human trafficking, the onset of diseases and pandemics. What can religion say and do in the face of this polymorphic crisis? We are aware that religions do not have any political or economic power. They yet have enormous potential for pacification. Actually, to borrow the words of an Anglican theologian, Miroslav Volf, that they are the original globalizers, as they profess universal values and believe in a single human family. Actually, religions are not separate worlds from each other and from reality, but we are living organisms, deeply connected with the pains, expectations, and anxieties of humanity. This makes us, as a great Catholic Pope Paul VI said, speaking for the first time at the United Nations Assembly in 1965, we are experts in humanity. Yes, we, men and women of faith, are experts in humanity. Compassion and mercy that are in the heart of every believer, whatever religion he or she may profess, make us challenged by poverty, by the suffering of the victims of wars or persecutions, as we heard recently from the Nigerian bishop, from migrants, from prisoners. Their desperate cries claim peace. In 1986, Pope John Paul II, in the first meeting among religious representatives gathered by a Catholic Pope in Assisi, spoke of peace as a building site open to all, inviting not only specialists, but all men and women to take part in it. The community of Sant'Egidio, which I represent here, since that moment has multiplied its commitment at global level to promote the so-called spirit of Assisi. Our spiritual pillars, which can be summarized as a prayer, poor, and peace, constitute an inclusive platform for its implementation. On this path, since 1990, Sant'Egidio has established a privileged link with Indonesia. The late Abdurrahman Wahid Gusdur, which I consider my mentor and guide, who defined himself a Gandhian Muslim, a man of peace and dialogue, embodied in those years the hope of a democratic and pluralistic Indonesia, inclusive in its diversity. In the wake of Gus Dur, Indonesia has taken up the challenge of building itself as a pluralistic society. And Sant'Egidio, thanks to the deep bond established with him, has developed over the years an intense collaboration with the Great Muslims Association that represented the backbone of Indonesian Islam, Nahdlatul Ulama and Muhammadiyah. Thank you. With whom we have made agreements that have produced concrete collaboration at a national and international level. It's not possible in this context to recall all the stages of this collaboration. I only want to mention the latest. Last June in Rome, Pak Yahya Khokil Stakuf, General Chairman of NU, and the President of Sant'Egidio has renewed an MOU that formalizes the long-standing collaboration of the two institutions on issues of interreligious dialogue, humanitarian action, and promotion of peace. The MOU starts a common commitment, I quote, to cooperate both at the basic level and at the macro level to develop and implement strategies to facilitate conflict resolutions, reconciliation, and peace, particularly in regions where religion teachings and identities are being weaponized to foster communal hatred, supremacy, and violence. And it foresees common action, particularly in the Middle East and in Africa, in Nigeria especially. In conclusion, today, religions are much closer than used to be. Barriers of mistrust rooted in history have been broken down, and cooperation between believers of different faiths is perhaps the greatest novelty of this century. A clear example is given by the document on human fraternity signed by Pope Francis and the Grand Imam Al-Tayeb in Abu Dhabi in 2019. If the path taken so far has led us to understand the importance of shared values for the de-weaponization of identities and for the progress of our civilizations, I believe that today it's the time for a further step, for a commitment to strengthen multilateral cooperation platforms at regional and global level, to imagine and implement concrete ways of cooperation in the field of peacekeeping, struggle against poverty, sake of the planet. May our shared values develop into a shared commitment in shared actions in a concrete practice of cooperation for the world peace. Thank you, terima kasih.
Grazie mille, Dr. Valeria Martano. Thank you very much for your presentation. And now we would have the next and the final presentation of this plenary session. We would like to invite His Grace Archbishop Thomas Schimacher, Secretary General, World Evangelical Alliance from Germany. Please welcome Archbishop Thomas Schimacher.
It is a great privilege to bring warm greetings from the World Evangelical Alliance and our 600 million Christians in most every country in the world whom we represent and connect. May God bless you and give you the wisdom needed for all your responsibilities. Our team from the World Evangelical Alliance met in Jakarta with a team from the Nahdlatul Ulama 3 years ago to plan joint efforts to promote civilizational values as Christians and Muslims working together. We are people of goodwill. We do not want to use violence against each other, but instead want to engage in rational discourse with each other and promote a free and just society in which we all can live. And I recall that at that time it even was said in the media that we fight for the freedom to do mission to each other while we are discussing, because we want to know what the other one really thinks about. I grew up in Germany at a time when our country was addressing problems and questions that now face our global society. We were not only dealing with our responsibility for the Nazi regime that had perpetrated the Holocaust and destroyed tens of millions of ordinary people. 50 million people were killed in the whole time. We were also painfully aware that in less than 40 years our people had tried and were trying several radically different ways of organizing society, at least 3 of them of which had strong ideological foundations. All 3 of these ideological ways of organizing societies led to disaster. We had been until 1918 the German Empire, led by a powerful Caesar, Kaiser. And our empire used religion to get power inside the minds of the people. During World War I, our imperial soldiers were belt buckles with God with us on their belt. And soldiers believe in that. This organization of society, combining an empire with religious ideology, contributed to the death of millions. And the destruction was so extensive that some of those battlefields, and I live close to this area, of a century ago are still off limits except for the one or the other scientist to study things there. The ideology of National Socialism replaced the ideology of a German Christian empire, but it also was a religious ideology. It was filled with religious symbols and rituals, while the party became a kind of big religious community. Some branches of the movement used Christian terminology to support Hitler. I wrote my PhD dissertation on Hitler's religion of war. A dysfunctional religion became an imperial ideology, and this memory should haunt us forever. While then in West Germany, we were dealing with our responsibilities for those 2 ideological empires, our East German cousins were under communism. The communists primarily had Christianity and Judaism in mind when they called religion the opiate of the people. But of course they meant us all. Communism was so anti-religious that it became a religion itself. Its ideology reminded many of us of Christian theology, but with several themes turned upside down. It lived by an eschatology. Many people, including some of my current friends, fled from West Germany to West Germany. This time, at least, the mess of 40 years found a peaceful end. Our West German constitution and system of organizing society is designed to prevent Dutch horrors in the future. But in an open, free society, it is not possible for state officials to proclaim what the people will believe and have to believe and what values they have to follow. One of our High Court judges, Justice Ernst Wolfgang Böckenförde, a typical German name, you don't need to try to repeat it, Böckenförde, summarized the issue well in what is called the Böckenförde dilemma. He declared, the liberal secular state lives on the basis of propositions. It cannot create and guarantee itself. Again, it lives on the basis of propositions which it cannot create and guarantee itself. What that means is a state can proclaim and enforce a law that says murder is wrong. But the non-ideological state has no moral binding basis for the explanation, which has to come from religion and from faith. In the original conference of the WA in London in 1948, the 800 delegates from all over the world propagated the end of the horrendous evil of slavery. Many of our first leaders were leaders in the anti-slavery fight. Perhaps the most surprising speaker at the event was Reverend Madison Clark, black pastor of the African Methodist Episcopal Church in Washington, D.C. In our VA history, we see especially three values or principles that merit a place in a global platform of civilization values which we want to build up. Number one, humans have a unique God-given greatness which includes dignity and creativity, which should not be touched. That is why we seek to help and respect people regardless of faith, race, age, gender. We have to distinguish between what it means to be a human and other forms of creation. Second, humans possess a unique fallibility. Nature can cause a hurricane, flood, or earthquake. People can cause a Holocaust, senseless wars, genocide, sexual abuse, slavery. The first account of murder in the Bible is Cain killing his brother, Abel, illustrating how our most human activity can become dysfunctional and unleash our vast fallibility. And we need to take this into account when building up a civilization of values. And last, not least, and very short, helpless people need very practical love from others to assure a life worth it. Birkenfelde called our attention to a distinctive line in the preamble of our German constitution. It starts out, in conscience of our responsibility before God and man. It does not force anyone to believe in this, but it clearly says that whatever the state is doing, it has a layer behind it. That is our responsibility, whether the human dignity leads to values that make people living in our societies happy citizens who are happy that there are certain values and certain protections they have. And we are eager to cooperate with all people of goodwill, and we believe that it is time for people of faith, of the religions of this world, to stand up and say, we stand up for civilization, we stand up for specific values, and for the protection of humans, of human dignity, because everybody walking on this earth owes his life to God the Creator.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And now we would like to have a token of appreciation for the speakers. And we would like to invite His Holiness Archbishop Piero Piepo, Apostolic Nuncio to Indonesia. And then His Holiness Swami Sri Govind Dev Giri Maharaj Trustee Sri Krishna Jambumi Trust from India. His Excellency Sheikh Dr. Shauki Ibrahim Abdul Karim Alam, Grand Mufti of Egypt. Retired Reverend Yoshinobu Miyake, Chair of the Board International Shinto Studies Association from Japan. His Grace Archbishop Henry Ndukuba, Primate of the Anglican Church of Nigeria. Honorable Dr. Valeria Martano, San Egidio Community from Italy. And also His Grace Archbishop Thomas Schumacher, and would like to request Bapak Yahya Khalil Stakuf to present a token of appreciation for each of our delegates. To express our gratitude and appreciation for your presence and for your attention. Thank you very much. And after presenting the token of appreciation, we would like to invite Bapak Yahya Khalil Stakuf to have photo session with all speakers on the stage. Thank you. We are proudly to inform you that Nahdlatul Ulama, NU or NU, became the initiator and founder of G20 Religion Forum with the goal to overcome the religious problems and to develop partnership between the world religious leaders to ensure religion functions as genuine and dynamic solution in this 21st century. Ini adalah satu bukti nyata dan peran nyata dari Nahdlatul Ulama yang bertindak selaku inisiator sehingga terwujudlah pelaksanaan G20 Religion Forum pada hari ini. Mohon untuk foto bersama terlebih dahulu. Bapak Kiai Haji Yahya Khalil Stakuf. Please give a big round of applause for the token presentation and also a photo session and all events this afternoon. Thank you very much indeed for your presence and your attention. And we would like to invite you to Karangasem Ballroom to have lunch break for approximately 40 minutes. And afterward, we would like to request you to return to this arena of discussion to continue our panel or our plenary session. Thank you very much. We hope that you will be back in this ballroom at 2:15 p.m. Bali time. Thank you very much and see you this afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kami persilahkan Bapak Ibu untuk menuju ke Karangasem Ballroom untuk menikmati hidangan yang tersaji dalam kesempatan santap siang bersama hingga pukul 2:15 waktu Bali, dan mohon kembali sekali lagi pada pukul 2:15 untuk melanjutkan acara plenary session. Selamat menikmati hidangan siang. Please do enjoy your lunch, enjoy your food, and we'll be right back on 2:15 this afternoon. Thank you.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us all. Om Swastiastu, Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. A very delightful day to all of us. We would like to welcome Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, to the R20 First Conference. My name is Rivi Solistiawati. As we have finished the plenary session 1, now it's time to our dear friends from international and national media to get some updates from what's on the plenary session 1. And for this session will be led by Mr. Najib. So I'll like Mr. Najib to please have the time.
Miss of Master Solomon. Oke, thank you very much. Selamat siang teman-teman sekalian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Evangelical Alliance. Very interesting, titled Humanitarian Islam, Evangelical Christianity, and the Clash of Civilization. A new partnership for peace and religious freedom. Nih, sampulnya. Please. This, ya. I think this is very, very important book about the issue of we are going to discuss actually.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second plenary sessions. For those of you who are attending this event virtually, we recommend you to use your headphone for better sound quality. And for those of you who have arrived in this ballroom, please kindly take your seat as we'll begin our event shortly. Thank you. One more time, I would like to invite all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to come to our ballroom as we will begin our event shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would like to invite you to gather to the ballroom because we're going to start our second plenary sessions. And for your information, during this plenary sessions, we are provided the interpreter system. Once again, for your information, during these plenary sessions, we are provided the interpreter system and Channel 1 for Bahasa Indonesia, Channel 5 for English, and Channel 10 for Arabic language. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite you to come to the ballroom because we are about to start our second plenary session. And for your information, during this plenary session, we are provided the interpreter system, Channel 1 for Bahasa Indonesia, Channel 5 for English language, and Channel 10 for Arabic language. Ladies and gentlemen, if you find any problem, don't hesitate to approach our organizers. We are welcome to assist you all. And for those who have arrived in this ballroom, please kindly take your seat as we will begin our event shortly. Thank you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite you join us in the ballroom. Because we are about to start our second plenary session. And for those of you who have arrived in this ballroom, please kindly take your seat as well, as we will begin our event shortly. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give the floor to Ms. Rebecca Supriyasha from Divya Shanti Association to the second plenary session.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm going to ask you to please find your seat or any seat and sit down. We are about to begin. Welcome to this afternoon's plenary session, which is entitled Identifying and Embracing Values Shared by the World's Major Religions and Civilizations. There has been a slight change of plan due to a pressing engagement. The Minister of Religious Affairs has to go first, and therefore he will present first, and our keynote speaker, Professor Marianne Glendon, will present after him. So if you could all sit down, I will begin. The Honorable Yakut Cholil Kumas is the Republic of Indonesia's Minister of Religious Affairs. He is also former chairman of Gerakan Pemuda Ansor, the world's largest young adults organization, and a primary vehicle for the grassroots mobilization of Nahdlatul Ulama's tens of millions of followers. All Ansor members belong to Barisan Ansor Serabang Guna Nahdlatul Ulama, or Banser, an active militia force. During his tenure as chairman, 2015 to 2020, the Honorable Minister gained renown as a guardian of Indonesia's unique brand of inclusive, multi-religious, and multi-ethnic nationalism. Minister Komas is also co-founder of Humanitarian Islam and the Center for Shared Civilizational Values, which serves as the R20 Permanent Secretariat. I welcome you, sir.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, Rahayu. Kenalkan, salam ini salam khas Indonesia yang berasal dari 6 agama besar yang ada di sini. First of all, I'd like to introduce you that those greetings are typical greetings from the 6 religions in Indonesia. Para hadirin yang berbahagia, saya ingin membuka pidato saya dengan sebuah metafora yang dikemukakan oleh seorang pemikir sosial, Zygmunt Bauman, pada tahun 1996. Bauman menulis sebuah metafora bahwa globalisasi itu menghasilkan dua jenis kelompok manusia dengan nasib yang sama sekali berbeda, yaitu turis dan gelandangan. Keduanya sama-sama bergerak, bermigrasi dalam globalisasi, tetapi dalam pengalaman yang sama sekali berbeda, bahkan bertentangan. Wisatawan adalah analogi untuk orang kaya yang mengalami globalisasi sebagai libur yang menyenangkan. Sedangkan gelandangan adalah kaum miskin yang terlunta dalam globalisasi seperti para pengungsi dan pekerja migran. Mereka mengalami globalisasi dalam keadaan serba rawan dan serba rentan. Globalisasi adalah kekuatan transformatif yang mendorong perubahan mendasar dan struktural di bidang sosial, ekonomi, politik, budaya, ekologi, dan militer. Ia menginterupsi hubungan internal dan eksternal tiap bangsa secara besar-besaran. Namun ia juga adalah sebuah proses sejarah yang dinamis dan terbuka, membelah manusia dan komunitasnya dengan penuh kontradiksi dan paradoks. Ini adalah serangkaian proses yang menghasilkan bentuk-bentuk baru hubungan kekuasaan di tingkat global dan lokal yang pada gilirannya menyebabkan stratifikasi baru dan pengucilan terhadap orang-orang di berbagai sektor sosial. Globalisasi diam-diam telah merekonstruksi pola inklusi dan eksklusi tradisional di antara negara-negara dengan membentuk hierarki baru di semua masyarakat dan wilayah dunia, antara utara dan selatan, dunia pertama dan dunia ketiga, orang kaya dan orang miskin. Semua terjalin secara paradoks dalam persamaan kultural, sekaligus perbedaan jurang ekonomi sosial. Perbedaan ini juga jangan-jangan berlaku bagi kita semua yang hari ini hadir mewakili negara masing-masing. Forum suprastate semacam ini adalah tempat yang baik. Namun ia tetap tidak mungkin menghapuskan perbedaan-perbedaan dari warga atau umat kita masing-masing yang suaranya kita wakili di sini. Politik global mengubah fondasi tatanan lokal, tatanan nasional, regional, dan dunia. Salah satunya adalah homogenisasi budaya. Homogenisasi dalam kebudayaan bisa berarti eksterminasi dan kekerasan simbolik. Ia menghapuskan jejak identitas dari suatu masyarakat dan budaya lokal yang sebelumnya eksis, baik itu adatnya, makanannya, sistem politiknya, dan simbol-simbol kebudayaan lainnya. Dengan itu, globalisasi mengundang balik respon dan tantangan yang seringkali juga keras. Politik identitas yang muncul di Amerika Latin dan Afrika misalnya, adalah respon yang bermaksud menyuarakan identitas mereka yang dipinggirkan oleh globalisasi. Pada sisi yang lebih ekstrim, sebagian gerakan fundamentalisme agama juga muncul sedikit banyak sebagai respon dari keruntuhan negara bangsa di kawasan Persia dan homogenisasi yang dilahirkan oleh globalisasi. Proses global yang intensif ini tidak hanya menggeser warga dari peta tradisional geopolitik dunia, tetapi juga menghancurkan sentralitas yang telah diduduki oleh negara. Ia menunjukkan bahwa penyesuaian yang signifikan dengan persyaratan politik yang baru diperlukan untuk menopang hidup negara bangsa agar tetap relevan. Inilah globalisasi dalam kisah yang pertama. Hadirin yang saya hormati, apa yang saya sajikan dalam kisah pertama globalisasi adalah globalisasi yang paradoksal. Ia mengintegrasikan kita dalam kultur global, tapi sekaligus dengan itu, ia justru membelah dan membangun stratifikasi baru yang mengakibatkan banyak kaum miskin di berbagai negara yang ekonominya lemah makin menderita. Globalisasi dalam kisah ini boleh diibaratkan selaksa gelombang pasang yang memporak-porandakan identitas dan pendirian-pendirian dasar, bukan hanya bagi negara bangsa, tetapi juga bagi kemanusiaan universal serta religiusitas. Namun untungnya bagi kita cerita tidak sampai di sini. Sejak setidaknya tahun 2020, dunia mengalami globalisasi dalam rupa yang sama sekali berbeda. Globalisasi sebagai bencana, duka cita, sekaligus solidaritas. Ini adalah paradoks lain dari kisah globalisasi yang kedua, yaitu globalisasi pandemik. Hadirin yang saya muliakan, dengan cara yang belum pernah terjadi sebelumnya, COVID-19 bukan hanya telah mengkonfirmasi ulang, mengkonfigurasi ulang struktur transnasional, mobilitas, dan koneksi yang telah menjadi dasar bagi globalisasi pasca Perang Dingin. Pandemik secara mondial menghadapkan setiap orang di belahan dunia manapun dengan latar belakang kelas sosial apapun, agama dan bangsa yang berbeda-beda untuk berhadapan dengan bela sungkawa universal. Di dalam pandemik, baik turis maupun gelandangan sama-sama menghadapi risiko yang dihadapkan dengan keganasan virus yang mematikan. Dalam 3 tahun yang serba ganas, globalisasi ini mengalirkan pandemik sebagai pengalaman bersama, duka cita dari kematian yang sunyi, ruang-ruang isolasi. Tapi di saat yang sama ia juga membangkitkan militansi akal budi, sains, dan kerja keras semua bangsa untuk lolos menuju normal baru yang lebih berpengharapan di mana kita kini sekarang berada. Pandemik mengajarkan kita bahwa di dalam segala perbedaan, di atas demarkasi kelas sosial dan kekayaan, serta hierarki kesetaraan, baik yang terjadi antar negara dan antar manusia, semua common ground bagi kelanjutan kemanusiaan ternyata masih dimungkinkan. Di sini kita menemukan bahwa ternyata ada yang lebih solid dan krusial dari sekedar ekonomi, politik, atau batas dan teritori. Saya ingin meminjam perumpamaan dari seorang pemikir filsafat. Etika zaman pandemik ini dapat dirumuskan dalam satu kalimat pendek yang dipetik dari metafor Kristianitas. Noli me tangere, yang artinya jangan pegang aku. Jangan pegang aku apabila kau mengasihi aku. Disinilah jarak dipertahankan, justru dalam rangka memelihara keakraban sosial dan solidaritas. Pandemi memaksa orang untuk mengambil tindakan etis di mana keselamatan diri hanya bisa dipertahankan melalui keselamatan orang lain. Dengan itu, wabah yang mengerikan menghadirkan kegentaran tapi sekaligus menumbuhkan atmosfer etik mondial. Hadirin yang terhormat, globalisasi pandemik mengajarkan kita betapa berharga dan pentingnya sains dan ilmu kedokteran bersama-sama dengan kekuatan solidaritas dan kesukarelaan antar manusia. Sains menuntun kita keluar dari bencana, namun etika, solidaritas, dan kemanusiaan yang memelihara dan memperkuat pikiran dan kesehatan jiwa manusia selama dalam bencana. Dengan kata lain, bagi kita orang yang beriman, pandemik ini menghadirkan kengerian yang mencengangkan. Ia menakutkan, namun ia saat yang sama juga menunjukkan sisi-sisi kemuliaan manusia yang menandakan adanya cakrawala kebaikan yang transenden itu. Di titik inilah kita meyakini bahwa solidaritas manusia akan lebih merekah dan tumbuh apabila ia diatur oleh keserasian antara akal budi dan nilai-nilai yang baik, solidaritas, kebersamaan, dan kemanusiaan yang universal. Indonesia adalah bangsa yang tumbuh oleh tempaan sejarah, melintasi prahara demi prahara, termasuk prahara COVID-19. Mulai dari sejarah kolonialisme, pergerakan politik, otoritarianisme Orde Baru, dan kini demokrasi. Demokrasi telah memberikan Indonesia jalan terbaik bagi rakyat untuk berpartisipasi mempertahankan hak-hak dan kewajiban konstitusionalnya. Namun lebih dari itu, Indonesia juga adalah negara Pancasila, sebagaimana topik yang diberikan kepada saya. Sejarah Pancasila adalah sejarah nilai-nilai dan prinsip keutamaan. Tanggal 1 Juni 1945, di depan sidang Dokuritsu Zunbi Soyakai, yang dalam bahasa Indonesia diterjemahkan menjadi Badan untuk Menyelidiki Usaha-usaha Persiapan Kemerdekaan atau disingkat BPUPK, Soekarno membacakan pemandangan umum mengenai bentuk negara Indonesia. Dalam pidatonya, Soekarno merumuskan 5 prinsip sebagai dasar dari Statsire Indonesia, yaitu yang pertama, kebangsaan Indonesia, kedua, internasionalisme atau peri kemanusiaan, ketiga, mufakat atau demokrasi, keempat, kesejahteraan sosial, dan kelima, bertakwa kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Esa. Sejak disahkannya pembukaan dan batang tubuh Undang-Undang Dasar 1945 dalam sidang Panitia Persiapan Kemerdekaan Indonesia tanggal 18 Agustus 1945, Pancasila ditetapkan sebagai dasar negara Republik Indonesia. 5 prinsip yang diajukan Soekarno itu sebagai dasar negara diubah dengan urutan sebagai berikut. Yang pertama, ketuhanan Yang Maha Esa. Kedua, kemanusiaan yang adil dan beradab. Ketiga, persatuan Indonesia. Keempat, kerakyatan yang dipimpin oleh hikmat kebijaksanaan dalam permusyawaratan perwakilan. Kelima, keadilan sosial bagi seluruh rakyat Indonesia. Ini adalah jalan damai dari keinginan sekaligus kebesaran hati kelompok Islam sebagai mayoritas dengan merelakan 7 kata yang sebelumnya menyertai sila ketuhanan Yang Maha Esa untuk dihapus. 7 kata itu dengan kewajiban menjalankan syariat Islam bagi pemeluk-pemeluknya. Pilihan ini juga disebut sebagai upaya menyelamatkan Indonesia untuk tidak menjadi negara sekuler sebagaimana kekhawatiran kelompok nasionalis pada waktu itu. Pada momen itu dapat juga dilihat bagaimana Soekarno menempatkan dasar negara sekaligus sebagai sebuah filsafat dan ideologi. Dengan itu, Pancasila ditetapkan paling tidak untuk memenuhi 2 fungsi, yaitu yang pertama sebagai simbol mengukuhkan pendirian negara Republik yang merdeka. Di sini Pancasila berfungsi praktis, dalam arti ia sengaja dipilih untuk menjamin suatu kesatuan dan integrasi politik yang bernama Republik Indonesia. Dengan itu, Pancasila diposisikan sebagai visi bersama bagi pencapaian tujuan negara bangsa yang diperjuangkan oleh Pancasila. Yang kedua, Pancasila juga dikukuhkan sebagai wawasan politik atau dasar negara. Ini nampak dari konstruksi Soekarno yang secara eksplisit mengkomparasikan Pancasila secara setara dengan filsafat dan ideologi-ideologi lain seperti Marxisme, liberalisme, dan Sanminjui. Namun demikian, lepas dari retorika Soekarno, Pancasila bukanlah suatu ideologi politik partikular yang tertutup dan sistematis total sebagaimana Marxisme maupun liberalisme. Soekarno sendiri lebih menekankan fungsi implisit Pancasila sebagai sign of unity untuk Republik yang merdeka. Dalam rumusan lain, Profesor Muhammad Hatta, Wakil Presiden pertama Republik Indonesia, sekaligus proklamator bersama Soekarno, mengatakan bahwa Pancasila mengandung 2 fundamen, yaitu fundamen moral, sila pertama dan kedua, dan fundamen politik, sila ketiga, keempat, dan kelima. Dengan itu, apabila kita tafsirkan dalam kerangka politik kewargaan, negara Pancasila dapat dipahami sebagai negara yang mendorong rakyatnya hidup berdasarkan prinsip-prinsip moral, berketuhanan dan berkemanusiaan, dan prinsip-prinsip politik menjaga persatuan, berdemokrasi, dan menjunjung keadilan sosial. Saya berkeyakinan bahwa prinsip-prinsip Pancasila bersifat by default dalam alam pikiran dan perilaku orang Indonesia. Ia menyediakan sarana retrospektif yang dibutuhkan, terutama di saat orang Indonesia secara kolektif menghadapi persoalan-persoalan besar yang dihadirkan oleh sejarah dan zamannya. Dari segi ini saya berpandangan bahwa sejauh ia hidup dalam perilaku kewargaan, maka Pancasila akan lebih tumbuh justru melalui mekanisme implisitnya, bukan melalui mekanisme eksplisit yang serba verbal. Pengalaman Indonesia di bawah Orde Baru menunjukkan bahwa eksplisitasi Pancasila yang berlebih-lebihan hanya membuat ia jauh dari hati sanubari rakyat. Sebaliknya, dorongan yang lebih nyata kepada solidaritas, kemanusiaan, rasa persatuan justru mendorong Pancasila merekah dalam tindakan. Pengalaman pandemi di Indonesia membuktikan ini secara gamblang. Tanpa partisipasi sukarela rakyat, tanpa solidaritas dan rasa persatuan, tanpa kemanusiaan dan kehendak untuk adil, rasanya sulit Indonesia bisa mengatasi krisis demi krisis, serta globalisasi pandemi dengan baik. Hadirin yang saya hormati, akhirnya sebagai penutup, dengan menguraikan Pancasila dalam dua kisah globalisasi itu, saya hanya ingin menekankan bahwa hal-hal material memang bisa menopang kemajuan, namun harapan-harapan terbaik umat manusia pada akhirnya hanya bisa dijamin dalam prinsip-prinsip bersama yang kokoh serta universal. Last but not least, I'd like to quote a statement from our first President, Sukarno, that we unite because we are strong, and we are stronger when we unite. This has the same spirit as an African proverb. If we want to walk fast, we walk alone. If we want to walk far, let's walk together. In my words, walking together is much better than crawling alone. Thank you for your kind attention. Allahumma fiq lahum tariq. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Minister for Religious Affairs, for taking the time out of your busy schedule to address us. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great privilege and honor to introduce today's keynote speaker for this session. The keynote speaker for today is Professor Marianne Glendon of Harvard Law School in America. The title of her talk is The Quest for Shared Civilizational Values. Professor Glendon's bio is very long, and with great difficulty, we have shortened it, and I will read a few lines. Marianne Glendon is Learned Hand Professor of Law, Emerita at Harvard University, and a former U.S. Ambassador to the Holy See. She writes in the fields of human rights, comparative law, and political theory. Glendon chaired the U.S. State Department Commission on Unalienable Rights between 2019 and 2020, and served as a member of the Commission on International Religious Freedom between 2012 and 2016. And she is also the U.S. President's. She is also on the U.S. President's. Was also on the U.S. President's Council on Bioethics. Between 2001 and 2004. She received the National Humanities Medal in 2006. In 1991, she was elected to the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. She was president of the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences from 2003 to 2013, and a member of the Board of Supervisors of the Institute of Religious Works, also known as the Vatican Bank, from 2013 to 2018. and she has also represented the Holy See at various conferences, including the 1995 UN Women's Conference in Beijing, where she headed the Vatican delegation. Please let us put our hands together and welcome Professor Marianne Glendon.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for that very kind introduction. When you get to be an old person, you have a long biography. Sorry. I have to begin by expressing great appreciation to the co-sponsors of this conference, Kai Haji Yahya Cholil Shakuf and Sheikh Mohammed Al Isa, a conference that is first of its kind, and I believe that it's not too soon to say that this is a landmark for the G20 to recognize the role of religion in geopolitical discourse. In fact, someday we might look back on this as a historic event, a kind of turning point that will always be associated with Indonesia and the philosophy of Pancasila. Not surprisingly, like any new idea, the idea of an R20 summit has caused a certain amount of puzzlement in some quarters. And so we hear questions like these. What's religion got to do with the aims of the G20 for global economic stability and sustainable growth? Or how can religion foster stability when it's so often been a divisive element? Or how can we even talk about shared values when there is so much cultural and religious diversity in the world? And all of those kinds of questions will be very much in the background of our panel's discussion today. Difficult topics are ahead of us. How to deal with historical grievances, how can universal principles be reconciled with cultural diversity, and how can one assure that religion will be a source of social harmony rather than a source of problems in years to come? Now, since I've been asked to offer a few thoughts about the challenge of identifying shared values, I'd like to propose examining that topic from three angles: looking around, looking back, and looking forward. And by looking around, I simply mean trying to take stock of the obstacles that confront any effort to identify and affirm shared values. By looking back, I mean asking if there's anything that we might learn from a similar effort that was undertaken 75 years ago in the early days of the United Nations. And by looking ahead, I mean asking ourselves what religious leaders and scholars can do to help assure that religion will help promote human flourishing rather than division and conflict. So when we look around, we don't have to look far to see that one of the greatest challenges ahead is the belief of many people, including many very influential people, that religion is outdated, obsolete, irrelevant, and even an obstacle to peace and social stability. What can we say to people who hold those beliefs? Of course, what we can say depends very much on what our interlocutor is able or willing to hear, but I would like to suggest that one way to get the attention of at least some international policymakers might be to point out to them that every single one of the goals of the G20, every one of its aspirations, is currently threatened by a grave environmental crisis. And no, I do not mean the well-known threats to our natural habitat. I'm speaking of another crisis that is less well recognized and entirely man-made. I'm speaking of a crisis in our social environments. And the signs of that crisis are all around us. They're in the fraying of the intricate webs of customs and understandings on which the success of every program, every policy ultimately depends. They're in the deterioration of the small structures of civil society where those customs and understandings are formed. And those small structures, families, schools, religious groups, other kinds of groups, those structures are the seedbeds, the nurseries of the qualities of character and competence that every healthy society requires in its citizens and statespersons. And it's at that very basic level that the world's great culture-forming religions have a vital role to play. Of particular relevance to the goals of the G20 is the fact that globalization, along with its many benefits, including bringing people closer together, globalization also has powerful effects on those little social environments. In fact, globalization has the potential to uproot cultures at a pace never seen before. As one longtime observer has pointed out, you can't build an emerging society if you are simultaneously destroying the cultural foundations that cement that society and give it the confidence and cohesion that it needs in order to confront and act properly with the world. And without a sustainable culture, there can be no sustainable globalization. Now, if that's correct, and I believe it is, it's hard to see how the benefits of globalization can be maximized without taking religion seriously. But in most discussions of international policy, we hear a great deal about the negative effects of religion and very little about the important ways in which the world's religions have contributed to the maintenance of healthy societies and cultures. Of course, religion isn't the only element to be considered, but it is such a major force that one cannot simply ignore it. And that is why the G20 was wise to take religion seriously. As Pope Francis once put it, humanity has been too slow to recognize that social environments, like natural environments, are at risk and need protection. And that's why our first topic this afternoon, the quest for shared civilizational values, this topic has acquired new urgency in our increasingly interdependent and yet conflict-ridden world. Interestingly, the last time that a multinational group paid attention to this question of shared values was many years ago when the newly formed United Nations decided to respond to calls for some kind of international document involving human rights. And so as we approach the question of shared values today, it might be interesting to take just a brief look at what we might learn from that previous experience. Back then, the idea, this is right after World War II, the idea of shared values was considered ridiculous by the self-styled realists of the day and by many prominent anthropologists who were more interested in the differences among people than in what makes us all part of a human family. But fortunately, for posterity, the UN decided to go ahead anyway, and the result was a historic political achievement. It was the approval of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948 without a single dissenting vote. And the UN in those days was already impressively multicultural, although, of course, imperfectly so, largely by not yet including the many countries that were still under colonial rule and in the global south. At the time, though, the commission that was assigned to draft the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was also impressively multicultural. And I'd just like to honor a few of the names of the leading members. China's Peng Chungjiang was not only a gifted diplomat, but a respected educator and philosopher. India's Hansa Mehta was a pioneering feminist and social activist. And She was the one who pressed for equality between men and women in the Universal Declaration. Chile's Hernan Santa Cruz was a great advocate for the social and economic rights. Lebanon's Charles Malik at the time was the chief spokesman for the Arab League in the early UN, all through the Palestinian crisis. French jurist René Cassin put the stylistic touches on the document, and American Eleanor Roosevelt was the chairperson. Now, the Declaration itself was not a legally binding document, but what made it a historic achievement was that it was an official consensus that some things are so terrible that no one, or virtually no one, will openly approve them or admit they approve them. And some things are so good that virtually no one will openly oppose them or admit they oppose them. But today, that consensus is faltering. Memories of the terrible wars of the early part of the 20th century are fading, and the ethnic strife and conflicts that have followed, regional and ethnic strife and conflicts, have impaired the sense of a single human family. Some powerful countries are contesting the very idea of universal rights in the name of economics, national security, or economic necessity. Some Western groups are using the language of human rights to promote ideas that are not widely accepted in other parts of the world, and often not even in their own countries. The time seems right, therefore, for a new and even more broad-based effort to identify and affirm shared civilizational values. And as this R20 takes up that challenge, it might be helpful to recall two conclusions that were reached by the framers of the UDHR. One was that the number of principles that people of vastly different cultures will recognize as universal is relatively modest. Not everything can be a universal human right. And second, that universality of principles does not mean uniformity in their application. I think that is a point where it's a place where the world religions have something to teach international policymakers, especially the kind of policymakers that prefer top-down solutions to problems. The world's religions have always understood, better than international policymakers, that a common set of principles can be brought to life, and indeed can only be brought to life, in different societies in a legitimate variety of ways, so long as no core principle is completely ignored. But here's the problem. It's one thing to identify shared principles, and quite another to bring those principles to life in concrete situations. And that's the real challenge. Which brings us to looking forward, to the possible role of religions in promoting an international order grounded in shared civilizational values. There's no doubt that religious leaders will be essential to maximizing the beneficial effects of religion and countering its negative effects. But it must be admitted, and that's why we're all here at this particular session, it must be admitted that there are formidable obstacles to that effort. And one of them involves some business that a UN study group had to leave unfinished 75 years ago when this group of philosophers was asked by UNESCO to look into whether there really were any values that could be said to be universal. And they solicited the views of religious leaders and political figures around the world, and they reported, yes, there are some practical ideas about decent human conduct that are indeed widely shared. But then they added an important warning. They said, those practical ideas rest on principles that are somewhat different from place to place, different ideas about human nature and about nature itself. As one of the members of that UNESCO commission, the French philosopher Jacques Maritain said, yes, we agree on the rights, so long as no one asks us why. So there's the challenge. So if the quest for shared values is to advance beyond where it was left back then, it will have to go beyond superficial agreement. It will require each tradition to look deeply into its own foundations. And like any other process of excavation, when you dig things up, sometimes there are uncomfortable discoveries. But that exercise can also lead to a fresh appreciation of deep truths that have long been obscured. Plato in the Republic gives us a wonderful analogy of a statue of the sea god Glaucus that was in the ocean for many years, and when they dredged it up, it was all crusted with shells and covered with seaweed, and it was only when all that debris was cleared away that you could see, as Plato tells us, the true and lasting features of the god. Now, something like that was experienced by the United States Commission on Unalienable Rights when we were asked in 2019 to see if the universal principles in the Universal Declaration could be grounded in our American political tradition. Our commission concluded that yes, that was possible, but along the way, we had to confront some very uncomfortable, troubling aspects of our own country's history. And similarly, in the Roman Catholic religion, as Pakyaya pointed out in his speech, in the Roman Catholic religion, the Second Vatican Council had to confront historic injustices committed in the name of Christianity. Now, as if all those challenges weren't enough, here's another one for religious leaders and scholars. They will have to educate their followers to reject the use of religion as a pretext for violence. They'll have to reject ideologies that manipulate religion for political purposes. And much will depend on whether secularist leaders can free their followers from prejudice against religion and get them to accept that religious voices have a place in public deliberations. So all in all, I think we must admit that anyone who looks at our program for this R20 meeting would probably say it looks very ambitious. And that means that many people will probably dismiss it as unrealistic, as many dismissed the post-World War II Human Rights Project as unrealistic at that time. Yet, that project proved that ideals are real as earth and water. And it's worth remembering, it's worth remembering that the men and women who held those ideals were not naive in their idealism. They had lived through 2 world wars, severe economic crises. They had seen human beings at their best as well as at their worst, and they took encouragement from the fact that while human beings are capable of great evils, they are also capable of imagining that there are better ways to live. And they were capable of putting their ideals into declarations and constitutions, and they were capable of orienting their conduct toward the ideals that they themselves had embraced. There's a sculpture outside the UN building in New York City. Perhaps some of you have seen this remarkable sculpture. It captures something of that idealism tempered with realism. It's an enormous sphere of burnished bronze. It's beautiful. It suggests a globe, and oh, there it is. There it is. If you look back there, you'll see it. It's an enormous sphere of burnished bronze. It suggests a globe, but it's cracked, and it's those imperfections cause the passerby to stop and wonder, is it cracked because it's defective? Is it cracked because of some terrible disaster? Or maybe it's cracked like an egg because something else has to emerge? And perhaps all of those things. But when you look into the cracks, you see that another brightly shining sphere is coming along, but that one is cracked too. Yet, there's a tremendous sense of potency, of dynamism, and of emergent possibilities. So I will close with this thought. Years from now, people not yet born will form opinions about our stewardship of the legacy that was handed down to us by men and women who were striving to bring standards of right out of the ashes of terrible wrongs. And someday, people who come after us will pass judgment on whether we enhanced or sustained that fragile inheritance. So let's take heart from the knowledge that this R20 shows that there are still many women and men in the world who are determined to make ideals real again. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Glendon, for that inspirational message and a call to action. Our next speaker is His Excellency Dr. Hamdan Musallam Al-Mazrui, Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Mohammed bin Zayed University for Humanities. His Excellency holds a PhD with distinction, excellent honors, specializing in advocacy and reckoning from Imam Mohammed bin Saud University in Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Dr. Hamdan has held many positions and chairs many boards of directors. His Excellency has been an advisor in the court of the Crown Prince of the UAE from 2014 until the present. Dr. Al-Mazrui has also been honored by numerous local Arab and international bodies, most notably with the First-Class Medal of Science and Arts by the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, and with the Rashid Award for Scientific Excellence. I welcome you, Your Excellency.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. أما بعد، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة والفضيلة، ضيوف قمة مجموعة تواصل الأديان المشاركة لمجموعة ال20، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسرني أن أعبر عن شكري وامتناني لكل من ساهم في هذا اللقاء، وأشكركم شكراً خاصاً على حسن ضيافتكم أهلي في إندونيسيا. شكراً لكم حكومة وشعباً على ضيافتكم لنا في هذه الأيام أثناء تواجدنا بينكم. كم أنا سعيد بهذا اللقاء، سعيد سعادة بالغة بأن أشارك في هذا المنتدى السنوي لقمة مجموعة تواصل الأديان المشاركة لمجموعة ال20 في موضوع بناء الجسور بين الشرق والغرب، ذلك من أجل ترسيخ القواعد الرصينة لنظام عالمي مؤسس على القيم الأخلاقية والروحية المشتركة، وبناء الصداقات المتينة بين جميع الأوطان والحضارات والأديان. هذه القمة الدينية ستكون بإذن الله منارة عالمية وفرصة سانحة يمكن من خلالها للقادة الدينيين في جميع أنحاء العالم أن يعبروا عن تطلعاتهم العملية لإسماع صوت العقل والأخلاق والتسامح والتعايش والأمن والسلام إلى أتباعهم وإلى كل من يثق في رأيهم. أيها السادة الحضور، النصوص المقدسة تصرح بأن مبدأ الخلق جميعا واحد، ففي القرآن الكريم يقول الله تعالى تأكيدا على هذا المبدأ: هو الذي خلقكم من نفس واحدة. كما جاء في القرآن الكريم في أكثر من آية يخاطب الله تعالى فيها البشر فيناديهم بقوله تعالى: يا بني آدم. والحقائق الكونية تؤكد تأكيدا جازما للبشر على وحدة الأصل ومكان العيش في هذه الأرض، كما أن العناصر التي تتكون منها الأرض لها خصائص وسمات مختلفة، كذلك جاء اختلاف البشر في الطباع والألوان والثقافة والديانة لحكمة أرادها الله سبحانه وتعالى. أيها السادة، الناس اليوم يختلفون عن بعضهم البعض في أشياء كثيرة، وهذا الاختلاف لا يجب أن يكون سبباً للخلاف، فهناك اختلاف بين البشر وهذا أمر فطري لا يمكن لنا أن نغيره ولا أن نبدله، ولكن هناك اختلاف وهناك خلاف. فالاختلاف أمر فطري، ولكن الخلاف هو من صنع البشر، فهو موجود عند بعض البشر، وهذا الخلاف هو الذي يجب أن يصحح وأن يبدل من الخلاف إلى التوافق وإلى التعايش. فالله جلت قدرته قد فطر البشر على الاختلاف في المذاهب والآراء والعقائد، وهذا خلق الله تعالى، لا يمكن لأحد أن يغير ذلك، ولا سبيل لنا إلى جمع الكلمة إلا أن نغير من الخلاف إلى التوافق والتعايش والحوار الإيجابي والبحث عن المشتركات والتعايش معها، بل وتفعيلها والدعوة إليها، لا سيما في هذه الأيام التي نعيش نحن فيها على أرض هي أشبه ما تكون بالقرية الصغيرة، وهذه القرية الصغيرة يوما بعد يوم تصبح أصغر، وكذلك وسائل النقل أصبحت أسرع وأيسر وأسهل بين بني البشر. إخواني وأخواتي، سمعنا الكثير من المبادرات وحضرنا الكثير من المؤتمرات، ولكن دعوني أن أنتقل بكم من الحديث النظري إلى الواقع العملي، ودعوني أن أتشرف بأن أعرض على حضراتكم نموذجاً عملياً وليس نظرياً من دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة التي أتشرف بالانتساب إليها والتي أتيت إليكم منها. هذه الدولة تبعث من أرضها إلى العالم جميعاً برسالة التسامح والتعايش، وتعمل بجد وعزم لترسيخ هذه الثقافة باعتبارها قيمة إنسانية رفيعة، بل إن دولة الإمارات جعلت هذا الأمر روحاً لدستورها وقوانينها، وعلامة على حضارتها وأخلاقها وقيمها وعاداتها النبيلة. التسامح في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة يمثل قيمة أصيلة وعادات نبيلة، فهذه القيم الفاضلة هي التي نشأت مع نشأة دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة التي أسسها الوالد المؤسس الشيخ زايد بن سلطان آل نهيان طيب الله ثراه، وسار على هذا الدرب صاحب السمو سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس الدولة حفظه الله، فهو رجل عظيم ترسخت فيه صفات التسامح والتعايش، وما يزال يجود بقلبه الإنساني وفكره العقلاني بالمبادرات الإنسانية والتشجيع على الحوارات الحضارية التي تعيد رونق احترام الأديان والمعتقدات إلى مكانها الصحيح، حتى غدت دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة قبلة للتسامح وعنوانا للسلام وصرحا للقيم والأخلاق ومحطة لتلاقي العقلاء والحكماء وعلماء الفلاسفة ورجال الدين. فلا عجب أن تحتضن دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة في هذه الأيام على أرضها أكثر من 200 جنسية يعيشون بكل حب وود وتعايش وسلام وأمان. ولقد أطلقت دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة الكثير من المبادرات التي تعني من شأن التسامح وتجعله قيمة راسخة، وكان من أهمها وثيقة الأخوة الإنسانية التي كانت من أجل السلام العالمي والعيش المشترك، والتي تم توقيعها في العاصمة الإماراتية أبو ظبي برعاية كريمة من سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس الدولة حفظه الله، وبحضور شيخ الأزهر الدكتور أحمد الطيب وبابا الفاتيكان رئيس الكنيسة الكاثوليكية البابا فرانسيس في فبراير في عام 2019 ميلادياً. يعد توقيع هذه الوثيقة حدثاً تاريخياً في مسار التواصل بين الأديان، ونقلة فريدة في تاريخ الإنسانية يؤهلها للنهوض بالحوار إلى قيم التعارف، ويمكنها من خدمة الإنسان والأوطان وزرع بذور السلم ونشر ثقافة التسامح والوئام ومد جسور الود والصداقة بين الشرق والغرب، وبناء مرحلة جديدة تقوم على التآخي الإنساني والاحترام المتبادل. كما أن دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة خصصت عاماً في 2019 ميلادي وأسمته عام التسامح، وكذلك قامت بتجريم التكفير وسب الأديان من خلال إصدار قانون، وهذا القانون سمي قانون التمييز والكراهية، وكان ذلك في عام 2015. ويعد هذا القانون مميزاً لحماية الأديان من العنصرية ومن الغلو والعنف والتطرف. كما قامت دولة الإمارات تحقيقاً لهذا المبدأ بإنشاء وزارة التسامح في عام 2016، وزارة في حكومة دولة الإمارات تسمى وزارة التسامح. نعم، في 2016 تعمل ضمن إطار مؤسسي وحكومي لترسيخ ثقافة التسامح والعمل على حماية التنوع ونبذ التعصب. كما أنشأت في عام 2014 ميلادي منتدى أبو ظبي للسلم، ومن أهم منجزات هذا المنتدى إطلاق إعلان المواطنة الشاملة، وهو إعلان يهدف إلى وضع تصور مؤصل للمواطنة في الدولة الوطنية. وأطلق المنتدى في عام 2018 مبادرة حلف الفضيلة في واشنطن، وهو حلف يضم قيادات دينية من بيت العائلة الإبراهيمية، وهو أيضاً نقلة نوعية في مسار الشراكة والتعاون بين أديان العائلة الإبراهيمية على ترسيخ قيم التعايش والتعارف والمحبة. وقامت دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة كذلك بتعزيز التسامح في مؤسساتها التعليمية من خلال إطلاق أول برنامج عالمي في تدريس طلاب الجامعات في مرحلة البكالوريوس والماجستير في المنطقة، يعنى بتخصص التسامح في جامعة محمد بن زايد للعلوم الإنسانية، والتي تتشرف بحمل اسم رجل الإنسانية والسلام سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس الدولة حفظه الله، وسدد على طريق الخير خطاه. كما أن دولة الإمارات أيها السادة تمد يد العون والمساعدة إلى دول العالم دون تمييز أو تفريق بين الناس في أديانهم وأعراقهم وأشكالهم، وتتصدر دول العالم في قيمة المساهمات في الجانب الإنساني. كل هذه نماذج على خطوات عملية لترسيخ مفهوم التسامح والتعايش. فأسأل الله سبحانه وتعالى التوفيق لهذا المؤتمر ولكل الجهود المخلصة لخدمة الإنسانية في جميع أنحاء العالم خدمة لبني آدم. ربنا لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا أو أخطأنا، ربنا لا تحملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به، ربنا تقبل منا إنك أنت السميع العليم، والحمد لله رب العالمين، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for that wonderful talk. The next speaker on this panel is His Excellency Andres Pastrana. His Excellency Andres Pastrana is the president of the Centrist Democrat International. He was also the former president of the Republic of Colombia. His talk today is entitled Western Humanism, Christian Democracy and Humanitarian Islam, an Alliance for the 21st Century. His Excellency Andres Pastrana was President of the Republic of Colombia from 1998 until 2002. During his presidency, Mr. Pastrana made important steps in negotiations with FARC and ELN, terrorist groups. His administration also proposed and oversaw the implementation of the Plan Colombia and package and an narcoticized strategy. But he was a man of many accomplishments and achievements before becoming president. Mr. Pastrana graduated as a lawyer from the University of Rosario in Bogota. He was a fellow at the Harvard University Center for International Affairs. He was twice awarded with the King of Spain's Award for Journalism. Currently, His Excellency, Mr. Pastrana, is president, as I said, of the Centrist Democratic International, which is the world's largest network of political parties. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, authorities, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. Let me start my intervention by expressing on behalf of the Centrist Democrat International, the world's largest network of political parties, which I have the honor to lead, our gratitude to the co-host of the G20 Religion Forum, the R20, Nahdlatul Ulama, and the Muslim World League, for their kind invitation to participate in this significant event with our presence here today. We want to acknowledge the importance of the R20 Forum to promote the world's political and economic structure with shared moral principles and spiritual values. Our gratitude also goes to President Joko Widodo, President of the world's largest Muslim majority democracy, for his undoubted support to recognize the R20 as an official G20 main event, thus providing a global platform through which diverse religious leaders and cultural figures from across the world may discuss their concerns and exchange ideas with politicians to find solutions to global problems traditionally considered to the concern of political elites. I would like to congratulate President Jokowi, as his people like to call him, for his leadership and clairvoyance, bringing these players into a new game board. It is indeed essential to the well-being of humanity that moral and ethical values weigh equally, with economic and political considerations in shaping public policy. Today, as President Jokowi is making history again, like President Sukarno did in 1955 with the Bandung Conference, one of the most significant geopolitical events of the 20th century, with the R20, President Jokowi is offering an historic opportunity to revive the spirit of that conference and update its agenda to confront humanity's current challenges. And today, under his leadership, Indonesia is also making history again by hosting the R20 like it did before with the Bandung Conference. Indonesia, a country founded upon the Pancasila philosophy and home to the humanitarian Islam movement, which embodies the collective wisdom of the country's multi-religious, pluralistic, and multi-ethnic civilization, and the noble values of Islam, including Rahmah, the universal love and compassion, inspires a strong sense of unity and social harmony under the national motto, oneness amid diversity, an extraordinary example for the world. And talking about history, please allow me to share a little piece of it with you. The CDI origins date back to 1925, when political parties from Belgium, Germany, Italy, France, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, Austria, Switzerland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Spain, Portugal, and Lithuania gathered for the first time to establish the International Secretariat of Democratic Parties of Christian Inspiration, SIPDIC-SIC for its acronym in French. All of them were behind the intellectual, philosophical, and spiritual origins of the post-war World Second International Order, and closely associated with the tradition of Western humanism and Christian democracy. All of them share fundamental principles inspired by humanism, the dignity of people, personal freedoms, and human rights as later defined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights of 1948. And all of them serve one common objective, the constant search for peace between human beings. The International Secretariat evolved to the Christian Democrat International, and later on to the current Centrist Democrat International, due to an increasing membership of non-Christian parties which share the same principles and values regardless of their religion's affiliation. Today, the CDI big family, with more than 100 political parties, which represent Christians, Muslims, Buddhists, Hindus, etc., from all different regions in the world, with one fundamental aim: promoting a rule-based international order founded upon universal ethics and humanitarian values to confront today's challenges. And it is precisely here where we intervene with the ultimate goal of the R20, as stated by our good friend Pakiaya, founding chairman of the G20 Religion Forum and general chairman of Nahdlatul Ulama. We hope to facilitate the merge of global movement, in which people of goodwill of every faith and nation will help bring the world's geopolitical and economic power structure into alignment with the highest moral and spiritual values for the sake of all humanity. The characteristic nature of the R20 as an unprecedented summit of high-level religious and political leaders will help address the current global challenges with a broader perspective, ensuring that religion can be a genuine and dynamic source of solutions rather than problems in the 21st century. And that comes at the time when we're still trying to deal with the terrible effects of the worst pandemic of our societies have known in modern times. For that reason, Indonesia G20 presidency chose the theme Recover Together, Recover Stronger, in an effort to boost our collective ability to create inclusive and sustainable foundation for growth based on three pillars: global health architecture, sustainable energy transition, and digital transition. If you allow me, I would like to add the following: recover better. The quality of our recovery is instrumental to the success of such recovery, and this is the importance of the R20. The R20 can help promote rule-based international order founded upon universal ethics and humanitarian values at a time when we see war in the European soil again, with a real possibility to further escalate into a multinational nuclear conflict which will trigger World War III. At a time when autocrats thrive all over the world, fostering the emergence of authoritarian, Civilization is states that do not accept the rule-based post-World War II order, which has long served as the framework for international relations, including the greatest expansion of economic well-being in the history of humanity. At a time when narco-states expand their geographic scope and colonize new countries, especially including those under the umbrella of the Foro de Sao Paulo and the Grupo de Puebla in Latin America. At a time when people starve due to food shortages provoked by the wars and droughts, when families cannot pay energy prices, when natural disasters increase their frequency and destructive capacity. As these difficult times, we, political and religious leaders, must humbly admit our responsibility to this and further generations and realize that our actions today will shape the future of our children and grandchildren for good or for bad. In the CDI, we have been tirelessly working towards this goal. As the world's West-centered economic principle shifts towards Eurasia, and geopolitical competition threatens to undermine peace and security throughout this vast landmass, widespread acknowledgement of and adherence to universal ethics and humanitarian values may help ensure that transition can be navigated more peacefully. CDI and its extensive global network of allies are in a unique position to facilitate this process, for they embrace a common set of human and universal values, rooted in their respective religious and cultural traditions. These kindred traditions, which include but are not limited to Western humanism, Christian democracy, and humanitarian Islam, may serve as the foundation for a 21st century alliance to build a peaceful and prosperous global civilization. For all the above, the Centrist Democrat International invite peoples of goodwill of every faith and nation, as well as political parties and governments worldwide, to join us and the R20 Forum in this alliance to block the weaponization of religion, safeguard human dignity, and foster the emergence of a truly just and harmonious world order, founded upon the equal rights and dignity of every human being. Today, humanity is facing unprecedented threats, such as attacks on life, abortion, euthanasia, attacks on the family, gender ideology, and attacks on morality, relativism, and materialism. Only a joint effort among monotheist religion, ecumenism, such as the proposed by Pope St. John Paul II, will be able to overcome these threats. In spite of threats and difficulties, humanity always finds a way to overcome them, especially when it places its hopes in God, who always responds with overabundance to those who cry out for his divine intervention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It's wonderful how all the talks complement each other so well, as if it were divinely ordained. It is, after all, the Religion 20. The next speaker is M. Arshad Rashad, PM, who is the chairman of the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, or KADIN. And the title of his talk is Infusing Religious Values into the Realm of Business and Economics. M. Arshad PM is President and Director of Indica Energy, the Chairman of the Indonesia Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and the host of the 2022 B20, or Business 20, which, like the R20, is an official G20 engagement group. Under his guidance, Indica Energy underwent an astonishing turnaround from losing millions of dollars to an increase in the company's assets by about 7 times within 6 years. He was elected as the chair of the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry for the 2021 until 2026 period. Welcome, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Very good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Honorable guests, excellencies, and ladies and gentlemen. Today, I do believe history is being made as governments, religious institutions, civil society, and business actors have gathered to take concrete actions and fight against global challenges that affect everyone, regardless of race, religion, creed, or association. Before we move on, let me first introduce myself. My name is Arshad Rashid, and I'm the chairman of the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the sole organizations mandated by the Indonesian law to represent the business community in Indonesia. And apart from that, we are also the host of the Business 20 Engagement Group of the G20. Today, I've been asked to speak on a topic that I really firmly believe in: how religious values are beneficial to spur inclusive economic growth. For religious believers, deep-rooted religious values are what move us, our core, our guiding principles of how we act and behave. It is more important now than ever to rely on and keep our values in check to address current global challenges. It's been 2 years since the pandemic began. Even though the Indonesian economy is recovering and growing at a rate of 5.4%, in the second quarter of 2022, or this year, we still need to maintain vigilance as we are currently experiencing a fundamental shift in the global economy, as volatility, uncertainty, and climate crisis continue to worsen. To prepare for these challenges, Indonesia G20 presidency has come up with the 3 priorities issues to address, namely global healthcare architectures, the digital transformation, and also sustainable energy transition. However, the striving for these ideals come with its own problems. For example, the priority for health architectures strive for strengthen a global health system so the world is ready to face the next pandemic. However, in reality, as we saw during the last pandemic, vaccine inequity is a real threat to realizing this goal. The rich have more capital to expedite research, manufacturing, and rolling out of vaccines, while poor economies were lagging and were left to survive on their own. On digital transformation and sustainable energy transition are a double-edged sword. First, it has the ability to empower millions of people through technology, but on the other hand, it will erode the necessities for a lot of jobs that are going to be replaced by machinery and automation. McKinsey latest report states that 30% of the global workers could be displaced by automation by the year 2030. The same goes for energy transition. For those who are currently working for the lucrative, extractive fossil economy, the green transition will render their expertise and skill obsolete due to the green economy. To address these issues inclusively, we must infuse the world's political and economic power structures with moral, spiritual, and religious values. Upon looking at many religions, the common threads for all religion is that it teaches compassion and love to humankind. For example, the golden rule exists in all major world religions. Christianity, for the entire law is fulfilled in keeping this one command: love your neighbor as yourself. In Buddhism, whatever is disagreeable to yourself, do not unto others. Islam, none of you will believe until you love for your brother what you love for yourself. Confucianism, do not do others what you do not want them to do to you. Hinduism, this is the sum of duty. Do not unto others which would cause you pain if done to you. As diverse and multi-religious country, Indonesia has developed a system of economic development and empowerment that infuses religious values. Traditional values such as, in Indonesia we call it gotong royong, inclusive collaboration, and Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, unity in diversity, are the core values for Indonesia and Indonesians. This concept is unique to us, and we must hold to it for equitable and just economic development. This value should inform our policy making, and solidarity is at the heart of our life experiences. These values enable us to move away from a growth at all costs model to a leave no one behind model of the economy, and this acknowledging the just transition are indispensable tool in this shift. We are united in our affirmation that a move towards a sustainable future cannot be made at the expense of the poor and vulnerable. A just transition is thus about making sure that everyone affected can have their say. No one is left behind by designing policies that do not introduce new hardship and deepen inequalities. To translate it to a global setting, I like to introduce the concept of 5 Ps. Peace, prosperity, people, planet, and partnership. An inclusive development framework Peace, the prerequisite to any stability. Without peace, any other efforts are futile. Prosperity. This contributes to the realization of peace, putting an end to social and economic disparity minimizes the chance for conflicts rooted in disparities and inequalities. People's development skills. The autonomy as individuals contribute to life satisfaction, economic development, and prosperity. Planet. Preservation of the planet ensures the longevity and health of the people. Partnership. Inclusive collaboration can expedite the global world in achieving all the other peace without leaving anyone behind. In this opportunity, I would like to ask this forum to first support and amplify the pressing need for global partnership and international solidarity. As the earth is one, but the world is not. Each country has shortcomings, especially emerging economies that run on limited resources. Efforts undertaken in isolation no longer work in the enormity and expense of the problems involved. Just transition requires a change of mindset in how decisions are made and how actions are taken to recover and rediscover the time-honored common values of humanity, such as solidarity, human dignity, social inclusivity, and economic equity, while striving towards an environmentally sustainable economy. The framework for a just and inclusive economy is there. Now, it is the duty of thought leaders and religious clerics to urge government leaders and their congregation to put it into practice. Now, you might ask the question, how to put all this aspiration into tangible programs? What are the paths forward? First, robust social protection systems, including public health and education, are needed to boost the economic and climate resilience of disadvantaged groups such as women, indigenous groups, migrants, and youth. Second, cross-border capacity building at many different levels. In addition to the expanded access to public education and vocational training, efforts should target institutions from research organizations and think tanks, where research and development should be fomented with sustainability in mind. To government bodies to strengthen the capacity to design, implement, and monitor just transition process or policies. Increase the frequency of North-South dialogues around the topic of global solidarity for a just transition to develop a cooperation framework in addressing the displacement as rich countries transition away from the fossil fuels. So the Global South can respond strategically to the impact of the transition. Financing for the development, the last but not least, which requires commitments from developed countries to support international development and climate financing in emerging economies. Lastly, I would like to say that the world needs more interfaith dialogue platforms, such as this R20. And we have to make this R20 as permanent forum of all G20s in the futures. Why? It is because to realize inclusive economic growth and foster tolerance among religious devotees. Remember, the economy is not about metrics and valuations. It is about people's prosperity and the planet's continuity while maintaining world peace through forging global solidarity and partnership. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Chairman Rashid, for your powerful and practical talk. Our final speaker for this afternoon's panel is Professor Alberto Maloni. Professor Alberto Maloni is the Secretary of the Foundation for Religious Studies and UNESCO Chair on Religious Pluralism and Peace. Professor Maloni, as I said, holds the UNESCO Chair on Religion, Pluralism and Peace, and this is at the University of Bologna. He is also Chair of History of Christianity at Unimore in Italy. He is an Italian national with a PhD in Religious Studies. He is also the scientific coordinator of the EU. He is the founder of the European Academy of Religion and general editor of Corpus Christianorum. He is the member of the board of several journals, and he is also the chief scientific advisor of the European Union and has been since 2020. Welcome, Professor Maloni.
Thank you very much. Maybe I will. Okay. Di qua. Bene. Buonasera, grazie. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you to the government of Indonesia for hosting this R20. Last year from Bologna, we had handover with Pacchiaia of this event. President Mario Draghi, the President of the Italian Presidency, the Patriarch Bartholomew, Professor Prodi, David Sassoli, the late President of the European Parliament, Ronald Lauder, the President of the World Jewish Congress, and 600 authorities made this handover, and you are happy to see that our hope are fulfilled, and if the eye had been moved from the left to the right, becoming from if 20 and R20. I will speak as a historian, and so I will said my argument from this point of view. I'm not a religious leader, I'm not a leader, and if I be religious enough will be decided in the last day, and I hope in the mercy of God for that. Interfaith dialogue is a crucial part of diplomatic, academic, international agenda, with different genealogies and different goals. And it has become customary in the past 2 decades at least to use an argument concerning interfaith dialogue. It is an argument that peace is the true use of religion, violence is the abuse of religion. This is a truthful and noble approach controlled by public and growing consensus, thanks God, and capable to ensure a place to peace in our future. However, the historian must say that facts induce us to a certain prudence around that, because history is there to tell us that religious belief have an intact power of feeding violence or fostering peace. Of course, religion is not only the danger that humanity is facing. We know from the past experience that other ideologies has been part of the great danger, but religion are now in a crucial point, in a point that I call a religious climate change. We all know what is the climate change at the global level, but we also know that there is a change in the climate of religion. There is a global warming in temperature of religion. The ideology of purity, as President Macron called it in a recent strategic meeting in Rome, is feeding violent people and group, and the cynicism using money to fund religious war here and there in the world is not decreasing but growing. There is an indicator of violence that we are studying, that is the violence perpetrated in the places of prayer. We started in Bologna and Palermo to work on this because there is a point that already impressed me in the Bible. This is Viligelmo in Modena 12:10. That is the murder of Cain and Abel. That is there to say to us that in front of the altar, fraternity and fratricide starts together. And so we know that in our past history we have something that calls us from a common mourning, that is not only the violence perpetrated in the name of God by the abusers, but mostly the violence perpetrated in the places of prayer. Since 9 October 82, the date of a Palestinian attack to a Roman synagogue in which a boy of 2 years old, Stefano Taché, was killed, up to now, we have counted more than 2,000 of crimes with dozens of thousands of victims. And these victims demand to us a common mourning in order to be recalled and remembered as part of the tragedy and the hope that we bring into the international arena. To fight against the religious climate change and its consequence, the world needs goodwill, good leaders, good politics, good meetings, and I think also good research. And in this good research, the interfaith attitude and the inter-religious dialogue are a proper tool with, as used in the past, two instruments. One is the idea of seeking what unites as opposed to what divides us. Is the approach of Immanuel Kant, the zum ewige Frieden, and it has produced the idea that religion are called to find ethical foundation to shared values. But for the people who speak Latin, values is a very dangerous word, because value is the price in money that you have to pay for something you buy. And so I prefer virtue, but this is the Latin paranoia, if you want. The other approach that is less used, it represented by an idea of Simone Weil in 1941. Each religion alone is true. That is to say that at the moment that we are thinking on it, we must bring as much attention to bear on as if it were nothing else. It is in the same way each landscape, each picture, each poem, each artwork is alone beautiful. A synthesis of religion implies a lower quality of attention. An higher quality of attention means so to find the way to go beyond what has been done. In the past decades of interfaith dialogue, we have seen that for many times the same first mile have been done, returning always to that starting point, repeating more or less the same argument. And so what we have to ask is, what is the second mile that goes beyond what we are doing? The second mile, from the point of view of the historian, is represented on one side of the very crowded market of interfaith dialogue. There is much room for delegitimizing violence And this is a blessing, but the point is that there is something that can go beyond a peaceful and a peace-producing rhetoric. There is a joke that they use in some of the conferences like this, that is that to have a conference in which people say that true lions are vegetarians is useless. Lions are not vegetarians, and the people of faith, the human being, for those who have read Augustine, are not vegetarians, are dangerous. And so to curb violence, you don't need to say that true lions are vegetarian. You need to reflect on the theological basis, on a historical basis, on a political basis. So you have to take a responsibility. There is a ceremony in the this is kind and double. Tiziana will go faster than expected. There is a ceremony in the rite of Shabbat that is named Avdallah. It's the moment separating the Shabbat from the profane time. It uses the same verb, separate, that is used in Genesis for the creation. In the creation, one of the separations that God makes is between the water below and the waters above. And there is an entire discussion in Talmudic wisdom and in patristic theology about what is keeping the waters above, and what is keeping the waters down. And they say, somebody says it is because they obey to the commandment of God, because they say that we're obliged to do this, and the other one says because God gave to them a responsibility. So what we have to work with is exactly this responsibility. We assume this responsibility at the end of one pandemic that we have identified, the pandemic of the COVID-19. But a prayer that was very common for my grandmother said, "A peste fame et bello libera nos Domine," from the war, the famine, and the pestilence, free us, O Lord. So in Coelet, there is something talking about the healing, and even President Biden quoted it in the address of the victory of his president, "A time to heal is coming." The problem is that in the Bible, the time to heal does not come after the time of pestilence. The time of heal, the time to heal, come after the time of killing. There is a time to kill and the time to heal. And so responsibility is to take very seriously what Cardinal Zuppi in Bologna calls the pandemic of war. What we have suggested is not, therefore, from Bologna to launch a campaign concerning values, but to launch a campaign concerning virtues. And we wrote a little parva carta that we delivered to the 20 leaders in the summit in Rome, a very short statement that is not based on the fact that we can find commonalities among commandments, but we will find commonalities about what we can engage with. Not you shall or you will, but we will. We will not kill each other, we will succor each other, we will forgive each other. Commitments that requires specific condition, but each potential may consider this as implementation. So what? 5 concluding sentences. If interreligious dialogue is the place in which religious leaders repeat a standard opinion in their own words, it's destiny that this will be a useless effort. If theologies are asked to endorse the power of the most powerful ones, bringing their values among the other values, this will ignite rebellion. If religious pluralism is an easy sermon on fraternity to be kindly preached, it will never become a reality. If faith only serves to give motivational support to economic reasons that are at the core of the G20, this will become an empty effort. On the contrary, if faith and belief want to have a credibility that endures, they must adopt penance and truth, knowing that the Almighty knows everything on each of them, knows everything on each of us here, knows our intention. And what the historian knows is that the most powerful sermons, the most powerful prophets are the one who knows that he knows. He knows the sincerity of the sincere one, the ideology of the ideological one, the superficiality of the superficial one, the hope for peace, and the desire of unity in the human family. There is a sentence of Gregory the Great, Divina locia cum legenti crescunt, the word of God grows with the one who reads it, and I hope that the R20 will be a place in which we can read again the truth that has been revealed to us and offer to us a chance to assume our responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Maloney, for that wonderfully profound talk. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to join me to thank our panelists here for this excellent afternoon, and I would like to thank you as well for listening.
Our moderator and all speakers, and please remain on stage to receive the token of appreciation. And I would like to invite Mrs. Alisa Wahid to deliver the token of appreciation. One more time, I would love to say to all speakers to remain on stage to receive the token of appreciation. For the first speaker, Ms. Alisa will be delivered to His Excellency Dr. Hamdan Musalam Al-Mazur as the Chairman of the Board of Trustees. Once again, for the first token of appreciation, Mrs. Alisa will deliver to Dr. Hamdan Musalam Al-Mazur, Chairman of the Board of Trustees. All right, Ms. Alisa again to deliver the token of appreciation to all the speakers, one by one. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to our beloved speakers that already share the thought and also important perspective. All right. For the last speaker, deliver the token of appreciation, and now have a photo group sessions. Once again, give a big round of applause to our great speakers. And now Mrs. Alisa also give the certificate as a token of appreciation also to all the speakers for the second panel. All right, now we have the group sessions, photo group sessions. All the photographer to capture the beautiful moment and give a big round of applause to all our speakers. Thank you very much, and ladies and gentlemen, all the speakers, now you may return to your seat. Now we give the floor to Mr. Timothy.
Salamat sore. Good afternoon. We are going to continue and we are going to expand and deepen our reflections on our theme of identifying and embracing shared civilizational values. And we are going to do that through a very profound voice from the land of India, from someone who embodies the highest spiritual and moral values, and someone, if I may say so, embodies the highest aspirations of the R20. This is because the individual I'm going to introduce combines in his very person the profound spirituality, a great depth of scholarship and analysis, and a heart of love and gentleness and compassion. It is my great honor to introduce His Holiness Swamiji Bhadresh Das. Swamiji is a great scholar of Sanskrit. I've also learned that he is a great scholar of logic, of philosophy, of epistemology in the Indian classical tradition. And he is also an ordained monk of the Boshasa Nanwasi Akshar Purushottam Swaminarayan Sanstha, or BAPS for short. In 2017, Swami Bhadresh Dasji completed the Swaminarayan Bhashyam, a 5-volume classical Sanskrit commentary on Hinduism's 3 canonical texts, the Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita, and the Brahma Sutras. As a great spiritual teacher and a profound scholar, he is the head of the BAPS Swaminarayan Research Institute at Akshardham in New Delhi, India. And I'm delighted to introduce and to invite to the stage Swami Bhadresh Das to deliver reflections on our theme of identifying and embracing shared spiritual values. Namaste, Swamiji. Welcome.
ईशावास्यमिदं सर्वं यत्किञ्च जगत्यां जगते तेन त्यक्तेन भुञ्जिताः मा गृधः कस्य स्विद्धनम्. Everything and everyone within this entire creation is pervaded by the divine presence of God, our Creator. Rejoice in surrendering unto Him. It we all belong to Him, so covet not what is another's. Ishavasya Upanishad. Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahano Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karvavahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu ma vidvisha vahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. May we progress together. May we be nourished together. May we grow stronger together. May we excel together. May we never quarrel with one another. May there prevail peace, peace, and peace. Yajurveda. Om Aksharamaham Purushottamadaso'smi. May I attain the divine virtues of Akshar, the enlightened Guru, and serve Purushottama, God Supreme. Mahatah Anandasya Gauravasya cha Vishayoyam Yad iha Indonesia deshe Bali nagare Vinshati deshanam Shikhar Sammélane Sakala Vishwa Vidharana Prabhuhu Dharmopi Mahata Gauravena Sarva Jiva Hitavahataya Vichar Vishaye Samupasthapitaha Samadhutascha Nunam Dharmanuraginam Dharma Marmagnanam Dharmanusthana Parayananam Dharma Parirakshana Dharma Pariposhana Dharma Parivardhana Pravananam Sarva Dharma Samadhutatmanam Dharma Marma Mimamsakanam Dharma Samvadashilanam Dharma Gaurava Vivardhana Tatparanam Vivida Dharma Dhurandharanam Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha Iti Uktim Anvartham Kurvananam Yato Dharmas Tato Jayaha Iti Dharma Vibhava Shraddha Vibhushitanam Tatra Bhavatam Charaneshu Vaidika Sanatana Dharma Kinkaroyam Sadhu Bhadresha Dasaha Pranamanjalim Samarpayati Sarvebhyo Namo Namaha. Let's reach out to extend the circle of global harmony. Respected divine souls of this blessed earth, fellow pilgrims of peace and seekers of truth, my humble greetings to the divine presence within each and every one of you. My special appreciation also to Kyai Haji Yaha Cholil Stakaf, to Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Karim Alisa, and to the organizers for inviting me to address this esteemed summit. This R20 summit reminds me of the inspiring words spoken at the United Nations Millennium World Peace Summit in New York City. My Guru, His Holiness Pramukh Swami Maharaj, the fifth spiritual successor of Bhagwan Swaminarayan, and whose centennial birth anniversary is being celebrated this year. He shared a universal message for global peace and interfaith harmony. He said, at this hour in human history, we religious leaders should not dream of only one religion in the world, but dream a world where all religions are one and united. Unity in diversity is the lesson of life. This summit is another opportunity for celebrating such rich multi-religious diversity. Friends, I wish to elaborate upon the value of diversity through two analogies. Number one, imagine a garden, a beautiful garden with flora and fauna of every species, creating a kaleidoscopic landscape, rich in assorted colors, fragrances, and songs. Now imagine the whole world is a garden, a beautiful, diverse garden, where every faith, culture, and race blooms in symbiotic harmony with each other. Upon arriving here in Indonesia, especially at this summit, I feel as if I am pleasantly strolling through a beautiful garden of religious and cultural diversity, just as I was in India. How pertinent then is it that this summit is being hosted in Indonesia, whose very motto is Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, University in Diversity. Yes, friends, yes, we are different, yet we are one. One human race, one family, at one home. Just as the ancient Rig Veda proclaims, Yatra Vishwam Bhavati Ekanidam Ekam Sat Vipraha Bahuda Vadanti. A second analogy, imagine an orchestra, different instruments, different roles, different sounds, yet each one playing in perfect harmony with others, creating a wonderful, joyful symphony. This is the power of celebrating diversity. My dear friends, I draw your attention now to a universal definition of dharma. When we delve deeper into each faith, we find such universal aspects that transcend gender and geography, race and rank. In Hinduism, dharma has been a topic of profound discussion and contemplation for millennia. For example, the Purva Mimamsa Darshan, a school of thought dedicated to the philosophy of action, begins with Athato Dharma Jigyasa. Now, therefore, we inquire into dharma. Vaisheshika Darshana, another school of classical Indian philosophy, begins similarly with Athato Dharmam Vyakhyasyaamaha. Now, therefore, we define dharma. The very next aphorism offers a universal definition of dharma. Yataha abhyudaya nishreyasa siddhihi sadharmaha. Dharma is that which elevates in this world and beyond. This is known as Sanatana Dharma or eternal dharma. Such a universal dharma for humans is rooted in universal human values, values such as peace, love, friendship, respect, and compassion. If we take each value in turn, peace in Hinduism is profusely exalted. Vedic prayers, such as the Shanti Path, invoke universal peace across all aspects of creation. They often conclude with the calling, Om Shantihi, Shantihi, Shantihi. Love is also emphasized as a defining quality of religion. His Holiness Pramukh Swami Maharaj used to say, Paraspar Priti Prasarave Te Dharma. True religion is that which fosters mutual love. Another invaluable value is friendship. We hear a song of universal friendship among the Yajurved chants. Mitrasya ma chakshusha sarvani bhutani samikshantam. Mitrasyaham chakshusha sarvani bhutani samikshe. Mitrasya chakshusha samiksha mahe. May I see all beings with an eye of friendship. May all beings see me with an eye of friendship. May we all see each other with an eye of friendship. Avoiding violence and hatred are also essential for resolving conflict peacefully and fostering religious harmony. In chapter 12, Srimad Bhagavad Gita illuminates, they who hate no one and are friendly, forgiving, and compassionate to everyone are true devotees of God. Adveshta sarvabhutanam maitraha karuna evacha. Bhagavan Swaminarayan also propounded dharma as a grounded in noble conduct and inspired a fellowship that lived by such universal values. Friends, when empowered by these universal meanings and values of dharma, we too will be able to truly serve our own faith as well as global family of faiths. Because then we are able to accept the existence of other faiths. Because then we are able to accept the existence of other faiths, accept them as they are, without needing to discriminate or disparage. Because then there can be mutual respect among faiths, respect of human dignity and spiritual integrity without inciting hurt or hate. Because then we can learn from one another, learn all that is good and noble without ourselves feeling inadequate or insecure. Interfaith harmony does not require that one relinquish or relax one's faith, but rather that we grow stronger within it. And as we grow stronger in our own faith in God, we become more accepting of His loving, all-pervading presence in others. I thus wholeheartedly thank and commend the organizers of this groundbreaking summit for affording us this valuable opportunity to dialogue freely with each other, to learn from one another, to grow closer together. Together we are stronger. Together we move faster. Together we climb higher. I believe such meetings, not just large and grand, but also small and simple, play an integral role in facilitating dialogue, samvada, and fostering harmony. When conducted with noble intentions, with love, courage, and humility, such sincere dialogue can yield priceless rewards. In Hinduism, dialogue, samvada, dialogue has been emphasized since Vedic times as a fundamental human virtue. Dialogue is a fundamental human virtue. The Rig Veda sings, Sangachadvam, Samvadadvam, Samvo Manamsi Janatam. I regard these divine words as a universal hymn of harmony, which translated means, may we all progress together in harmony. May we all speak together in one voice. May all our minds be one in agreement. In conclusion, friends, I would like to say, let us celebrate religious diversity. Let us endeavor to understand the universality of religion. Let us become empowered by universal values of religion by loving love, respecting respect, befriending friendship, and learning to learn from each other. May we continue to convene and deepen our dialogue in the service of global religious harmony. I would like to end with the inspiring words of my Guru, His Holiness Mahanta Swami Maharaj, the sixth spiritual successor of Bhagavan Swaminarayan. He says, in the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the whole world is one family. He says, in the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, let's reach out to extend the circle of global harmony. I repeat, let's reach out to extend the circle of global harmony. Bineka Tungalika, Bineka Tungalika, Om Shantihi, Shantihi, Shantihi. Thank you.
We would like to invite Mr. Najib Aska to deliver the token of appreciation. Again, I would like to invite Mr. Ubaidillah to give the token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause. And we will have a photo session. And also give the certificate. All right, a moment, we will capture this beautiful moment with this photographer. Thank you very much. Mr. Ubaidillah, you can come back to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue to the next session with the keynote address. Let us welcome Archbishop Bashar Matiwarda, Chaldean Catholic Church.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Excellencies, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends, I thank the organizers and the people of Indonesia for hosting this event and for inviting me here. Today I will speak to you on the future of religious pluralism both in the Middle East and globally. Because of my personal background, this message will take a form of warning from Iraq, where a failure to grow beyond the nightmare of endless sectarian violence has left us not as functioning country, but merely a place where competing power factions act out of their aggressions with impunity, and where the marginalized suffer first, last, and most. Nevertheless, I come from a people of hope, and my hope and prayer in sharing our story with you is that those of us gathered here in Indonesia and on a much larger scale, the diverse peoples of every faith and nation may begin to find a place of honest discussion about the realities of hatred and violence that darkens both the history and the present for us all. Earlier today, we heard from His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Karim Al-Isa regarding the need for authenticity in our inter-religious dialogue. I honor him for it. I regret to tell you that for us and for the Christians and Yazidis of Iraq today, the suggestion of engaging in further interreligious dialogue most often brings with it an immediate sense of suspicions and distrust rather than hope. In our experience, we have rarely seen a dialogue which is authentic, in which people speak truthfully without fear. It's time then, certainly, for this authenticity to arrive among us. An authentic discussion among our faiths will certainly be difficult and often uncomfortable. It's my prayer that the world's religious leader will have the courage to address the demon within our communities and the wisdom to choose a path to a far more stable, prosperous, and peaceful world built upon respect for God, giving dignity for every human beings. As Pope Francis in his encyclical Fratelli Tutti reminds us, every human being has the right to live with dignity, a dignity based not on circumstances, but on intrinsic worth of their being. Unless this principle is upheld, there will be no future either for fraternity or for the survival of humanity. Thanks to the visionary efforts of Nadul Tala Ulma, which formed the R20, and the Muslim World League, which is the co-hosting the summit, all of us assembled here have the privilege of assuming a place at the table of a global discussion and decision where elements, faith and spiritual dignity have often been ignored or neglected. We know that our sense of dignity as religious believers is inseparable from our faith. After 3 centuries of repeated political and social movements to remove the foundation of faith from our lives, we are all participants today in a unique historical moment, an opportunity to revise the course. We must be sure we are up to task and not let this opportunity pass by us. We are most fortunate to have this chance to proclaim our faith openly with the context of G20, whose discussions and decisions directly or indirectly impact all humanity. However, if we are to proceed beyond this surface talk and shallow arguments typical of most interfaith gatherings, and truly to be worthy to contribute to global discussion and decision-making at the highest level, we must first confront the violent sectarianism among us and the persecution of the other, which is its evil partner. The people of God, the chosen people, khayru ummatin, is a call to responsibility to care for the creation of Almighty God and to keep it good. And we have to admit, all of us, that we failed this call. I speak as Iraqi Christians, but the challenges which face the Christians are the same as those faced by all religious minorities in Iraq, be they Yazidis, Kaka'i, or Muslims themselves. And this challenge is clear. How do we overcome the endless cycle of sectarian violence and persecution that repeat themselves within a regular horror to all of us? The harsh truth is this question is without an end to this sectarian violence and persecution, there is no future for religious pluralism in Iraq or elsewhere in Middle East for this matter. Just to speak, on statistics, Christians from Middle East, the number of the Christian in Middle East dropped from 20% to less than 3% in the last 50 years. The brutal logic of this is that there does eventually reach an endpoint where there are no minorities left to kill and no minorities left to persecute. As I share with you this experience, I pray that you will find in our story a clear warning to you all. Following more than 1,900 years of existence in Mesopotamia, we Christians of Iraq now find ourselves on the very age of extinction, the same end faced by the Iraqi Jews before us, and the same end now being faced by the Yazidis, within whom we have suffered so much pain alongside us. The most recent immediate cause in this existential struggle is the ISIS terror that led to displacement of more than 125,000 Christians from our historical homeland and left us in a single night without shelter and refuge, without work or properties, without churches and monasteries, without the ability to participate in any of the things which gives one a life of dignity: family visits, celebrations of weddings and births, the sharing of sorrows. Our terminators stole our present while they blow up our past and did all within their power to destroy our future. And yet we are still there. And so now we will speak to you the truth. Please understand that this truth comes ultimately from a place of love and forgiveness for all. And the truth is that there is a continuing crisis of violence and persecution in the Islamic world, which in the year 2022 cannot be longer ignored. This crisis of violence and persecution continue to affect the entire Middle East, Africa, Asia, and beyond, and it's affecting everyone. Muslims are the first one to be affected by this crisis. And if this crisis is not acknowledged and fixed, and then ultimately there can be no future for Christians and other minorities or any form of religious pluralism in the Middle East. Indeed, there is little reason to see a future for anyone in the Middle East, including within the Islamic world itself, other than in the context of continuing violence, revenge, and hatred. And as we have seen too many times, the violence, once unlashed, overtakes us all. I fully understand the political and social difficulty of this subject. My experience most often has been that to raise this matter in Western or global audience is to invite a charge of Islamophobia, mainly from social critics speaking theoretically from places far removed from any threat or actual experience. But for we Iraqi Christians, this is not an abstract matter. Prior to ISIS horror of 2014, we Iraqi Christians had historically attempted to maintain a dialogue of coexistence with Muslims, unequal though it may have been. In this dialogue, we refrained from speaking honestly and truthfully to our Muslim rulers in order to simply survive and live quietly. We do not openly face the long history of recurring violence and persecution against us, but following the horror of ISIS, there is nothing left for us but to speak plainly and truthfully. For the sake of humanity, including the followers of Islam themselves, it must be addressed openly and honestly. What then is the truth of the Iraqi Christians' experience over the past decades? How should we look at the terror that and still is ISIS? When asking whether ISIS was truly an Islamic state or a distortion of Islamic theology, consider the following words quoted during the ISIS war in Time magazine. Western politicians should stop pretending that extremism and terrorism have nothing to do with Islam. There is a clear relationship between fundamentalism, terrorism, and the basic assumption of Islamic orthodoxy. So, as long as we lack conscience regarding this matter, we cannot gain victory over fundamentalist violence within Islam. These words come not from any political figure in the West, but from a leader of the largest Muslim organization in the world, Indonesian Islamic leader Yahya Stakuf. As you are aware, His Excellency was the driving force behind this summit, and I am grateful to him not only for that effort, but for the following a place for this most important discussion to take place in the open light of the day. In any case, we cannot run from it, any of us here. We live in this tipping point of history, one of which an aggressive secularism seeks to drive all elements of faith into oblation, and with it all the basic principle of sacred nature of life, of family, of our obligation to our Creator. And while I am personally convinced that the world of faith will ultimately prevail, it cannot do so when the constant face of our world of faith is one of violence and persecution against the other or even against ourselves. At the heart of this discussion lies questions of interpretation of the sacred text, to which we all in our various faiths struggle to adhere. Will our faith communities continue to accept and act upon superficial and violent interpretations of our faiths, which allows us to torment others while we remain certain of our own moral righteousness? Or will we, as people of faith, evolve to something greater and deeper, a place where a culture of faith is always and everywhere understood to be a universal blessing, because it is a culture of life remembering يا أيها الناس إنا خلقناكم من ذكر وأنثى وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتتعارفوا إن أكرمكم عند الله أتقاكم إن الله عليم خبير. My dear brothers and sisters, we people of faith cannot lead the world in this direction if we only dare to try, if only in each of our faith, as Christ asked us, we hypocrites can each remove the log from our eyes. I have to finish. Yes. We Christians are people of hope, but facing the end also bring us a clarity and with it the courage to finally speak the truth. Our hope to remain in our ancient homeland now rests on the ability of ourselves, our Muslim brothers and sisters, and the world to acknowledge these truths. Religiously motivated violence and persecution must end. Those who teach it must stop. Please pray for us as we pray for you. We are involved here through the R20 in a historical call to show the world the beauty of faith. Let us now commit one and all to an authentic dialogue of life. Thank you and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Archbishop Bashar Matiwarda. Please remain to your stage. And we would like to invite Mr. Eko Ernada to give the token of appreciation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now Mr. Eko Ernada is giving the token of appreciations, and also the next one will be giving the certificate as an appreciation to Archbishop Bashar Matiwarda, Sheldon Catholic Church. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to our beloved keynote address. Thank you very much for Archbishop Bashar Matiwarda. You may have your seat. And moving on to the third plenary session, I would like to welcome our moderator, Mr. Stephen M. Rashid, Vice Chancellor, Catholic University of Erbil.
So, good evening. I want to thank all of you here for your fortitude and solidarity. I truly appreciate it. We're embarked on a difficult and long road in this effort. And without fortitude and solidarity, we won't get there. So I thank all of you for having the fortitude and solidarity to sit here and wait for these last speakers who have all flown from halfway around the world to be here. So thank you. I'd like to thank as well Archbishop Bashar Warda for his speech. Again, my name is Stephen Rasha. I'm the Vice Chancellor of the Catholic University in Erbil, where I have the great honor and pleasure to work for His Grace Archbishop Bashar. And when I'm not in Iraq, I have the equal honor to be a visiting scholar at the Kuka Center in Nigeria, where I work with His Grace Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka, who is here, I believe, somewhere, and you'll hear from him tomorrow. We have great last 5 speakers for you here today, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to call them all up. If you could all come up here as I call your name and then take seats and we'll move along with this. First, Professor Tariq Mansour. And Mr. Sri Swapan Dasgupta. Good afternoon. Then Reverend Krieger, Christian Krieger, Reverend Christian Krieger. Thank you. And Professor Alexandre Rocio Fonseca. And last, but certainly not least, Dr. Jacqueline Rivers. Thank you so much. So we'll begin our panel with Professor Tariq Mansour. Professor Mansour is a Vice Chancellor of the Aligarh Muslim University in India. He is globally known and at this historic seat of learning. Established in 1920, a surgeon by profession, he has 4 decades of teaching, research, and administrative experience and 99 publications to his credit, including the supervision of some 58 postgraduate students. He represented India at the first India-Indonesia Interfaith Dialogue in Yogyakarta as part of the delegation of the Ministry of External Affairs for the Government of India. He also represented India at a symposium on higher education in South Asia held in Istanbul and organized by the Hollings Center for International Dialogue in Washington, D.C., USA. Professor Mansour, please come to the podium.
Assalamu alaikum, namaste, good afternoon, shalom to all the distinguished dignitaries and delegates of R20 Summit. Now coming to these historical grievances, the present-day generation cannot be held liable for any injustice perpetrated by the forefathers and ancestors in any country, region, or community. All persons have to be judged in the time they lived. A few centuries back in medieval times, concepts such as democracy, secularism, liberalism did not exist. Most human beings have commitment in their inner soul for the happiness and welfare of all on this planet. Now, in medieval times, there were certain issues and conflicts which occurred in the Indian subcontinent. But even in those times, there were rulers and persons who believed in harmony, peaceful coexistence, and brotherhood. And I have been asked by the organizers to highlight these persons and these rulers. Since time immemorial, India has been a land which has attracted many invaders and conquerors. It has also been a land of many opportunities, where many trading and mercantile communities had migrated and prospered. Even at the time when the Harappan civilization was at its zenith, it was attracting many communities and people who lived beyond the river Sindh and the high mountains. Known as Miluha to the world outside, the Indian civilization this side of the river attracted traders from many communities. If one reads the Rig Veda and compare it with what is there in Zend Avesta, we discover many intellectual and cultural exchanges which took place between those who lived in what we call India today and the region of Fars, the modern Iran. Those who invaded India since ancient times till recent history included many nationalities, ethnicities, religious groups and communities. The Greeks, the Mongols, Iranians, Turks, Arabs, Huns, Portuguese, French, Dutch, English, and so on. But each conquering race, ethnic group, or religion was to contribute to the development of the all-encompassing Indian culture. One invasion which most Indians remember for its brutality was the invasion of Ghaznavid ruler Sultan Mahmud. During his multiple invasions, he invaded India 17 times. Many cities were devastated and many places of worship, including ancient temples, were harmed. Some rulers also imposed discriminatory policies such as additional taxes on non-Muslims. This was known as jizya. Despite all this, there were a number of kings who stood for harmony and tolerance, and there were periods marked by peaceful coexistence. It was not conflict all the time. Interactions also led to new sciences, new way of buildings, constructions, art of making paper, distillation of wine, evolution of new languages, and many other things. Let me highlight the role of a few Muslim rulers who stood for unity and peace. A proper understanding of all cultures and religious traditions was a step taken by the Mughal Emperor Akbar, who in 1580 came up with the idea of absolute peace, or peace for all. This he calls Sul-e-Kul. There were 4 salient features of this. One was, all religions have freedom of expression. There will be no discrimination on the basis of religion. And different religions, they will not fight with each other. And importantly, last, the religions, they will not undermine the status of the king or of the state. From 1575, he started the concept of a religious discussion to which experts of all faiths were invited. Jains, Brahmins, Hindu Pandits, Muslims, both Shia and Sunni, Christians, Zoroastrians and others. His interactions with religious classes of all religions were such that Islamic clergy doubted his religious credentials. A Jewish priest remarked that by tolerating all, you are negating all. Akbar also started not only interreligious marriages, but also the project translating the text of one culture into the other. Thus Sanskrit Ramayana and Mahabharata, Sanskrit texts of science and arithmetic, and even texts like Panchtantra were translated to Persian. Interactions between the Mughals and the locals were such that a large number of grants were given for the construction and maintenance of temples of Vrindavan in Mathura. The Mughal nobility from this period onwards comprised of people of various religious, ethnic, and racial groups. It was a cosmopolitan nobility, a feature so unique that we don't encounter it elsewhere. Such interactions and give and take continued under other Mughal emperors, Jahangir and Shah Jahan. If Akbar would discuss Vedanta with Yogi Devi, Jahangir used to visit other Hindu priests in their caves to discuss Vedantic philosophy. Shah Jahan in one of his temple grants mentions that lighting a diya is an earthen lamp, in a temple was equal to praying to the Almighty. The Hindu Rajput queens in the palaces of Akbar, Jahangir and Shah Jahan were allowed to follow their religious traditions and practices. During the reign of Mughal Emperor Shah Jahan, we have Prince Dara Shikoh, his eldest son, who not only had Upanishads. Upanishads, they are the Hindu religious scriptures. He not only got the Upanishads translated into Persian and wrote a book, Majmu'ul Bahrain, whose Sanskrit version was called Samudra Sangam. Majmu'ul Bahrain means confluence of two oceans or confluence of two seas. So the confluence of Hinduism and Islam. So Dara Shikoh was always searching for commonalities in the great religions, especially between Hinduism and Islam. Dara Shikoh believed what he wrote, that there was much in common between Hinduism and Islam, and Upanishads were also heavenly books which have been referred in other religious texts. Translating the Upanishads into Persian led to their subsequent translation into Latin and exposed Europeans for the first time to Hindu religious texts. Because at that time the Europeans, they knew Persian, but they did not know Sanskrit. So once the Upanishads or the Hindu scriptures were translated into Persian, they were translated into Latin and French, and for the first time the Europeans, they were exposed to the Hindu scriptures also. This give and take and development of common shared culture continued even during the 18th and 19th centuries. Unfortunately, all broke asunder under the rule and policies of colonial rulers and led to many unfortunate events in the recent history of the subcontinent, including partition of the country. It should be remembered that a vast majority of Muslims in India are converts from Hinduism. 90% of the Muslims in India, they are converted from Hinduism. The Indian society by and large believes in inclusiveness and has assimilated many ethnicities, religious groups and communities since time immemorial. Indian Bharatiya tradition is unique as we may not agree with the different views of others, but we respect and try to accommodate them. Diversity is the permanent phenomena of the nature, so we should all respect it and should not try for uniformity in the field of language, food habits, dress, religion, culture, festivals, and so on. In spite of differences in India, we always try to search the threads of cooperation and coordination. This is the basic feature of the Indian society. Thank you so much.
I'd like to introduce now Sri Swapan Dasgupta. He is a former member of the Parliament of the Upper House of India's Parliament. He is one of India's most widely read political columnists for the past 3 decades, having worked in almost all the leading publications in India in senior editorial positions. He's been an independent columnist since 2003, and in 2015 he was awarded the Padma Bhushan Prize by the President of India. Please welcome Sri Swapan Dasgupta.
Namaskar, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. In the brief time I have before me, let me just elaborate some of the basic points which are there in this thing about historical grievances. Now, this morning I came across an article in the Times of London which argued that they should stop teaching British history in Britain. The reason why this article argued was that there is a fairy tale version of history which is often presented to people, whereby all the rough edges on the subject are very conveniently glossed over. I think this is an experience which a lot of other countries would share. I think we have in India a very peculiar situation where we have an official narrative of narrative which says that there were odd bits of trouble, but overall it was a period of excellent harmony. I think I wouldn't contest that, but what is to be noted, and I think this is really what is the important feature, is that there is a fault line in society which often manifests itself in politics, which often manifests itself in other facets of life, which come to the surface. And there is a difference and there is a wide divergence between what might be called the official narrative and popular perception. And it's that big gap which often needs to be addressed. And this big gap has to be addressed because it is the popular perception which often manifests itself and creates problems. I think in the earlier discourse on conflict resolution, which was there, prior to 9/11, the entire issue of religion, or more important, theology, was glossed over. It was buried. It's only now that in a very tentative and unsure sort of way, it's coming up in some form of discussion, but it's not adequate. Let's take one of the major fissures which took place in India over the past 30 years, which was a dispute which was called the Ayodhya dispute, which was about rebuilding a Hindu temple which had been demolished sometime in the 16th century, 16th century by a Mughal invader. Now, there are a lot of pros and cons which could be said, but the important thing here was the question in popular perception of how certain sacred spaces of Hindus had, because of a combination of politics and because of a combination of certain religious beliefs, been appropriated. Ayodhya was one aspect of that. There were other sacred spaces which had also become subjects of dispute. But if you looked at the official narrative of history, you'd find that this had been glossed over in some way. It had been obfuscated, rather than outright denial, it had been obfuscated. A frontal view of what exactly took place has always been hidden for political expediency. Far from adding to harmony, it is my belief, and I think that this would be confirmed, that this sort of obfuscation, denial, has only worsened situation and created a mismatch between what can be called the official narrative and popular perception. And when popular perceptions take over in a democracy, that is what really rules the roost in electoral politics. So this is one basic area which has to be addressed. The entire question of history, of how frontally do we address the rough edges of history, especially when religious conflict and the loss of political sovereignty converge at some point. And here, this is the important thing in which we find in India, where the conflict of a certain religion and the loss of political sovereignty actually met at some point. And I think this is a problem which will need to be addressed very, very seriously. The other issue, which really, and I think, because if we are to get healthy, wholesome politics, which believes in harmony, which believes in nation building, taking all the people along, there has to be some form, at least in the history books, in the official narrative, of some sort of a truth and reconciliation issue. But that's not all. I think there is another aspect which needs to be dealt with. The earlier speaker, the Honorable Vice Chancellor from Aligarh University, Muslim University, spoke quite rightly about the fact that the important thing in India is that 90% of the Indian Muslims are basically converts. And this is true also perhaps mostly of the Christian community as well. There is a practice in Australia which I find very appealing, whereby when any public function is there, they first acknowledge their debt to the indigenous communities whose lands had been appropriated at one point. I don't here mean this way. I don't necessarily mean that that should be carried on. But what is important is that a certain measure of historical continuity has got to be absorbed into the official psyche. This entire break, a complete mental break from the past, a dismissal of what existed in the past. In other words, a change of faith does not necessarily mean a change of nationality. That idea is very important to be put across. Until that is done, we are likely to get a situation where popular feelings of they belong somewhere else, we belong here, that perception will keep on coming. And it is in this realm that religious leaders of both communities, popular religious practices, have a very, very large share and a very, very major contribution to make. But that can only be done if it is complemented by the works of scholars, historians, who must get out of this policy of denial and squeamishness and address these things frontally. So what I'm talking about here is that in meetings such as this, when G20 can actually address the question of religion frontally, talk about theology, sometimes bluntly, sometimes awkward issues have to be raised, but with the larger idea that we form, the purpose being that of wholesome citizenship, which is the ultimate objective, the peace and a common development for all, that should be the main objective. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dasgupta. Our next speaker is Reverend Christian Krieger, the President of the Conference of European Churches from France. Reverend Krieger was elected President of the Conference of European Churches at its 2018 General Assembly. A pastor and theologian from Strasbourg, he has extensive experience with ecumenical, social, and ecclesial engagements. Reverend Krieger also serves as President of the Protestant Federation of France. He grew up in Alsace in a Lutheran family, deeply engaged with the church. He was educated in Protestant theology with an emphasis on history at the University of Strasbourg in France. Let us please welcome Reverend Christian Krieger.
Assalamu alaikum, dear sisters and brothers. I was asked to speak on an historical topic and to draw lessons for the present. On the 24th of August, 1572, St. Bartholomew's Day, and the following days, a total of more than 3,000 Protestants were brutally mutilated and murdered in Paris. This massacre began a disastrous wave of murders that set the Kingdom of France on fire and resulted in more than 10,000 victims in just a few weeks. Perpetrated by the Catholics and condemned by the monarchy, this terrible massacre of Protestants left a lasting mark on people's conscience in France and more widely in Europe. On the 16th September 22, a few weeks ago, precisely 450 years after the massacre, Religious authorities of Protestantism and Catholicism in France, heirs of both the victims and the perpetrator of that time, together inaugurated a memorial garden of the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre in the hearse of the Louvre district in Paris. How could the heirs of this bloody symbol of religious fanatism, some of whom bears the memorial wound of victimhood and others who feel the weight of an embarrassing heritage, unite their voice to finally write the memory of the victims in the urban landscape of Paris, 450 years after the events? This is the purpose of my contribution. I will do it in 4 points. Oh, it is quick. I have 5 minutes. Okay. Okay. So the first is to explain a little bit what happens historically, when Martin Luther tried to reform Christianity, it results into a major schism in Christianity in Western Europe or in Western society. And in France, the ideas of Martin Luther were first neutrally welcomed by the king, and in 1534, the king changed his attitude. In order to restore the unity of his kingdom, he tried to restore the unity of the Catholic Church by banning the so-called Reformed religion. As the Protestants resisted, claiming the freedom of conscience, this led them to be persecuted and gave rise to the War of Religions. During more than 4 decades, periods of armed conflict and alternative times of peace were happened in France. And in 1572, in order to settle a peace between the regions, the Catholic Marguerite de Valois, sister of the king, married the Protestant Henry de Navarre, future King Henry IV. And on that event, all the war leaders of the Protestants went to Paris, and they were killed on an attempt to their major, Gaspard de Coligny, attempt at assassination. And this assassination brought the crowd to galvanize their hatred, the hatred which was built up over years of persecution. A terrible barbarism results from a long period of religious fanatism that only needs a spark to unleash the hatred of those committing the massacres toward those who had previously always been their neighbors. And the province soon followed and sweet imitated the appalling carnage. Without being premeditated, the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre was the result of decades of hatred and persecution. There is a troubling continuity between the time before and the time of the crime. The so-called Bartholomew's Day massacre has entered in the collective consciousness as a bloody symbol of religious fanatism and the tyranny of the great. The philosopher, this is my second point, commemorating to become aware of a double impasse. The philosopher Paul Ricoeur has reflected on the right relationship to memory. The idea of a policy of a fair memory is in this respect one of the most interesting themes, because we are living in times of excessive commemorative frenzy, and in another way in a time of abandoning the past and allowing oblivion to shallow up that which could weigh us down. It is more than appropriate to carry out this necessary work to build up a fair relationship to memory. And the philosopher Olivier Abel adds to that, the function of memory is not to preserve, but to push back the past, so that we are not submerged by the traces of the past. A correct memory therefore requires that the emotion generated by a traumatic event be overcome, so that the memory of the tragic can serve the present. And that's what I want to underline. Neither justice, nor peace, nor fraternity, nor freedom are built on the ground of amnesia, but are constructed on the foundation of reconciled memories. Thus today, the memory of the horror of St. Bartholomew's Day is about all the place where we become aware of a double impasse. The impasse represented by all forms of intolerance, all non-respect of otherness, all denial of the freedom of others. Intolerance and fanatism, especially religious fanatism, undermine the plural, multicultural and multi-religious society of our global world. Therefore, respecting minorities is a fundamental moral and political requirement, especially for a majority. And commemorating also makes us aware of another impasse represented by the collusion or even the confusion of politics and religion, of which history and present provides us numerous illustrations. Today, the relationship between Catholics and Protestants in France is nothing like the one that led to the massacre. Protestants are no longer victims and cannot wallow in their role of victimhood. Above all, it is unthinkable to assign the Catholicism a fossil image which ignore present realities and despite the fruit of ecumenical movement and the achievement of the theological dialogues and meetings which over the last few decades have forged a spirit of unity between Catholics and Protestants. A unity that is certainly differentiated, but a reconciled unity. Gradually, through fraternal meetings to know each other, through common readings of the Bible, through common praying and celebrating, but also through dialogue, theological dialogue, to better understand each other and to progress on the path of mutual recognition of both as the Church of Jesus Christ, and also through ecumenical cooperation. That's very important, to strengthen together a Christian witness in the world, because where doctrine divides, common action unites. Thus, gradually, not only has achieved the spirit of fraternal unity, but also a recognition of the other church as an authentic expression of the one and true Church of Jesus Christ. I come to my last point, healing memories. That's very important. Overcoming conflict is not enough. We must also heal the wounds of the memory. This notion of memorial wounds was inspired by the philosopher Oliver Abel. He wants to express that humiliation, that an identity wound can be produced over time, and how it can be transformed into persistent resentment, even violence and hatred. By Virtu, I quote him, a memorial wound, peoples who remain humiliated from generation to generation, with this terrible time lag that the descendants of the guilty are no longer, or feel no longer guilty, where the descendants of the victims are still often victims or feel so. Humiliation is much more serious in the longer run than a pure and simple violence. And this is what poisons violence when the enemy is held in contempt. End of quote. We cannot change history, but we can change its influence on us. The time for healing memories is precisely the time in which comes in a conflict when the use of weapons has been suspended and the cycle of violence interrupted in favor of dialogue, which aims to find a peaceful solution to a dispute. Then comes the time of reconciliation, which aims to establish a lasting peace, the times when swords are turned into plowshares. For time alone is not enough to heal memories. Reconciliation is needed to heal the wounds of memories, those humiliations that can become the seeds of tomorrow's conflict. Reconciliation is a time to convert the hatreds of other into respect for otherness, and to transform resentment into fraternity, and by so doing, breathes life into the ethic of peace. And one of the key moments in this process of healing memories is that of writing together the common history of the facts, a work of truth that justice requires in order to allow access to a process of reconciliation, even forgiveness. Let me conclude in saying that religious fanatism, hatred, non-recognition of the other and their otherness are the cancer for a globalized world. Only dialogue, offers a credible alternative to violence and war, dialogue to resolve differences, and dialogue to heal wounded memories. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Reverend Krieger. We'll next hear from Professor Alexander Fonseca. For those of you out there, Professor Fonseca will be speaking in Portuguese, but there is a translation available on your headsets. Professor Fonseca is a sociologist and professor at the Nutes Institute for Science and Health Education and vice rector at the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. He is a member of the General Coordination of the Collective of Black Professors at UFRJ, and from 2012 to 2016, he was a special advisor to the President of Brazil on religious affairs. He is a Presbyterian layman and president of the Evangelical Organization for the Defense and Promotion of Human Rights. Please let us welcome Professor Fonseca.
Good afternoon. It is an honor to participate in this forum. Thank you for the presence and my participation for all. I speak in Portuguese, and time to use these fonts. Thanks to the translators. Religião e o inédito viável na América Latina, caminhos para a superação do racismo e das desigualdades. O mundo viu, no final do século XX, uma profusão religiosa não esperada. Disputas religiosas de dimensões globais ganharam evidência e ressaltaram a presença de uma religião pública. Há consenso hoje de que a era secular não representa mais a negação da presença da religião, mas sim a busca por compreender as condições e os termos de sua permanência e o seu papel. No Brasil, somente nos últimos anos é que o maior país católico do mundo experimenta efetivamente o pluralismo religioso. A desigualdade brasileira se apresenta de forma gritante em relação à cor da pele. Um pouco mais da metade da população é negra e sofre diariamente o violento racismo que persiste. Não há dado que resista a esta realidade. Entre os 10% mais ricos, 15% são negros. Entre os 10% mais pobres, 70% são negros. No Brasil, estima-se que 55% da população seja católica e 30% evangélica, sendo que desses a maioria é pentecostal. Os pentecostais hoje no Brasil representam pelo menos 17% da população, o que são 35 milhões de pessoas, o que coloca o Brasil como o país com o maior contingente de pentecostais no mundo. Esses fiéis têm atuado em algumas situações como agentes de emancipação social e de promoção dos direitos humanos, demarcando uma potencial capacidade de contribuir efetivamente na transformação social, considerando particularmente a sua maior presença entre mulheres, os mais pobres e pessoas negras, geralmente localizados nas favelas e periferias urbanas. Para identificar as contribuições da Igreja Evangélica para a transformação social no Brasil, é preciso olhar para além dos pastores que estão na mídia e das lideranças das igrejas. O que vimos intensamente nas recentes eleições presidenciais foi uma lamentável fusão entre religião e política, por parte de várias das lideranças religiosas. Isso em meio a uma grande difusão de mentiras, fake news, nas igrejas e por um significativo uso político da religião por líderes políticos, colocando em xeque os valores democráticos fundamentais. É preciso olhar em outra direção. É preciso olhar para as lideranças intermediárias, para aqueles que agem no território e para iniciativas de pequenas redes de solidariedade e de apoio social. A América Latina é berço da teologia da libertação, proposta oriunda do catolicismo e que visava oferecer e desenvolver uma fé cristã engajada. Entre evangélicos existe a teologia da missão integral, a qual salienta a importância da contextualização. Em um continente como a América Latina, essas teologias têm sido a base para que grupos cristãos busquem emancipação social e o enfrentamento das desigualdades e do racismo. O diálogo dessas teologias cristãs com a obra do educador brasileiro Paulo Freire tem sido importante. Saliento aqui um conceito, o conceito de conscientização, resultado de um processo em que as pessoas olham com mais nitidez ao seu redor. A conscientização é um ato de conhecimento, uma aproximação crítica da realidade. A conscientização é um processo disciplinado e intencional de educação, denominado de ação cultural. Um processo contínuo que implica em uma praxis, sendo uma relação dialética entre ação e reflexão. O psicólogo argentino Daniel Schipani fala que existiria uma teologia implícita na obra de Freire e no processo de conscientização. Ele afirma: Freire afirma que sem fé o diálogo libertador não pode ocorrer. Sem amor não há lugar para uma transformação e uma revolução autênticas. E sem esperança é impossível lutar por um mundo melhor. Freire defendia que esta conscientização, esse tomar posse da realidade, do mundo, dos outros e de si mesmo, por intermédio do diálogo e da educação, seria capaz de favorecer possibilidades de superação das condições de vida e de transformar a realidade. A conscientização nos convida a assumir uma posição utópica frente ao mundo. Freire entende a utopia como a dialetização dos atos de denunciar e anunciar. O ato de denunciar a estrutura desumanizante e de anunciar a estrutura humanizante. Quanto mais conscientes nos tornamos, mais capacitados estamos para sermos anunciadores e denunciadores. Os exemplos de denunciadores que temos na realidade latino-americana são muitos. Lideranças que enfrentam as desigualdades por meios pacíficos e pelo diálogo. Cristãs e cristãos que denunciam situações de injustiça e anunciam caminhos de solução. São como a luz que denuncia, o sal que preserva e que anuncia. A tensão anúncio, denúncia, ilustra bem o papel desempenhado por parte de igrejas na América Latina. Essa ação envolve a busca de um inédito viável, onde a realidade não é, mas está sendo e, portanto, pode ser transformada. Ao assumirmos uma postura de consciência crítica, também se assume a luta pela construção deste inédito viável, em uma postura de paciência histórica, que, para tanto, não basta querer, é preciso saber querer e saber fazer. No Peru, no país do Peru, o protagonismo de lideranças evangélicas foi central para um processo de concertação nacional. Conflitos foram superados em prol do fortalecimento da democracia em um processo de conscientização e de construção de um inédito viável. Ações de violência e conflitos armados ocorriam e a organização Paz e Esperança teve condições de envolver diferentes segmentos da sociedade, construir pontes e estabelecer uma ação efetiva e abrangente na promoção e na defesa dos direitos humanos. No caso brasileiro, a ação de grupos religiosos representa um locus capaz de promover a ponte entre a sociedade civil e o Estado, envolvendo segmentos para promover a paz e ações que contribuam para o fortalecimento da democracia, superação das desigualdades e do racismo. Há exemplos disso, poucos ainda, mas consistentes. É fundamental que prevaleça entre as religiões Uma postura que defenda o pluralismo, a democratização do Estado, a valorização da participação cidadã e a resolução pacífica dos conflitos internos e internacionais. Como demonstra a experiência do Paz e Esperança, é possível que essa atuação se dê por meio da construção e da manutenção de amplas redes que assumam uma agenda que se paute pelo avanço das questões sociais, pela diminuição das violências, do discurso de ódio e das desigualdades, pelo enfrentamento do racismo, da xenofobia e da misoginia, e pela promoção de um desenvolvimento que seja sustentável e que valorize o respeito à diversidade e à inclusão social. O povo brasileiro acaba de exercer seu direito democrático em uma eleição presidencial. Estou convencido de que o Brasil honrará a sua tradição e será agora um protagonista novamente na agenda futura e nos diálogos internacionais sobre variados temas, incluindo o da religião como uma das fontes das soluções globais que tanto buscamos. Prazer, muito obrigado. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. To close out our day here, we're so fortunate to have Dr. Jacqueline Rivers. Dr. Rivers is the Executive Director of the Seymour Institute for Black Church and Policy Studies, and she has been a lecturer at Harvard University, Princeton University, the University of Notre Dame, the University of Pennsylvania, the American Enterprise Institute, the Vatican, the United Nations, and many other venues around the world. She served as a Hutchins Fellow at Harvard University. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Jacqueline Rivers.
Thank you very much. I promise it's going to be short. It's been a long day, and I know everybody is eager to get to dinner. And so I promise not only to cut out a lot of what I said, I planned to say, but listening to the previous speakers, I've been moved. And so I really want to change the text of what I wanted to say. So first of all, Salamat Sore. Good afternoon, everybody. It is a privilege to be speaking here today, and it is truly inspiring what is being done at the R20 and the work of Nahdlatul Ulama is especially inspiring to me to see this effort to really make a world in which we can live together peacefully. I also want to mention that this conference is really in the tradition of the Bandung Conference, when the nation of Indonesia is again playing a leading role on the global stage, advocating once more for peaceful coexistence among the nations and for the eradication of racial and religious prejudice and violence. And I'm humbled to think that I might in some small way be playing the role of the very famous Black American novelist Richard Wright, who was at that Bandung conference and reported on it, insisting to bring it to the attention of the Western world and to point out the assertion of sovereignty among these newly independent nations. So I'm here as a Black woman, I'm here as a Jamaican, as the Executive Director of the Seymour Institute for Black Church and Policy Studies, and I come really speaking from a Christian perspective. Speaking, really believing in religious liberty, believing that only as we have the freedom to embrace our deeply held beliefs, to follow our conscience, that we can have genuine faith. But I hope to appeal to the common thoughts and shared values that we're here to affirm today, even though I come from my own perspective. The panel that I'm on today is one of grievance and truth-telling. and it is a very heavy charge. Listening to the Archbishop from Nigeria talk about the kind of ravages that are occurring there, listening to what is happening to Christians in the Middle East, the conflict in India, it is a very heavy charge. Truly, we are in a world that suffers from ubiquitous evil. But the first step in addressing that evil has got to be confession. And so I want to acknowledge, just briefly, just a few of the things that Christianity, or that have been done in the name of Christianity. The kind of global conquest that was justified by Christianity, enslaving Africans in the millions, colonizing an entire continent. I want to acknowledge the complicity of the church in Germany and the Roman Catholic Church in the Nazi regime. I want to acknowledge the conflict between Christians in Ireland, in Northern Ireland, Protestant against Catholic, in the troubles that took so many lives in such savage ways. Confession is the first thing that we need in our midst. We have to confront what we are doing. And I admire the work of the R20 in calling for that kind of confronting in each religious tradition what we are doing wrong. But confession is not enough. We have got to turn to repentance. Abraham Lincoln, the famous President of the United States, in his second inaugural address, said that if every drop of blood that had been drawn with the lash from the back of the slaves were in the Civil War to be repaid by a drop of blood drawn with the sword, then truly God was just and righteous altogether. He repented wholeheartedly of the evil of slavery in the United States. And he was determined to stay the course and to abolish slavery. We need that kind of thoroughgoing repentance. And that is the role of the R20. To facilitate the kind of conversations that Archbishop Warda said could not happen in the Middle East any longer. The kind of honest conversation between different religions so that people can truly begin to turn around and to live in a very different way. To facilitate that kind of dialogue is truly the charge of the R20. My time is up, so I want to turn to the last factor, which is forgiveness. Because once there has been the confession and the turning around, the repentance, there has to be the healing and the forgiveness. It's central to the Christian tradition. It's central to our belief that God forgives us through the death of our Lord Jesus Christ. And it is a key to moving forward, that there has to be forgiveness. That kind of forgiveness was practiced recently in the United States by Mother Emanuel, a black church where a white terrorist came, fellowshipped with people, where he was in Bible study with them, and after spending an hour with them, he turned around and viciously murdered 9 people. And the survivors, the families of those who had been murdered, forgave him. They forgave him publicly. Some of them forgave him within 48 hours of the event. Some of them took longer. Some forgave even during a baseball game. Forgiveness is possible. And it's not only the Christian tradition that teaches it. Among Muslims, there's rahmah, mercy, that we have to want the best, even for bad people. Because according to Sheikh Hamza Yusuf, the Quran teaches, we have not sent you except as a mercy to the worlds. That kind of loving kindness, that forgiveness, is what is essential. Whatever our tradition of faith, we are created by the same God. We share a common humanity. We all suffer pain when we're wronged. We all stumble. We all do wrong ourselves. We all have access to God's forgiveness. And so we must confront what we've done wrong. We must turn away from that wrongdoing. And then we must forgive. We have a God of grace, of power, of justice, a God of healing. And He is our hope. He is our hope that the R20 will play this role to bring about much healing among various religions across the world.
Thank you all for staying again. You're the people with the solidarity and with the perseverance. We will need you in the years ahead. Thank you again. Enjoy your evening.
Speakers and also moderator, please remain on your stage as we would like to have a token of appreciation. I would like to invite Mr. Suhaidi, Mr. Rumadi to give the token of appreciation to our beloved speakers and also moderator for the third session. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to our speakers. All right, now Mr. Rumadi is giving the token of appreciation to the speakers and followed also the certificate to all the speakers for these sessions. For the next one, the certificate. All right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to our speakers and also thank you very much to our moderator. And after that, we will have the photo group sessions. Photographer, please capture this beautiful moment. Okay, thank you very much, all the speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Now you may return to your seats. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of the event this afternoon. Once again, let's give a big round of applause to the G20 Religion Forum for the first day session. Today we had thoughtful discussion and rich insights for all of our honorable speakers. And I have also information that tonight we will have a dinner program at 7 p.m. And for delegates and speakers will be held at Sofitel, and for PBNU and PWNU will be held at Grand Hyatt Bali. Please gather at the lobby area for shuttle bus at 7:30 p.m. and 6:30. On behalf of the committee, we would like to thank all of our guests and speakers for your attendance and participation today. It has been a fruitful deliberation. In the meantime, let's continue to recover together, recover stronger. Thank you for coming and see you tomorrow. Shalom, Om Santi, Santi Om. Wallahu muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.